and I'll go ahead and get the last stream up, and we should be on all platforms. We'll be able to get this party started in about 30 seconds or so. So I'm just trying my last platform here on the tablet. So, oops, don't know what I just hit there, but that didn't work. I mean, I can't believe I'm a couple days behind on this, but I do believe it is certainly a worthy topic, and we will get deep into it. So, we don't block, ban, or censor anyone for their commentary. So this will go where it must go. I want to hear some of you folks' opinion on it, but we will tackle this in any way, shape, or form. It is the idea that it's even being suggested is I'm curious, but I want to hear what you guys have to say. So, um, and this was in the news. Did I type that right? Nope, I didn't do that right. Okay, because Floyd is deceased. I don't know what I got. Let me put that in there right. 'Cause I got George Floyd, but obviously George Floyd is deceased. It's his killer. It's his alleged killer that's trying to get a pardon. So if I didn't type the topic right in there, I'll have to end up editing that after the show is over with because I put in George Floyd when actually it's his killer that's trying to get pardoned. So give me a minute on YouTube. I'm just about set with my YouTube horizontal and vertical. We're going to be on Clapper today, of all places. So we're going to do Clapper. We're going to do TikTok and hang on a second. I ain't trying to do this shit while I'm talking. All right, George Floyd's killer. I mean, this was suggested by Ben Shapiro. I think most of you folks are aware of who he is, but him making a suggestion is not what made news. What made news is the fact that Elon Musk quipped in and actually is in favor of it. So, and unlike Ben Shapiro, Elon Musk is in somewhat of a position of power. Now, he can't provide a pardon, obviously, but who else is closer to Trump right now than Elon? So we'll go ahead. I think everything's good. And let me go ahead and see if I can start the live stream if it starts up. Okay. All right. What up, folks? Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. Been away for a couple of days, so some of you folks watch the program regularly. You know I haven't been here, but I had family over, and one of the days I went to the damn eye doctor, and they dilated my damn vision, so I couldn't see enough to do a live. So here we are. Happy Sunday to all of you folks. Hopefully you're having a nice weekend. We're going to be talking about what has been in the news for a few days. Like I stated, I'm a few days behind on this because I was not on. But damn it, I'm here now, and I would like to discuss this with you folks because I am curious to hear your opinion on this. You see what's on the monitor behind me. This is, now Trump is, even though the graphic behind features Trump, I'm going to give Trump a little bit of a defense here and say that Trump is not discussed doing this just yet. But because it came from someone very close to Trump, that's why he's on here because, of course, if you got access to Trump, you can make things happen. And we're talking about none other than Elon Musk. I'll go ahead and give you a clip for anybody who has not heard this that may have been living under a rock for the last 3 or 4 days. You are in the right place. So,
from federal charges forthwith. It would be incredibly controversial, but I think that it's absolutely necessary. That person is Derek Chauvin. President Trump should, in fact, pardon Derek Chauvin. He should. He should pardon him his federal charges. If we're talking about reversing the evils of the last several years in American life, obviously COVID and its handling was a massive evil. Destroyed the economy, set us on a path to fiscal insanity, destroyed children, led to massive health-related cover-up.
Real quick in the comments, someone is saying, get off Fox News. This isn't on Fox. This is his own podcast. This isn't on Fox. I could play I'm not going to go into too deep of it, but to cut a long story short, Ben Shapiro believes that George Floyd died of what he referred to as excited delirium. Now, here's the problem. Everyone that believes that George Floyd did not die at the hands of the officer have a different reason why he perished. I've heard everything from a heart attack to COVID, asthma, I think came in once. I mean, Ben Shapiro believes in excited delirium. I'll explain what that is in a moment, but there's been a host of different reasons. I'm asking a simple question of why is this the hill to die on? Why are folks on the right asking that Derek Chauvin be pardoned? And do you agree with him?
Police officer Derek Chauvin's conviction in the murder of George Floyd, it made headlines several years ago.
And it is making headlines once again after a comment made by Elon Musk on his social media platform X about the case. Our Eric Shalou is here to explain it to us.
Well, Elon Musk commented on conservative podcaster Ben Shapiro's post calling for President Donald Trump to consider pardoning ex-MPD cop Derek Chauvin from federal charges. This post, well, it caught the attention of some of George Floyd's family and prosecutors. Elon Musk commented on X, something to think about, right above Ben Shapiro's post on Derek Chauvin.
There is one person that President Trump should pardon from federal charges forthwith. It would be incredibly controversial, but I think that it's absolutely necessary. That person is Derek Chauvin.
We, the jury, in the above entitled matter, find the defendant guilty.
The ex-Minneapolis police officer Chauvin was convicted on state and federal charges in George Floyd's 2020 murder. Shapiro saying Chauvin didn't commit a crime and Floyd died from other reasons. Shapiro starting a petition drive to the president that said...
And he's actually started a petition, so you're going to have a hell of a lot of MAGA sign this. There's no denying that. A lot of MAGA's going to sign this, and the reason why I brought Trump up, because, you know, Trump does listen. One thing you give Trump credit for more than any other president that I can see, he listens to his constituents. He listens to his supporters. If he gets enough folks suggesting that he pardoned Derek Chauvin, I'm not going to say it wouldn't happen. I'm not going to feel confident that he would not do it. Now, what has Trump said on this? I'll give you a quick clip. This is President Trump. He was questioned about this very issue. Now, this is among a host of questions. This video is probably only about 30 seconds or more, but he was asked about it. Now, some of you folks may have heard this, but for those who did not hear this, this is President Trump's response to being asked whether he would consider pardoning George Floyd if Elon Musk asked him to.
But we have a situation with Iran that something's going to happen very soon, very, very soon. You'll be
real quick. That's a whole nother live in itself. What the hell is going to happen with Iran? He doesn't explain that, but he's saying there's something going to happen with the nation of Iran, and it's going to be in the news. That's not what today's topic is about, but damn it, it probably will be in the future. But the question will be asked about George Floyd momentarily.
You'll be talking about that pretty soon, I guess, and hopefully we can have a peace deal. You know, I'm not speaking out of strength or weakness. I'm just saying I'd rather see a peace deal than the other, but the other will solve the problem.
Mr. President, your allies are calling on you to pardon Derek Chauvin. Are you considering pardoning Derek Chauvin?
No, I haven't even heard about it. No.
Mr. President,
now that's all he said. I want to ask you folks. Now that was about 2 days after this made news. Do you believe him? Do you believe? I mean, this was all over the news. I had already made videos about it myself. Does any of you folks believe Trump? He says he had never heard of this. Once again, giving Trump credit, defending Trump, he is very tuned in to what's going on in the world. Obviously, he has his own social media network. He watches Fox News religiously, calls in often. Do you believe he didn't know nothing about this? Because that's what he is saying, is that he didn't have any clue. He had never heard about this. Yet you got Elon Musk and Ben Shapiro all over the internet talking. So do you think that Trump was telling the truth there, or may he have been fibbing a little bit by saying he didn't know? I don't believe him as far as I can throw him, says little oh my God. You don't believe him as far as you can throw him? Who says that? Lil Bess or LL Bess? Wow. Okay, got to put on my spectacles. So we're going to get into it, and whether you believe that Floyd may have passed away of something else, and whether you think Derek Chauvin is wrongfully incarcerated. As I stated, a lot of folks do, And I'm just curious to hear your opinions. I obviously will have my own throughout the show, but I do want to hear from you folks. Look it in the comments, whether you're a Trump supporter or not, everyone should stand for the justice of the victim. 9 minutes. You're suggesting that the 9 minutes on the guy is, and you're suggesting that we stand for justice. Well, they don't believe that Derek Chauvin was on George Floyd, asphyxiating him for 9 minutes. They believe he was on his back or another part of his body that didn't prohibit him from breathing or anything like that. So that, when you say justice should prevail, they don't believe that justice was denied. So we'll talk about it as well. He hears so much stuff, you can say, nope, never heard it. Yeah, but if it's coming from Elon Musk and it's making really big news like that, look, I'm not saying it's impossible that Trump may have not heard of it, but when you're hearing about every injury that comes by way of a transgender or an immigrant, you can hear it. I don't care if they're in the middle of no damn where. If a transgender violates a little kid or an illegal immigrant hurts somebody, he hears about that. But you didn't hear about something that your own next in line, damn near, Elon Musk. You hear nothing about that? It's a little difficult to believe. I'm just going to say this. It's a little challenging to believe that. Elon is brilliant. Making America great, says Daddy T is home. Well, you're not the only one that believes that, but here's my take on it before we continue on. The issue I have is this. Elon Musk, the world's wealthiest man, literally, allegedly the wealthiest man on earth. Bill O'Reilly says it's Vladimir Putin. Bill O'Reilly claims that Putin has more money than Elon Musk. I respect O'Reilly, love watching O'Reilly, been watching him for 20 plus years. Do I believe him? Nobody else is saying it. But I will say that Elon Musk probably does have a hell of a lot of untraceable wealth. So it's possible. Whereas Elon has went, back and forth through several countries, it might be easier to track Elon Musk's wealth than it is Vladimir Putin. So he could be wealthier than Putin. But that is what Bill O'Reilly claims in his new book or whatever the case may be. But we're going to talk about, jumping this bit here for a while. Yeah, Dean the Trucker, appreciate you coming through. Going to the box. I want to ask you folks, do you believe that Chauvin is worthy of a pardon? Do you believe that, as Elon Musk and Ben Shapiro are claiming, he is wrongfully incarcerated, did not take the life of George Floyd, and therefore should be released from incarceration? So we're going to talk about that. The box is open, by the way. I may have to figure out what's going on TikTok, because something, by the way, tap the screen, folks. Maybe that's what it is. I'll continue on. And real quick, so you guys know how the program is when we do not block, ban, or censor anyone here. We are MAGA friendly. We've been MAGA friendly since day one. Always have been, always will be. We go left of Bernie Sanders to having dinner with Q. Understand, on this program, you can be critical of anyone in the comment section, up to and including the host. That's how free speech works here. So feel free to state your opinion. We don't block, ban, or censor. Anyone notice how there's one? Yeah, on Clapper, someone, Maxino says, anyone notice how there's only one person? This is our first day going live on Clapper. We're currently on TikTok. We're currently on YouTube horizontal and YouTube vertical. First day ever. We're trying out the Clapper app, so I assume Clapper is going to be very low. This is our first day ever using the app. So that's why Maxino, because Maxino says, anyone notice how there's only one person in here listening to the libtard? Yeah, because we're new there. All right, let me go back to the box. Or better yet, the TikTok. What I'm going to do is reset TikTok and continue going on with the rest of the program, because apparently there is something screwed up with the box on TikTok. But continuing on, yes, he is MAGA friendly. Thank God, says Daddy T. Yeah, we 100% MAGA friendly. We may not always agree. That's how we work it. MAGA may not always agree with me. As you see, I got somebody already calling me a libtard, but damn it, you get to speak. That's how we believe it. That's how it works. Real quick, if somebody says you're the best, thank you. I don't think he should be pardoned. Well, why do you think there's so many folks that think otherwise then? If you do not believe that Derek Chauvin should be pardoned, What is causing so many other folks to have the exact opposite opinion? There's no shortage of folks that are suggesting this man go free. There has to be a reason for that somehow, some way. I'm curious just from you folks, why do you think there are so many folks that believe that? I mean, if he truly is guilty, aren't we a country that tends to side towards justice? There's literally millions of people, if not, I mean, I'm going to say at least hundreds of thousands that want Derek Chauvin free. Why is that happening? So while the TikTok is going up, because they're Trump supporters, do you think it's possible that a Democrat believes that Derek Chauvin should be free? You think it's all Trump supporters? 100%? Oh, wow. While we're getting the TikTok reset, the box is open, but because of this, because I'm having issues with TikTok, I'm trying to bring up guests. Hopefully it clears up. We'll see what happens, but the TikTok numbers are exceptionally low, and I don't know why that is. We normally have hundreds of people. There are not so many other people that think that. What was Elon's tweet? What did Elon say in response? Elon said something to think about. Well, if you've seen the death of George Floyd, you've seen what happened to him on video, and you got one man clearly saying that he deserves to be pardoned, and somebody else is saying that that's something to think about, it's pretty clear to suggest that it's pretty clear that Elon Musk is okay for pardoning him. This is not something that, he was either, questionably found guilty or questionably exonerated. I mean, you got the whole event on television. You got the whole event from a struggling, strong, lively George Floyd to one that is completely unconscious and deceased. So you've seen him clearly in the last moments of his life. You've seen him pass away. So, something to think about. No, you can see what's going on there. So I don't think it was a matter of him thinking about it. I think he's pretty much saying, yeah, I'm down with the program. By the way, it's been a few days now. There's nothing stopping Elon Musk from coming forward and saying, no, I didn't mean for the guy to be pardoned. Elon Musk could have easily cleared it up by now. He hasn't. So it's clear, and not to mention Trump when asked about it. Trump didn't say that sounds ridiculous. He said, I never heard it. So even Trump, when he was confronted with the possibility that Elon would like for him to pardon Derek Chauvin, he didn't say that sounds ridiculous or there's no way in hell Elon would ever say that. He said, I didn't hear about it yet. So even Trump is kind of admitting it's possible he might say that. Continuing on, I appreciate the few folks that are coming in and joining on Clapper while don't know what's going on with the taking of calls. Yes, George Floyd died in the hospital, not on the street. He was alive for almost an hour at the hospital. Okay, let's say he died at the hospital, as you're saying. Did anything on the street lead to his death at the hospital? Okay, because people get shot on the street and end up getting pronounced dead at the hospital. By the way, you can have a person that is deceased, whereas the death is called at the hospital, but they actually died at the original location. Sometimes it's simply due to the nature of who is allowed to classify somebody as dead. But people have died on the street, and it wasn't until they got to the hospital where the proper medical professional had the right to actually call them deceased. So he could have been, when you say he died at the hospital, you've seen what was picked up. He was 100% lifeless. He was completely lifeless. So, in fact, I'm thinking of this because there's an actual case of two Chicago police officers that lost their life at the same time to a suspect. And it was exactly that. You can hear the radio chatter from other officers questioning, what's the welfare? This is their brothers in arms that were taken up. And you hear one of the officers, saying they're on their way to the hospital. And one of the other cops radios in, no, take them to the morgue. He knew they were already gone. So they likely got pronounced at the hospital deceased, but it was pretty clear what they picked up on the street was already gone. So you say that George Floyd died at the hospital. It looks like he died on the street. Looking in the comments, Floyd shouldn't have panicked. George Floyd should not have panicked, but you can really cut out. Wait a minute, you said George Floyd should not have panicked, but you can really cut the blood flow from the jugular. Okay, you know, I question whether he was panicking or trying to come up with an excuse to not be arrested, not be handcuffed, not be hauled off, maybe have the handcuffs in front of him or something like that. Now, he was claiming that he was claustrophobic or something like that. He had past tense, he had a lengthy criminal history. So he's been in the back of a police car more than once. So it's like, what do you mean you're claustrophobic? You've done this before. So my guess is, some folks come up with all kinds of excuses. It's not going to work. The cops are going to take your ass to jail. It's not going to work. But it wouldn't surprise me if he was coming up with an excuse, hoping that he got some kind of, mercy from the arresting officers. It's not going to work. They're going to take you to jail. But in regards to being excited, look, at the end of the day, Chauvin is on him. The guy is actually already in handcuffs. I don't understand. We can talk about, how Floyd lost his life or whatever the case may be, but the guy is in handcuffs. I don't understand what training would tell you to sit on a dude that's handcuffed for that long. Now, if Floyd is struggling, there are procedures for that. Even if he's handcuffed and he's continuing to struggle, there are procedures for that, such as a hog tie. You go now, okay, because if his hands is behind his back, he ain't struggling with much from the upper body, but he might be kicking, he might be spitting. That happens all the time. There are procedures for that. They have spit mask. They also have a way of hog tying the legs. And there were 3 other officers there. So there is really no answer for why he would just sit there, just pause on the guy for that length of time. Now, and I'm giving you this because I'm saying that even if Chauvin did not cause the death of Floyd, I still would like to know what is the explanation for just sitting there that long with 3 other officers kind of just watching you just sit on the guy. Even if you didn't take his life at all, what is the explanation for that? I don't think that the defense on behalf of Chauvin had any answer for that, because several Minnesota police officers testified, we don't train nobody to do no shit like that. So this is for folks who say that he died of something else. Like, how do you explain the 9 minutes? Even if it wasn't on his neck or his chest or whatever, what is he doing? So what is he doing to this guy? Because if he is passing away due to COVID, asthma, excited delirium, a drug overdose, whatever you want to call it, fentanyl, what part of your training say that if you come in contact with somebody that's dying of fentanyl or heart attack, or you just sit on them? Where are they trained to do that at? So, because I'll submit this to you. If you are literally convulsing from an overdose on some drug, and the police or even the paramedics stumble upon you while you're in crisis and they just sit on you for 9 minutes and you pass over, your family's going to get a lawsuit. Even if it's the paramedics that do that. This guy was literally overdosing, right? And we just sat on him for 9 minutes. Your family is likely going to win a lawsuit because you're rendering no aid to this person at all. You're doing nothing for this person. So even if we want to try to defend Chauvin on the grounds that he didn't take George Floyd's life, the 9 minutes, I don't know what they had presented in court to explain him sitting there for 9 minutes. And I'm talking to my Trump supporters, my MAGA that may be tuned in. What was he doing? For those who believe he should get pardoned, what was he doing? I'd like to know, what was he doing for 9 minutes like that? Looking in the comments real quick, he was a judge when he was 14. He was also a judge when he was 14. What is that? I don't get that. Tim is a professional Monday morning quarterback. He should go free agent. Draco, it's pretty easy. I appreciate the input. It's pretty easy to be a Monday morning quarterback when you got all the footage. It's just plain and simple. Because, look, let's just be honest. How many of you folks think that Derek Chauvin would be behind bars if there was no footage of this? With George Floyd's criminal history, with the fact that George Floyd was actually a resisting arrest. There's no denying he was doing that. He was not cooperating. If there was no video footage of this, arrest or free, what do you say in the comments? Free or what would Derek Chauvin be? Would he have been arrested or would he have been free if there was no video footage of what happened? Because now it's the crowd, their word versus the four, not one, because there was 3 other officers there. It's the crowd versus the testimony of 4 officers. What would Derek Chauvin be doing right now had there been no body cam? Or no cell phone cam, because I believe it was the cell phone cameras that caught it. I don't think the body cam really did him in. I think it was a citizen holding a cell phone. So this is just the importance of recording things, because the whole COVID death due to COVID, death due to excited delirium, death due to fentanyl, that would have been one of the testimonies. I don't know, the cops would have probably got together and talked to each other, and they would have came up with one unified cause of death that had nothing to do with that knee. And I'm going to assume, whether you believe he died of the knee or not, whether you believe Derek Chauvin whether you believe Derek Chauvin killed him or not, how many of you believe that they would have put that on the police report, that he sat there on the guy for 9 minutes? I tried to subdue him. After about a minute and a half, I noticed he was not responsive. I turned him over. I performed CPR. We didn't get any type of response out of him at all. We had already radioed for paramedics to arrive. We continued checking for a pulse and performing CPR on him until the paramedics arrived, and they took it over. That's likely what you'll see. You think they would have put down that we kind of froze on the guy for 9 minutes while he was not responding? So I just want to tell you how it would have likely went down, even if Derek Chauvin had nothing to do with the death of George Floyd. The police report would not have stated that he was on that guy for 9 minutes. It just would not have been there. Looking in the comments, it was body cam footage. Well, I'm assuming it was both, right? Because the famous picture of Chauvin on Floyd, that's not body cam. I don't think is that body cam footage? I think that's a citizen. The famous picture you got of him one knee, and I see somebody say both and video. Well, there's a lot of video of it, but yeah, without any footage, you're not going to hear about him being on his neck for 9 minutes. That's just like I said, there's no legitimate way to explain why 4 of you guys are here, because it was Chauvin and 3 other officers, and you guys are all this is the way you solved this, by sitting on this guy for 9 minutes. Okay, whatever he was dying of, what were you doing while you were on him for 9 minutes? Well, we just kind of sitting there. So I don't think that there would be a way to explain it, so I don't believe that would be in the police report. You will struggle if you can't breathe. Yeah, but if you got 4 people on you, how much of a struggle can you put up? There is another African-American that died. I think it was in Florida a few years back. Whereas he was arguing with and I'll give the gist of the story. I don't know the name, so it's not going to be one of those say his name type deals, but I'll give you the gist of the story. You may remember, some of you may have heard about it, but he was walking out of a movie theater. It might have been a Latino. It was a person of color, though, arguing with his girlfriend or whatever. Movie theater called the police, and somehow, some way, when they arrived, they ended up getting into a scuffle with the male. And during a scuffle, now this is in Florida, the pavement, the asphalt or whatever, it heats up with the sunshine. Anyway, they had him on the ground. He's wearing a tank top, and they're sitting on him a la George Floyd. And he encountered 3rd-degree burns all over his body. All of his upper body. And I believe he passed away from that. I don't remember the name or anything like that. So when you say, well, people will struggle when they can't breathe. Yeah, but at some point, the struggle is going to be negotiated. If you got enough cops on you, you can struggle all you want. You're not getting up. And when you got 3-4 cops there and George Floyd is already in handcuffs, you're not going to struggle your way out of that. I don't care how strong you are. If you got 4 people and you don't even have use of your hands, you're not going to win that. I don't care if you're talking about Hulk Hogan in his prime. You're not going to win that. I mean, eventually you're going to get overcome. There's just too many hands and body. I mean, 4 people can put about 800 pounds on top of you. You're just not going to be able to struggle out of that. Why don't they turn him? That's a great question. In regards to why didn't they turn George Floyd over or something like that? And by the way, there's one of the guys, I believe the Asian guy, one of those guys actually questioned whether they should check the condition of Floyd while he was sitting on him. I mean, because at some point he went from, refusing to get in the police car, verbally fighting back, even physically to whatever capabilities he had. He was physically fighting back as well. So he went from physically fighting back once he was handcuffed, verbally fighting back, to now being subdued and crying out to his mother, to totally silent. So clearly, at some point, you're sitting on a guy that is completely silent. And if you got one, knee on his back or neck or wherever the knee is at, you can tell when the guy isn't moving anymore. So when you look at the video footage, he clearly is not struggling up to the 9th minute. So yeah, there was a point, regardless of what took George Floyd's life, where you would say the cop has a responsibility to lift his leg up and see what's going on with the guy. I mean, look, at the end of the day, if he's struggling to resist an arrest, the whole purpose is to subdue him in some way, fashion, or form so that you can put him in a car and haul his ass off to jail. If he's not struggling anymore, now's the time to get off of him and put him in a car. I mean, you don't just continue to sit on the guy. If I'm correct, once the paramedics arrived, they had to ask him to get up. He was still on the guy when the paramedics arrived to check on him. The paramedics had to ask him, well, could you get up so we can look at him now? So who knows how long he was going to sit on him? Who knows? He was still on him when the paramedics arrived. Medics called if that was the technique was in the training manual and taught. A Derek Chauvin guilty documentary on YouTube, greatest lie ever sold. Wait a minute, it says the medics were called if that was technique was in the training manual and taught. Yeah, I believe that some folks tried to suggest that he was taught to do that by the academy or whatever, that was part of the training. And then when that happened, you had police all over the nation come forward and say, we're not trained to sit on somebody like that. I believe his one of his co-officers, and thank you, Crystal Lopez, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you. One of his co-officers that trained with him in the academy came forward and said, we weren't taught to do no shit like that. Because that's what his defense was trying to say, is that he was trained to do that. So she came forward. I think one of his supervisors came forward. I think the chief of police came forward. Like, nobody. But then they were able to produce some kind of footage, I think. Somebody produced some footage suggesting that they are told to do this. I don't know, but you had a lot of cops testify that they were not told to do it. Tim, if you're truly concerned for human life, the conversation should be, don't resist arrest. The street is not the place to fight. That's what courtrooms are for. 100%, Draco, you're on the money with that. I'm 100% in agreement that you cannot win a fight with police on the side of the street. You just can't. We just see what happened to one of the January 6th protesters. Tried to get into an argument with police, and he ended up dying. I mean, the police ended up killing him out in Indiana. I'm 100% in agreement with that. Even if it's a bullshit arrest, even if it's a bad arrest, once they've determined they're going to arrest you, you're not going to win that argument. You don't see hardly any videos of the police about to arrest somebody and deciding not to based on the actions of the suspect. It almost never happens. So yeah, fighting and arguing back, they're just going to escalate it. I mean, they're just going to, it's going to go from trying to arrest you to violence. Maybe you might end up getting hit, pepper sprayed, God forbid, shot. I mean, it's just, you're just not going to win that argument. So I do agree that if George Floyd had just cooperated, he would probably have lived through that adventure. Nevertheless, while I'm 100% agreeing that you don't resist cops on the side of the road, it doesn't have a good outcome. That still does not give them the right to take your life, though. I'm simply giving you an argument based on how to live versus die. That doesn't mean that if you make the wrong decision and end up dead, that the cops are justified in killing you. George Floyd's case is a primary example of that. So just because you make the wrong decision, you start talking shit, maybe you take off running, something that doesn't give them automatic justification to take your life. Now, I know a lot of my viewers, particularly on the right, do favor the loss of life for folks who do not cooperate. I've talked to hundreds of them. I know a lot of you folks do believe that if you had cooperated, you wouldn't be dead. Some folks do favor that. For some reason, though, on January 6th, their opinion kind of changed. But there are plenty of people on the right that do believe if you don't cooperate with the police and you lose your life, hey, you should have known to cooperate. Looking in the comments, dude was high as hell, says Gerald Jamie. But that goes back to my original point. If a person is high as hell, Gerald Jimerson, if you're suggesting that Floyd was high as hell, there are procedures, there is training for dealing with suspects that are quote unquote high as hell. If you're a cop on the street, you're going to encounter people that are high as hell every day. How many times do you see footage of them just sitting on a person for 9 minutes until they're unconscious? Like I said, even if we want to suggest that Floyd lost his life in another manner, whereas Chauvin had nothing to do with it, I'm still going to ask the question, why did he sit on him for 9 minutes? That needs to be explained. So there's still more to it. I don't understand what's happening with the bots on TikTok. Do not understand it. Something's wrong there. Good to see you on Clapper. Appreciate that. And by the way, if you guys do use Clapper, we're certainly there. I think you can take live callers on Clapper as well. So we're trying Clapper out for the first time. We generally are on Instagram as well. Sounds gay to me, says Sean Price as the GOAT. Gay how? Explain that. Explain how that sounds gay. Hey, Jesus loves you. I'm not going to go into the... it's not relevant to the conversation, but appreciate that. He sat on him because the ambulance somehow got the location wrong. Let's go with that. Let's go with the notion that he sat on him because the ambulance got the location wrong. Okay, let's say the ambulance was involved in a head-on collision on the way there, and they had to replace it with another ambulance, and that took another 15 minutes. Do you just sit on him indefinitely, even though he's not moving under you? This is the point. We're talking about not necessarily taking the life of George Floyd, but at some point, the actions can be neglectful. I mean, do you just, is that what they do? If you're struggling, they sit on you all the way until the ambulance gets there? Is there any other cases of that happening? I've never seen that on Cops or Live PD or any of those other shows where they sit on somebody that long. We gonna just sit on them until the ambulance gets here. I've never seen that, but you definitely are teaching me something if that's the case. Why in the neck for 9 minutes while handcuffed? Why in the back? That's what I'm saying is that even when asking the question of whether George Floyd died because of the actions of Derek Chauvin, he's on video on him for 9 minutes, whether he's on his back, whether he's on his neck, whether he's on his shoulder. That has to be explained. Why are you on a suspect doing nothing for 9 straight minutes? Hand in the pocket, I believe. I believe one of his hands was in his pocket. I mean, if he's struggling, you got enough guys here to hog tie the guy. Get out your foot restraints. Put him in foot restraints. If he's still struggling, then you can hog tie him. Whereas you tie his handcuffs and foot restraints together and kind of bend him over like a damn pretzel. And then you can lay him on the back seat, put a seatbelt over him. It ain't shit he can do other than knock his own head. That happens all the time. You see that on arrests all the time. You never see somebody pause on the guy for 9 minutes. I mean, now, like I said, it would be different if Chauvin and Floyd were the only ones on scene. And, he felt maybe, he was concerned for his life or something. Floyd is a strong guy and he struggled with him. He felt for his life, so he sat there until backup could arrive. That would make more sense. You got 3 other guys on scene, though. And he's handcuffed. So the 9 minutes you don't really get any decent explanation for that. Going to the box, though, we'll continue on with the program. Get along. What does that say? I don't know what I just hit there. Mike, good evening. Mike. Hang on a second. I know what I'm doing wrong. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Now, I haven't been on for a couple of days, but I know you probably heard about what's on the monitor behind me. Why is that happening?
Well, because I think they're trying to get black and brown folks riled up to protest in the street so they can claim martial law. That's what I think.
To deliberately cause a riot? I thought Trump did not like the summer of love and the riots of Black Lives Matter. You said he wanted to do it intentionally?
100%. 100% he does. I mean, it makes no sense. And anybody trying to support it is full of shit, Tim. I mean, they're not the party of law and order. How can you justify what happened to George Floyd? It's just ridiculous. I mean, trying to justify what happened to George Floyd is like us trying to justify what happened to Lincoln Riley. And the only reason I'm saying her name is because they said her name last Tuesday on the screen. So I feel like we can say her name, although her parents said that they wanted her left out of this political cycle, but they were sitting there. So if we're trying to justify that, then we can make excuses for Lincoln Riley, right?
That would be. I couldn't even fix my mouth to do nothing like that. I get your point. And you make a great point. You make a great point. But I don't want to start quoting Michelle Obama about going high and shit like that. But if you're gonna justify the death of George Floyd, I can't ever think of trying to take some sort of revenge by justifying the death of Lincoln Riley. Yeah, I would never do that.
No, and I'm not. I'm just saying that's their logic. I mean, we're having a conversation about something that should have been put to rest and put to bed after it happened. He was caught on video doing it. He got convicted. The officers around him got convicted, and rightfully so. They're supposed to have a higher standard. They're supposed to de-escalate. They're supposed to take that situation and not have that outcome. Period.
How about this? Now, I think I know how you're going to respond about this, but I'll give you the floor on this. Obviously, George Floyd had a lengthy criminal rap sheet. You hear this from Candace Owens and all of them. In the comments, one of my viewers, I don't know what it says, homegrown miss. So this is a female. She says Lincoln and Floyd are two completely different cases. One was a criminal and the other wasn't. How about the notion that Lincoln Riley was just a totally law-abiding, innocent citizen, and George Floyd was he was a felon with a lengthy rap sheet. Obviously, that had nothing to do with what happened there that day. But how do you respond to that?
Well, it's funny. Okay, so if that's the case, then George Floyd had a record and was killed by a police officer. Lincoln Riley was a student who was unalived by an illegal immigrant. I'm not trying to justify either one of their deaths. They were both wrong. That's the whole point. The whole point of the comparison is they were both wrong. Why are we having a conversation about how somehow Derek Chauvin may have done the right thing? I mean, that makes zero sense. I mean, how can we justify a police officer that did that in that? It's not like he used a pew-pew, Tim. That's not what happened. He sat on the man for over 8 minutes. Has anybody sat somewhere and not moved for 8 minutes to understand how long that is? I have. I've done it because I really wanted to feel how long that was. And for anybody to justify free Derek Chauvin, they are the racists that we think they are. There's no middle ground. There is no middle ground, and that's what it is. And then he got tried and convicted, right? He got tried and convicted. Police officers always get the burden of
benefit of the doubt.
Benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
Period. Full stop.
True.
So the fact that they were all convicted shows that it wasn't even close. But you know what's so funny, Tim, in this country? And the bottom line, people say you always bring up race. This is why we talk about race.
Yeah.
We talk about race.
I will just say this before, I got two things I want to speak on that you talked about. First, I will say the difference in your mindset about looking at the case is that they believe that George Floyd was a genuinely bad guy, not necessarily what happened on the day of his death, but just because he was apparently what looks like a habitual criminal to some folks. And therefore they're saying, look, yeah, maybe he wasn't committing a major felony on this day, but he got his just desserts for all the other shit he's done in the past. Like, I think he kicked down a pregnant woman's door or something like that and robbed her at gunpoint. They're looking at it like that. So, look, he's a bad guy. He just got his just come ups. You know, it just took justice a while to come to him, or karma, or whatever the case may be. That's why they don't have mercy on him.
No, it's not. That's bullshit, Tim. That's the excuse they're giving you. They don't have mercy because he's a black man, because they didn't know that when it happened. They didn't know that when the video came out. They didn't know any of that shit. You know what they do? They go run to find their criminal record to justify or to have lack of empathy. Exactly what happened to them, what you just said, vilifying somebody, is exactly what they've been doing with illegal immigrants. They did exactly what they did with the Haitians. All of this shit to demonize them. So when it happens, they go, well, he was a bad person. Well, you know, that person did have a criminal record. Well, guess who else has a criminal record that they're not talking about? The President of the United States.
I already know where you're going with that.
You already knew I was going with that, but here's the thing. It's deliberate, Tim. We got to stop dancing around these conversations. It's deliberate. When Elon brought that up, why did he single out Derek Chauvin? Why? Because...
Well, wait.
Exactly.
Just to defend Elon slightly, Elon is not the one that brought it up. Ben Shapiro brought it up. And Elon Musk, Ben Shapiro brought it up, put it on his own podcast. And Elon Musk commented on it and said, yeah, that's something to think about. So Elon Musk is not the original author of it.
It doesn't give a damn if he's the original author, Tim. If you walk around quoting Schmittler, does that say, well, I didn't write it, I'm just telling you what he said? I mean, is that what we're saying? Listen, I'm not going to let you...
So what are you saying? If somebody walks around and talks about people are poisoning the blood of this country and calling them vermin, you're telling me that they... I mean, because that is what the leader of the Third Reich used to say. So what are you saying? That you see traits of Adolf in Trump?
Okay, well, first I'm going to say yes, but I'm also say this. Every pastor that sits in the pulpit, we believe in that pastor, but what is he reading from? It's not a book he wrote.
Yeah.
Pastors aren't preaching from a book they wrote. They are preaching the word. And we're relying on them to preach and teach us this word, right? So what's the difference between standing up and repeating the words of Smachis and Schmittler and then act like that's not what's going on and then try to dismiss it? See, that's the blatant shit that's happening, and we keep having discussions about how it's really not what we're seeing. It's so crazy that we're even having this conversation. He was a police officer. He was supposed to be trained to de-escalate, not sit on the man's neck for that long, and then to have anybody in position of power. So I don't care if he said it. I don't care if he retweeted it. It's the same thing that.
Here's what I'm talking about. Because it's Paul Smith in the comments on Clapper. He says, this is the same crap I hear all the time. We all feel bad for George Floyd, but he is not a victim. In other words, I feel bad that he lost his life, but he wasn't victimized by anybody. Why do you see this so differently?
Tim, it's blatant racism. What do you mean you feel bad for him, but he wasn't a victim? Who else the hell got handcuffed and choked out on the ground? I don't understand. Well, who else is the fucking victim here if he wasn't the victim?
So I gotta ask you, I'm going to ask you, and I'm going to ask folks that are tuned into the program by way of yes or no. Would the same mindset that George Floyd is not a victim apply if George Floyd had been white? Is this about race, yes or no? Now, you clearly think that, right?
100%. Well, here's the thing. Show me another example that the right is championing that proves me wrong. Show me that pardoning the people on January 6th that were supposed to be, again, this is the same violent people that had violent records, but yet and still they were pardoned by the party. And of course, Gen X is going to say no, because Gen X is about as racist as they come. And anytime you call somebody racist, then they get upset. But I'm like, you can't justify it any other way. If that had been, listen, now they're saying officers need more immunity. What officer were we truly talking about? What officers are we truly talking about? Would they be saying that if the majority of officers on police force were minorities? Would they be looking to give them more? Here's the thing, Tim, check this out. If that's the case, then why was everybody so pissed off with Colin Kaepernick? Why were they so upset that he was protesting silently?
Well,
it was unpatriotic. He wasn't all of this shit. But then you turn around and support the very party that is doing the exact stuff. He protested against what we're watching. He couldn't get a fucking job. But they're talking about releasing an officer who killed a citizen.
well, but they believe in regards to your question about Derek Chauvin, they believe he's fucking up the football game. We came here to watch a football game, not a protest. That's what their belief was.
Think about that. But here's the thing. They didn't even know about it. Nobody knew that he was protesting until somebody said something, right? So this is
that is true.
So here's the thing, Tim. This is what white America. We can't protest silently, right? Because when he did that, he couldn't get a job.
Yeah.
Then when we protest, then it wasn't just George Floyd, by the way. He wasn't the only.
Your audio's going up and down. I don't know if you're going away from the phone, but your audio's going in and out a little bit.
I'm probably moving around.
Okay.
He wasn't the only one that was unalive during Trump's first presidency. It wasn't the reason. I mean, you answer me why the FBI deemed these white Christian nationalists, these groups, why were they considered the number one threat as far as domestic terrorism is concerned?
Well, the belief from my MAGA folks is that the FBI the fix was in for President Trump. You couldn't trust everybody from Comey to what is the other guy, Mueller, that they were literally trying to derail his presidency. So, including suggesting that white nationalists and all that was destroying the country because they were blaming that on him. That's the way they view that.
No, I understand what you're saying, and I'll say it this way. Who got arrested for J6, Tim? There were a lot of them that got arrested, right? Yeah. Proud Boys, Boogaloo Boys,
Oath Keepers,
Oath Keepers, all of them. Well, who are those groups, Tim? Please tell me. Gen X, you're in here. You're one of them. Please tell me.
I'm under the impression, like my shirt says, that they're supposed to be patriots, right?
Yeah, but you didn't answer that question either. We know who they were. And the very people that stormed the Capitol, he pardoned 1,600 people. Some of them had violent records before. But the right will defend them being pardoned because that's what they want to do. Because that's the racism involved. That's the prejudice. That's the bigotry involved. They're just so hypocritical in their position because this is what they want. It's not that complicated.
But there were a few minorities present on J6 as well. So it was a diverse crowd if you look at it technically.
Yeah. Now you're being full of shit. And you can even say it with a straight face. If there was, the minority.
There was a couple black men in there.
Hey, the couple black men I saw on film were police officers that were defending the Capitol. That's who I saw.
Now, one of the black guys in there got one of the biggest sentences at that time when he got sentenced. So there were some black guys in there.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
He got one of the biggest sentences?
Yep.
Did he get pardoned? Because I've never seen
I don't think there's anybody that went in the Capitol building they got arrested for it that didn't get pardoned. Remember, Trump's words were fucking let them all out. They all got out.
Yeah, but no, all of them didn't get out, though. I know that. I know all of them did get out, but quite a few.
You're saying that there's some J6 protesters that are still incarcerated?
Yeah, there's a few. Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that. Really?
Yeah, there's a few. But I mean, we shouldn't be having this conversation. But again, Tim, in all seriousness, when we talk about this case that we shouldn't be talking about, Ahmaud Arbery was just jogging down the street and got unalived, right?
Yeah.
I mean, when we're talking about these, who are we talking about, Tim? Who's being unalived in these videos? Who's being unalived? It is brown and black folks. Breonna Taylor got unalived in her apartment because they went to the quote unquote wrong apartment. I mean, some of this stuff is crazy.
Yeah, but what about Trump when he argues back and suggests that, listen, yeah, cops kill black people, but they actually kill more whites than blacks.
I don't ever hear them talking about it. I never hear the right say a word about that. Because here's the thing. If that's the case, are they killing them unlawfully? Are they getting convicted of these things? Because if that's the case, we got a bigger problem. But they never talk about that either, because they don't care, Tim. There's nothing that they do or that they're doing that says they care about the American people. This is about putting money in their pockets. They're trying to create a problem by even suggesting that Derek Chauvin should be. And no one has stepped up to say from the right. No one. Have you heard anybody? Have you heard anybody from the right say that even address this? Because I haven't.
In what way?
About just the comment in and of itself. Just the fact that Elon.
Yeah, they believe it's legit. I mean, yeah, they believe that Derek Chauvin is being wrongfully incarcerated. I've had a lot of people from the right tell me, because I made videos on there. A lot of folks. I mean, there are free Derek Chauvin T-shirts out there. That shit is absolutely insane. But by the way, Ben Shapiro has an actual petition that there. In fact, here it is on the screen there. We write. This is from Ben Shapiro, well-known right-wing podcaster. He says, "We write to urge you." It says, "Dear President Trump, we write to urge you to immediately issue a pardon for Officer Derek Chauvin, who was unjustly convicted and is currently serving a 22.5-year sentence for the murder of George Floyd, associated federal charges," which he can't do nothing about the state charges. But he says, "As you know, this was the inciting event for BLM riots that caused $2 billion in property damage in cities across the United States and set America's race relations on their worst footing in recent memory. Yet the evidence demonstrates that Derek Chauvin did not murder George Floyd." I'll give you one more, because this is interesting. George Floyd was high on fentanyl. He had a significant pre-existing heart condition. He was saying he could not breathe before he was even out of the car. Derek Chauvin, for large segments of the widely circulated video of the encounter, had his knee on George Floyd's shoulder or back, not his neck. This was confirmed by the autopsy, which showed no damage to George Floyd's trachea. There was no accusation at trial that Derek Chauvin targeted George Floyd for his race. What say you? What I say is it's no different than any other report that white folks put together to justify the way that they unalive black and brown folks. It's not even, listen, Tim, they can say whatever they want. They've been writing those reports about how they unalive us. The only difference is they actually had to write that report. See, 50, 60 years ago, there wouldn't have been a report. If there weren't any cameras, there wouldn't have been a report. No cameras, no report. Yeah. No cameras, no report. Even the people on scene, a lot of them would have been probably saying it was justified. There was no cameras there. No cameras. No, what did the girl say? No case, no face, or no face, no case? Yeah. Guaranteed, if there's no cameras, this goes through. 100%. So for them to write that, it just tells you what they think about black and brown folks. I mean, there's no justification. And then the people that support it, then you wonder why people put this. I'm gonna say this. I want you to bring up one of these Trump supporters that even try to justify it. Ask them, do they have kids? Ask them, have they ever had to have the conversation with their kids about how to handle themselves when they get pulled over? It's not a white person conversation. They don't have the conversation. The fact that we have to have a conversation means it's a problem. And you're not going to convince me or yourself. And I know you're not going to say it like I'm going to say it. You're not going to ever convince me. Because you know why? Just the fact that anybody thinking he didn't do anything wrong or want to justify it by the record that George Floyd had, they're part of the problem. And you wonder why. You know, listen, when people started saying he can't breathe before he got out of the car, I want to tell them why. I want to tell them why that people that get pulled over have that first immediate reaction. First of all, some kids or some people that get pulled over immediately have anxiety because they don't know what the fuck's going to happen, because they don't know if they're going to go home. And some of them use that as a tool. So hopefully you keep your fucking foot off their damn neck, and that you don't snatch them out the car. Because that's part of what, listen. Tim, so you mean he might have had anxiety or something like that? Been hyperventilated? Well, I'm saying, but I'm saying that is also used as a tool to hopefully they don't snatch your ass out the car for nothing. I might have a medical condition, so maybe they'll take it easy on me.
Because we know that it's happened. Tim, have you ever been snatched out the car? Have you ever been pulled over and dealt with that shit?
I ain't never been arrested in my life, so I can't say.
I didn't say. I didn't
well, no, I've been profiled. I've never been snatched out because, as I mentioned with one of my other callers who talked about the danger in not complying, even though I've never had any criminal record, I have been stopped. I've had cops go through my shit. I had one of the times I had all my mortgage papers. The cop went through them and shit flying all over the road. And have a nice. So it's happened. But I've never had them do what they did to George Floyd because I would have got out.
Well, I'm gonna say this too. So because when I talk to you, I typically stay out the comments and I try to. So before anybody really comes for me, because I'm not the person you want to come for. My father was in law enforcement. My father was in law enforcement. I've been around law enforcement all my life, so I know good law enforcement officers, and I know some bad law enforcement officers. Matter of fact, probably the only reason I'm talking to you right now is because when I got pulled over when I was younger, the first officer that pulled me over snatched me out the car, and the second officer that pulled up knew my father. That's the.
So he realized. I gotta move it on, but I want to run this one by you real quick because I got other callers, but. Because we having a conversation back and forth discussing this topic in all its candor. But Clyde Soto says, Tim, if you feel that this was not racist, Tim, you should not be on air. Am I missing the ball that much?
No, you running the show, Tim. And listen. I have to say you're running the show because I haven't heard you say that it wasn't what it was. I just think that you're just having a conversation. But at the end of the day, anybody that feels that way, I question your integrity. But I've been questioning their integrity from the very beginning, so it doesn't surprise me. But here's the last thing I'm going to say when I brought up my father and when I brought up good officers, and I want people to understand this. There are a lot of good officers out there. The problem is good officers don't talk about bad officers.
Then how can they be good? If you know you got a bad officer on the force that's mistreating people and you don't say anything about it, are you still a good officer?
Because it's a code. It's a code they operate by, Tim. We all know that. The irony is it's the same code they vilify other people about by not snitching, right? You're gonna take but they do the exact same thing. The sad part is if this continues, they're gonna get officers hurt because people are gonna be in fear, like they are above reproach, they're above consequence. And people are going to feel like their back is against the wall.
And that has happened before. A couple real life cases I'll talk about. But Mike, I do got to move it on as always. Appreciate you coming through.
Hold on. Wait a minute. We got to tap the screen, share it alive. Tap the screen, share it alive. Get Tim up to at least 30,000. It's Sunday. It's the Lord's Day. I know we talking about some bullshit, but let's get Tim up to 30,000 before he gets out of here, at least.
Appreciate that. Bro. Helps out the algorithm. Right. Thank you, Mike.
Look at that.
And by the way, he is, Dencal. Appreciate the Galaxy. Thank you for your support. He is right. Thank you, Dencal. Tap the screen, get the likes on up. We can certainly make that happen. I want to respond to a couple of super chats. But real quick, in continuation to what Ben Shapiro said, perhaps most significantly, there was massive overt pressure on the jury to return a guilty verdict, regardless of the evidence or any semblance of impartial deliberation. This is what Ben Shapiro is saying. The George Floyd jury had pressure on them. He says this pressure took the form of threats, coercion, and intimidation. The mayor of Minneapolis prejudged the outcome of the trial and immediately issued a settlement to the Floyd family. That is true, like $27 million. We'll discuss that momentarily. Says then President Biden, Congresswoman Maxine Waters, and others prejudged the outcome of the trial and took to national media to create pressure on the jury to go along with their preferred narrative. I'll be honest with you, in regards to how he's discussing what the jury members of the George Floyd trial went through, a lot of this same shit happened when it came to January 6th. All of the pressures that he is suggesting that were put on the jury to convict Derek Chauvin, Trump in his administration was doing all of this same stuff to the prosecution for J6. So look, at the end of the day, if it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander. How many of the prosecutors and folks that were involved in holding folks accountable for J6 received death threats and all of that? Same stuff. So I just want to show you some similarities in that. But the point he made, which is true, that the city of Minneapolis prejudged the outcome of the trial and immediately issued a large settlement to the Floyd family. Some folks did say that it was wrong to give George Floyd's family, and I'll go to the box in a moment here. It was wrong to just give them $27 million even before Derek Chauvin was found guilty. A lot of folks said that it was wrong for the city to do that. I don't have an answer for that, but I will give you my speculation on that. I think most Americans, with the exception of Ben Shapiro and some folks on the right, believe that the video evidence clearly showed Chauvin taking the life of George Floyd. I don't know how much the Floyd family were pursuing. Chances are it was a lot more rather than the 27 million they were awarded. Let's say the Floyd family is pursuing 100 million. We can argue over whether George Floyd's life was worth $100 million. I know some of you guys are going to talk about that. But let's say they're asking for $100 million. And you got that video evidence. You're defending the city of Minneapolis. The family's asking for $100 million. And you know when you're trying to defend the city of Minneapolis and not give that money, that video is floating around. You see your cities burning down. In fact, cities in places all over the world. I mean, there were George Floyd protests in London and other countries. So the evidence is overwhelming that people think you're guilty. Are you going to hold off on the 27 million, roll the dice, when everybody is making it clear they view you as guilty and then risk having to pay maybe 4 or 5 times as much, defending what even Minneapolis thought was a dirtbag in Derek Chauvin? I'm giving you my take on this because I believe that's the reason why they settled before Derek Chauvin was found guilty, is that I don't think anybody thought he was going to beat those charges, except folks who may have thought, look, racism is still here or something like that. So I believe that may have something to do with it. I'll go back to the box. All over the world, it was all over the world, Asia, Africa, Europe, Australia. It was that many places. I do know it happened in far more places than just in America. Going back to the box, one and only MAGA Reacts. Now we've talked about this, and your take is the total opposite of mine. MAGA Reacts, good evening.
Hey, what's going on?
So Elon is indicating, along with Ben Shapiro, that they should pardon Derek Chauvin. What say you?
I think they should get rid of the murder charges. I still think he's guilty of manslaughter. So keep manslaughter, get rid of murder.
Okay. So you do believe, unlike Ben Shapiro and Elon Musk, you do believe that he did take George Floyd's life, though. You believe that if George Floyd had not encountered Derek Chauvin, he was not about to pass away.
You wanna know what I think?
That's the only reason why you're on.
What I think happened, which is pulling it straight out of my ass, but if it was me in that situation, is what I probably would have done. I think George Floyd had something on him, and he decided to eat it instead of getting caught with it. And I think that's what probably caused his overdose, because that's what most people would do in that situation.
So you believe George Floyd may have had narcotics on him, and as opposed to being caught with the narcotics, he ingested them, and that led to him having an overdose?
Yes, because the autopsy showed that he had a deadly amount of narcotics in his system, and that's a common occurrence.
I'm not aware that the autopsy showed. What narcotic was it? If you're saying the autopsy showed that, then what drug was it?
It was fentanyl among a bunch of other stuff. I don't know the exact. I'll go Google it for you, but I'm pretty sure it's fentanyl and a bunch of other stuff, but I don't have it memorized, to be honest with you.
Yeah. I would love to see.
Candace,
go ahead.
That's a lot of people's argument. Is the autopsy showed that why do you think people saying what they're saying? It's because the autopsy showed that George Floyd had a bunch of narcotics in his system.
Well, when you ask why are people saying what they're saying, let's be clear. Anytime there's a controversial death of a black citizen, there's going to be an ample amount of people saying that the cops should get off with it. I don't think I've ever seen any death of a black citizen that made major news and everybody was in sync that it was bad. Even the Rodney King case, there were people that were saying that the cops should get away with that. I mean, he's a bad guy. He's running from police. He got what he deserved. I don't think there's any case out there. So when you say, why are people saying that? Because there's always people that have.
No, but Rodney King didn't have any, he didn't die due to drugs in his system. I mean, that's basically the argument. Was it the high amount of drugs in his system, or was it Chauvin that killed him? I think it was both. I don't think if George Floyd didn't have the drugs in his system, he would still be alive. And if he had drugs in his system and was another cop, he would also still be alive.
Mm-hmm. So in other words, he may have
contributed to his death.
Yeah. So in other words, he may have been overdosing, in your opinion, but because it may have been able to be resuscitated, but in your opinion, because he sat on it for 9 minutes, thereby neglecting any type of treatment, he aided in whatever the drug overdose was going to do, and ultimately let the guy pass away.
Yeah, that's exactly what I think happened. He could have gave him Narcan. He could have done a bunch of stuff to. Just Narcan alone would have saved his life.
So then, based on what you're saying, do you believe he should
manslaughter, not murder?
Okay, fair enough. But based on what you're saying, do you think he should walk free?
No, I think he should be charged with manslaughter, and only manslaughter. He shouldn't be charged with murder.
You're sitting on the jury. You get your manslaughter verdict. What would you, if you're able to allot sentencing, what would you recommend for manslaughter under those circumstances?
Like 4 to 5 years.
I mean, he is being incarcerated. It seems a bit light to some, but I mean, at least you're not letting him walk, though. So why do you think Elon and Shapiro are talking about letting the guy completely walk, letting him out?
I mean, they think the death was 100% the overdose.
Yeah, but the 9 minutes on the neck, the 9 minutes on the back, shoulder, whatever, what is that?
I mean, in a normal situation their argument is not my argument, is a normal situation that wouldn't have killed a normal person. That there was some abnormal,
Well, I tell you, I get your point, and I'll tell you this, Matter Reacts. Even if you sit on somebody that long and you don't take their life, I mean, you still would have to, why are you just sitting on a guy? Well, I mean,
he's a big guy, and
he's handcuffed. He's handcuffed.
Handcuffs are not alone to subdue a person that big.
You got 3 other guys with you.
He was much bigger than all those guys combined, and he could easily overpower them.
Well, then if he's so easily over,
this isn't like a normal sized person. He's really.
What is he, the Hulk?
Very close to it. He's taller than Lou Ferrigno. He's taller than.
So am I, and I'm not. So am I, but I ain't stronger than Lou Ferrigno. I mean, I'm taller than George Floyd, but here, hold on. You're telling me that he's this monstrosity in strength. Then how the hell they get him handcuffed?
Well, because they have guns.
So
I mean, they would have been better off shooting him. It would have looked better on camera, and he wouldn't have been charged with murder.
It would have looked better off shooting the guy that's already handcuffed. Explain that.
Well, no, and then I mean, if he was tackling them, or he's a big guy. Even with handcuffs on, he could have still done a lot of damage. So even with handcuffs on, if he would have
hold on.
tackled them or did anything,
Magariax, there's literally a million videos of police interacting with unruly citizens. When have you ever saw a citizen that is already handcuffed beat 4 cops' ass? Have you ever seen that? Even one video of that?
There's a ton of videos of handcuffed people escaping and beating up cops.
I did not say escaping
with handcuffs.
You're talking about him strong. You're not talking about him running. You're talking about him fighting. 4 cops. There's a lot of. Go ahead.
So there's a lot of videos of handcuffed people doing a lot of damage with handcuffs on.
You got.
And then
4. Wait, hold on. 4 cops, and this guy's handcuffed, and you said there's a lot of videos of people taking on 4 cops while handcuffed and winning. Can you send me something like that?
Not winning, but doing damage.
Can you send me that?
Videos. Google it. Handcuffed guy, fighting cops.
I don't even think that's worth typing. You give me what you got. I don't buy that.
I mean, I can't really show you my camera.
I'm pretty sure you just tell me what you typed in. I'll go to that page. If you verify it's one dude taking on 4 armed officers and winning while handcuffed, or even delaying it, show me something like that. Because my first pushback is going to be, well, then how they handcuff him to begin with? If he's that outrageous, I mean, if he can do all of that, then how did they get him in handcuffs? That doesn't make sense. Not to mention, how did they get him to lay on the ground, by the way? I mean, some of that doesn't make a lot of sense.
Some people like cooperate and then regret it, and then they panic and fight and do a bunch of stuff.
Okay. And then some people say something that they can never prove. I need to see that. I'm just going to tell you that.
Give me a second.
Take your time. Let me look at the comments while you're doing it. Even if he had a crowd, that's not what killed him. The point is, why are you putting your knee on a handcuffed guy's neck for 10 minutes? That is what we're talking about too. Toronto Day. I'm 100% agreeing with that. Why would you continue sitting on the guy? I mean, like I mentioned earlier in the program, if you got a guy,
he still got his legs weren't handcuffed.
Okay, then you should be.
Kick,
go ahead.
Especially for a tall guy like him, he could do a lot of damage with those legs.
And I don't disagree with that, but then that goes to the point, because there are a lot of videos of people being handcuffed and still continuing to struggle, either by spitting on cops or trying to kick them. Well, next you have leg restraints, you have spit masks. You don't just sit and pause for 9 minutes. You're always doing something to subdue that subject, because you got a crowd around that's rowdy. So you don't just sit there and let that marinate. I mean, they literally have him on photo with his hands in his pocket. And you're trying to tell me something about that is how they deal with this?
Listen, that's why I think he deserves manslaughter, because he did not handle it in the best way. And you're right, he had a lot of help, but there was a huge crowd gathering, so the other cops were just had to protect him from the crowd gathering, just in case one of them decides to
listen,
be a vigilante.
if I actually seen video when they're on George Floyd of him writhing and moving all around and really putting up a decent struggle, or the cops actually having to go and actually arrest folks in the crowd for being rowdy, I think you'd have a bigger point. But the fact that Derek Chauvin is riding on the guy like he's filming a Captain Morgan commercial with his hands in his pocket shows that George Floyd was not putting up this huge struggle you're talking about once they had him down. I mean, for quite a while, 9 minutes he's sitting there with very little movement, and Derek Chauvin is able to use his free hands and essentially put them in his pocket. So that shows that all of this, Lou Ferrigno example, the Hulk you're using, he wasn't acting like a Hulk.
No, I agree with you. That's why he deserves manslaughter, because he wasn't resisting. But he does have a history, and he is a big guy. The potential is there.
They didn't know about
the history. Dealing with.
I don't think they even knew about this, because that keeps coming up, that George Floyd was a habitual felon or whatever. These responding cops were there for him allegedly passing a fake counterfeit $20 bill. They didn't know his whole history at that point. So all of this and by the way, his history of violence is from several years back. I mean, but they didn't know about all that. So they weren't there, to make a violent felony arrest like that.
No, I'm with you. But I don't know all the facts to that. I don't know if they knew him personally or not.
That sounds better. That sounds better.
Again, I'm not trying to defend Derek Chauvin. I think what he did deserves at least manslaughter. I don't think it deserves murder. And, he could have been a lot more careful, and he could have been way more humane.
Well, in regards to him being more careful, all he had to do was literally go with his training. If he had to do what he's trained to do, George Floyd wouldn't be dealing with this. He's not trained to sit there on somebody for 9 minutes, neck, shoulder, back, wherever. He's just not trained to do that. He was doing that to subdue the crowd and show them, I got more control of this scene than you. It was kind of a, as they say, dick measuring contest or something like that. He wasn't trained to do that. And while he was showing the crowd that he was in control of the situation, he was unknowingly taking the life of somebody under him. I got to move on, though, MAGA Reacts.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
All right. I'll link you the videos. I'll link you the videos.
I will actually watch it. I don't expect it to show that, but send me what you got. And if I'm wrong, I'll certainly concede on the next program. Appreciate it.
The handcuffs are not enough. People get out of them very easily. They jump out of them. They do all kinds of crazy stuff. And, yeah, Anyway, I'm not trying to defend Derek at all, but I don't think it's worth enough. It's not enough to deserve murder, but definitely manslaughter.
All right, moving on. Listen, at the end of the day, I certainly believe that they had to explain the 9 minutes, and I don't think that came out in the trial at all. The 9 minutes. Now, what Ben Shapiro was talking about, whereas jury members were pressured, to give a verdict and all of that, that can happen, but that happens in most controversial cases. You think the jury in the O.J. Simpson case did not feel pressured? I mean, that's what happens when you're dealing with a nationally, if not world-known case. That happens to all of them. In the comments, I did want to respond to someone who left the super chat there. Says medics called if it was medics called if the technique was training and manual and type. Okay, I think I read that already. Oh yeah, never should have let him out the police cars. What Crystal Lopez is saying. You're saying that they should have never let. Well, if you got someone in a police car that's handcuffed, you got to put a seatbelt on them because you got to be able to safely transport them to the station. If they're only handcuffed and they start, leaning back and trying to kick out the windows, or they're literally knocking their head against the window like they're trying to injure themselves, you do have to step up. You can't just. They do sometimes drag them out of the police car to then, restrain their feet or whatever the case may be. So you can be restrained and then brought out of the car to put on more restraints. They don't want you in the back of the car just kicking the seats and going crazy like that. So that could have something to do with why he was brought out of the car. So I do disagree a little bit on that. Continuing on with the program, Trump can't pardon him of a state crime anyway. That's true, Public Enemy, which, in my opinion, gives this even more of a it's kind of a message. Now, you're correct. Derek Chauvin got a 22-and-a-half-year beef with the state of Minnesota. He's gotten a 20-year beef with the feds. I think that's a civil rights case or whatever the case may be. Trump can only pardon the federal case. Now, which means that even if Trump gives Chauvin the pardon that Shapiro and Elon Musk apparently want, Chauvin does not walk free. But there is a message in it, which is why this is so controversial. The message is, even though we cannot get you out, we stand by Derek Chauvin. All of them know that Trump's pardon will not free Derek Chauvin. So the message remains is we stand with Derek Chauvin. So it's certainly worthy of talking, because I've played videos, and I'll go to the box real quick here. But this one here is one of the reasons when folks would ask me, would I consider voting for Trump? And I talked about the economy was decent under his first term. We didn't have wars breaking out. It wasn't that bad, 16 to 2020, with the exception of some of the division in this country was getting out of hand, but economically and things like that. And I pointed this out as one of the reasons why I would be somewhat concerned in regards to casting a ballot for Trump. Otherwise, maybe not so.
Of hope, safety, beauty, better than ever before. We're going to rebuild our cities. We're going to work with Democrat mayors who are running, in every instance, running them. Democrat mayors and many Democrat governors. And we're going to rebuild our cities. We're going to bring them back like they used to be. We're going to make them safe places again. We're going to give our police their power back, and we're going to give them immunity from prosecution. So they're not prosecuted for doing their job.
And that right there was what basically permanently barred me from it, because I just don't favor that. And now that you see what's happening, you see that he's talking about pardoning George Floyd. By the way, there was another cop that was pardoned down in Virginia. I don't have the case to present before you. I may present it before you in a moment after taking the next caller. But in Virginia, there was an African-American that was shoplifting, and he took off running from police, which is kind of how this stuff happens. Police chased him down and shot and killed the guy for a simple shoplifting beef. I don't know the full details of the case, but the cop was charged with murder. There was a jury, and he was actually found guilty and sentenced to a small number of years. It was single digit, like 3 to 5 years in prison or something like that. That happened last Friday. This is that recent. This happened in Virginia last Friday. He was found guilty of that case. Was it Tyree Nichols? he was sentenced to 3 or 5, something like that. And the governor of Virginia, Glenn Youngkin, stepped in and pardoned him. For it. Now, he was found guilty by a jury of his peers. That just happened last Friday. Now, in addition to that, Daniel Penny is another one. Now, some of you folks know about Daniel Perry. There's a Daniel Penny and a Daniel Perry. I get the names mixed up. But one of them is the guy who choked out a black man on a New York subway. And he was recently found not guilty for that. I'm not talking about that case. But I don't know if his name was Daniel Penny or Daniel Perry. The reason I'm mentioning Penny and Perry because the other one took the life of yet another black man down in Texas, in Austin. This was a couple years back. It was a Black Lives Matter protest in Austin during the Summer of Love, I believe it was. And BLM was blocking the streets in Austin, Texas. Daniel Penny or Perry, whichever is the one, not the subway guy. They're both Daniel something. One's Daniel Penny, the other's Daniel Perry. Anyway, he saw the BLM folks blocking the streets, and he was an Uber driver that happened to be carrying a weapon on him, deliberately started honking his horn and going down. He literally turned to go down the street that they were blocking to literally draw them to him. And he ended up shooting and killing a BLM protester. He was about to get 20 years in prison. He too was found guilty by a jury of his peers. In that case, Texas Governor Greg Abbott stepped in and pardoned that guy. He is now free. So there does seem to be some type of ongoing effort to pardon cops that controversially are taking the lives of black people. There's 3 of them I just gave you. Daniel Penny, what just happened in with the George Floyd case, and then of course what just happened in Virginia with Glenn Youngkin. It does seem like there are some right wingers out there that are letting out folks that are these are pardons. These are, listen, I see somebody talking about Trayvon Martin, or somebody might bring up Kyle Rittenhouse, who took the life of BLM protesters that were white. Those cases are different. They actually won in a court of law. They won via jury. They presented their evidence, and I think Kyle Rittenhouse was self-defense, but they presented their evidence, and they won. Same thing with George Zimmerman. He beat Trayvon Martin in a jury case. We're talking about where they lose the jury case, and then a right-wing politician steps in and says, who gives a damn? I'm going to let him out anyway. Which is exactly what Trump just did with J6 as well. But that's why when I see Trump saying he wants to give police immunity, it kind of concerns me, because it's starting to look that way with all of these cases where people are actually found guilty by a court of law for taking somebody's life. And the right is letting them out. I'm not certain that Trump would let out Derek Chauvin even if he could, but I'm not certain he wouldn't do it. Going back to the box, that's the problem, is I'm not certain that Trump would do it, because he was asked about this very case, and his answer is concerning.
Speaking out of strength or weakness, I'm just saying I'd rather see a peace deal than the other, but the other will solve the problem.
Mr. President, your allies are calling on you to pardon Derek Chauvin. Are you considering pardoning Derek Chauvin?
No, I haven't even heard about it. No.
Mr. President,
No. Now, I question whether he knows about the case or not. I tend to think that he would have known that Elon Musk wants him to pardon him, but he said he didn't know it. We can talk about that another time. The fact is, he definitely knows who Derek Chauvin is. So when somebody asks you, somebody tells you Elon Musk is talking about asking you to pardon, hell no, why would I pardon that guy? The fact that he didn't say that is why I'm saying I'm not sure that if it was presented before him, he wouldn't do it. Because this case made national news. I mean, Trump is very outspoken. Why the hell would I do that? I mean, I've seen it. Trump calls reporters ignorant and stupid all the time. He didn't do any of that. He didn't do any of that with that case. Wow. Den Cow. I don't know what to say, but I'm sure you've heard of this, Den Cow. I'd be curious to know. But yeah, the idea that he hadn't heard of it. Den Cow, do you buy that? You think Trump didn't know about this?
We know that he's the king of social media. We know that he looks at everything on X and he creates all the information on True Social. There's no damn way he did not know that Ben Shapiro and Elon Musk were spouting the same stuff. There's just no way. That's all he does is consume all of this social media stuff. It's just no way he did not know that the whole reason behind the BLM protests and the Summer of Love, he did not know that people on the right were championing trying to get this guy out. It's just no way.
Yeah, and that's the same thing I said, is that it just happened to be something Trump didn't want to respond to. And yeah, the idea that he has his own social media, he watches a hell of a lot of Fox News. The idea that he didn't, and this is about a day or two after Elon had done that. The idea that you don't know anything about that did not make sense to me either.
Listen, the way I judge Trump when he says stuff like that, if he says I didn't know about it, he lying. That's it. If he says he did not know about something that's in the public sphere, he lying. That's just it.
I can't argue with you on it, certainly with this. Certainly with his right-hand man talking about a party, and you're right about Ben Shapiro, and this was spreading like wildfire throughout the news. It is hard to believe he didn't know about it. I'm just going to say, I mean...
If the man got up there in front of the whole world and said he ain't know shit about Project 2025, and we questioning this little shit, then we way off target, bro.
Yeah, is he still saying that about Project 2025 that he don't know about it?
Ain't nobody asking him the question. Ain't nobody even... They moved past it. He's not going to tell you the truth anyway. Even though he done hired every damn body that helped write the thing.
Yeah, I seen someone offer a checklist of how many aspects of Project 2025 have come to life. They are really deep into that. A lot of that is already underway.
Yeah. I mean, full steam ahead type stuff. Like the Department of Education thing. Like religious liberties and giving Christians their power back, like this, all of this stuff is documented. And look, it's really kind of useless trying to talk to somebody who we told 2 months ago that that's what he was trying to do, and they said he don't know nothing about it. But we told them, well, his name is in there like 300 times. Like Trump doesn't let anybody utilize his name for clout.
That's a great point, because I do have someone of my viewers on Clapper is saying, I still don't know what Project 2025 is, only that people are against it. Well, it's been mentioned for damn near about 6 months to about a year, probably people have been talking about it. So if you don't know about it, it's just because you've made no effort to find out about it. But yeah, I'm with you, Cal. His name is in it like 300 times or more. And the left were making commercials, whether it was to vote for Biden or vote for Kamala Harris, and using it against Trump. The idea that he would not have went out and tried to familiarize himself with this makes no sense at all. It just doesn't.
When he got up there himself and says, I don't know nothing about it, I haven't read it, tells you all you need to know.
Yeah.
Why would the man who wants to run the free world in this document that everybody is talking about, and he says he don't know nothing about it, and he made it a purpose not to read it, then I mean, if you just go along with him and say I don't know nothing about it, you're taking that's choosing to be ignorant. And I don't.
I mean, even if you didn't want to read it though, because there are rumors that Trump doesn't like to read much. I mean, even if you didn't want to read it, you pick up the phone and call your campaign manager. I'm sitting down here in Ohio, and they're running this commercial claiming that I'm part of this Project 2025 bullshit. I need you to give me, I need a phone call back from you. Summarize what the hell is this? Look into it. Give me a call back. Tell me what it. I mean, there's no way he would have not known at least what that is about. Is the point I'm making, even without reading any of it.
I mean, even when he wasn't the president, like you have a team of people to give you briefings on current events, like what's going on daily. And they say, hey man, there's a lot of stuff going on about you in Project 2025. You have to be able to formulate a response to it. And he formulated it. He said, I don't know nothing about it.
Yeah. And I see the comments. MAGA Reacts is speaking to you and saying that's because it's a lazy boogeyman that the left uses. He says, "Tell me what's in it that Trump supports." Oh my God, really? He just mentioned
that. That's what I said. Trying to have a conversation with somebody like that is moot.
Yeah. I mean, it's everything from pro-life to getting rid of the Department of Education that you're talking about. I mean, yeah, it literally is a far-right vision of America. And
all the Christian nationalist stuff, the stuff that they're doing down in Oklahoma and Texas, and removing the books and getting rid of DEI and getting anything in our history that has things to do with race, or all of that's in Project 2025.
And I will tell some of my beloved MAGA viewers, you know, the program is always MAGA friendly, regardless of how we're talking and what we're talking about. You can literally go online, Google Project 2025, and download a copy of it. I mean, it is that easy to get it's like 900 pages of this vision for America. But it's not like it's skull and bones material or, you know, some shit where you can't get your hands on. You can literally get your hands on it and read it. So, I mean.
Right. And if you want a synopsis of it, just look at Agenda 47. Because that's just a boiled down version of it where you can kind of read it and get the gist of it. And that was his party platform.
I think the case is once Trump said, I don't know nothing about it, the liberals are just making this shit up. Like what MAGA React said in the comments, it's just something the Democrats use. That was all they needed. I don't think they needed to really look it up. Once Trump said it's fake, it ain't real, I don't know nothing about it, I ain't got nothing to do with it, that was kind of enough. They didn't need to hear anything else.
The same thing, just like he said before. He said, look, don't believe no social media. Don't believe none of the stuff you hear. Just listen to me. That's all they need.
That's been working. But
I
got folks who don't even believe that Trump had anything to do with Stormy Daniels because he said that.
Right, yeah. He was innocent of all the charges, even the ones he was accused of. He's still not a felon. All of that stuff, they still believe he's not. They say he's not a felon when he's literally going to the courts saying he wants them to drop his felon label. Yeah. But they say he's not a felon, but he's going to court asking them to remove his felony label. But it's just a couple of things because I don't want to get stuck on them. There's a couple of things. They keep talking about he has some Floyd had some stuff in his system. And that's probably why he ended up perishing. And to me, I view it like this. It's kind of like saying that if somebody is having a tussle with the police and they pew him and he happens to be on blood thinners and he bleeds to death, they say, well, he didn't really die because he got shot. He died because he was on blood thinners. And that's what really killed him, because they couldn't stop the bleeding. Man, stop it. That's the stupidest thing I ever heard. It had nothing to do with them kneeling on his back for 9 minutes. And they kept, look, they had the thing where they was asking the people, okay, well, let's lay down and have that experiment. I'm going to lay my knee in between your backbone right up there by your neck, and we're going to sit there for 9 minutes, and we're going to see what happens to you. They don't want to do that experiment.
No, because that would be, that's like literally, interviewing a witness of somebody who watched the homicide. That's not going to work well on your side. I mean, sitting there with this guy on them for 9 minutes, kind of like when he told them to put the glove on and all of a sudden it didn't fit and they were able to use that. I mean, you called up the Rome. You call somebody up and say, we're going to let him sit on their back, and then that person's under him struggling and things like that. That just convicted him.
Yeah. Judge, jury.
So why do you think the right? Okay, you saw it. I saw it. A lot of folks. You see what happened all over the world. There were protests. Why do you think the right has a total different opinion of what happened? They think that Derek Chauvin was wrongfully convicted. Why is that coming up? Why do you think they believe that?
That was my next point, and it's a sad point, but it's how when I hear people like MAGA Reacts. They look at black people as though we're like some type of weapon when they see us. When they start talking about our size, I imagine
you said Lou Ferrigno.
They must see you like the damn Incredible Hulk, because this guy was 6'6", and it was about 225, 230, which means he was thin. But he talking about, look how big he was. He was bigger than all three of them because that's how they view black people.
Mm-mm.
They view us as being a threat to their very existence just from being around them. So when they see, especially when they see a brother this big, they'd be like, oh, I could go ahead and unalive him. And the police and everybody like MAGA reacts. It don't matter what the circumstances are. They will look for anything to say. And that's why all of these governors is letting these folks out of jail. And it's got nothing to do with whether they think the people are innocent or not. It's sending a message, a nonverbal message to people.
Yeah. I will tell you this, and that is one of my biggest fears as a person who carries concealed. There is no bigger fear of mine than telling an officer I'm carrying. People tell me all the time, you don't have to worry, just put your hands where you can see them. I have a huge fear of that.
I debate on whether
to even tell
the next time I get
to
pulled
even
over,
tell
whether
them.
I should tell them or not, which I know is against the law. Like you gotta tell them.
Yeah.
But what do I do when I get in that situation? Because I'm literally putting myself in a situation when I say, yes, I'm carrying. It don't matter if I got my hands up or not. I am now public enemy number one. I cannot be trusted, and I used to need to use all due care and caution, which that might not be enough. You can ask Philando Castro.
Yeah. That's my fear because you're right, because if all of a sudden you lose your life and you got a cop able to say he had a gun, that carries on. When they put your picture or my picture on TV and they say he had a gun, the gun was taken off of him, that's all a lot of people need to hear. That's it.
Right.
Doesn't matter what was happening. Doesn't matter where. I don't care if it was in the trunk. I don't care if the gun was in the trunk. Just hearing that he had a gun, that's all people need to hear.
He made a move. We got video of them busting into a black man's bedroom and him in the bed, and he had his phone in his hand, and boom, immediately.
Yeah.
And all they need to say is he has something, or it was a black dude. And the unfortunate part is the people like MAGA reacts. There is nothing that a white man could do to deserve murder charges against a black man. There's nothing.
You think he that? I don't know. You think he that bad?
Bro, did you hear the excuses he was saying?
Wait, hold on. In his defense, he did suggest that Derek Chauvin would be guilty of manslaughter, and he would have gave him a few years behind bars.
Exactly. It couldn't have been murder. It had to have been something less than that. It had to be. There's no way that we saw what we saw wasn't right. So he's telling us that we are delusional and we didn't see him. That man, with somebody telling him he stopped moving minutes ago.
Let me ask you this. Let me put on my MAGA hat and let me take the other side. I'm gonna lose my hood car for asking you this shit. I know, but I'm gonna take the side of Derek Chauvin. I'm gonna ask, because you're saying murder as opposed to manslaughter. I'm going to say that I think MAGA reacts may have have a legitimate point, at least in some jurisdictions, because doesn't murder mean you tried to do it? I mean, do you think that Derek Chauvin was actually trying to take his life at that point?
Yes, I believe he crossed the threshold when the guy stopped talking, stopped breathing. He remained there with his hands in his pocket. That's intention to me. I mean, you can look at it from another way if you want to, but what other result do you expect to get?
Well, the reason why I'm asking it, because I know somebody right now that's dealing with the death of a loved one that was killed by. This was in Michigan. It's actually a pretty. It was a national story, but this woman ran her car over a bunch of people and killed one of the relatives of this person, and she's being currently charged with murder as well. And I thought the same thing. I'm like, okay, she went out and got drunk, so she's being negligent. But when a drunk driver goes out and gets behind the wheel of, they're intending to get home. They know they may be tipsy. They know that it's not being responsible, but they're not deliberately trying to take lives. And I told her the same thing. I don't, she was pissed off with me saying it. I'm like, I don't think that the person who took I think it should have been manslaughter. I thought manslaughter is when you're negligent, and through negligence, your actions led to the death of someone, but you didn't set out to take somebody's life. I don't know if I think, George, you and I may disagree on this. I don't think that Derek Chauvin would have, the guy's a cop with 19 years on the force. You think he would literally try to murder somebody in front of all them people?
Look, I can't get into his mind, but I also can't get into any other murderer's mind. But the one thing I can tell you is that part about the driving part, that is different. That is different when you talk about somebody who has chosen to drink and engage in that, because the intention is when you drinking. Is when you drinking.
But they're not intending to kill people.
Well then, if that's the case, then everybody who goes out there and rolls over a family, murders a bunch of people, they should all go on manslaughter, which the maximum and minimums are so much shorter than murder.
You can get 20 years in prison for manslaughter. It ain't that short. I know us Americans love people putting people away forever.
It depends on what jurisdiction you in, but I view drinking and driving differently than intentionally going out. And now when you say, now there's a difference in the murder charges too. You got first and second degree. It's one thing to say he woke up in the morning and said, I'm gonna go out and kill somebody. That's first degree. That's like intentional.
That's planned and all that, yeah. Premeditated.
That's different than like a murder too. So there's different levels depending on where you live at and stuff. But to say that, the man just, it doesn't matter what we saw and everything. I just don't believe that it was murder. It had to be something else. That's what's guided my understanding of what.
If I'm on a jury, I would entertain his actions were incredibly negligent, leading to the. I do believe that George Floyd would be alive if he had not encountered Derek Chauvin. So all of this, died of COVID, excited. No, his encountering of Derek Chauvin, not the other three cops there. If one of them had arrested him, he would still been around. Him coming in contact with Derek Chauvin has led to his demise. But I would be willing to entertain the notion that Derek Chauvin was not deliberately trying to kill him. But his actions were negligent and could easily lead to that happening. That's where you and I may have a slight disagreement.
Well, a jury of his peers said what it is.
True.
So we could debate about it and we could say, well, maybe, we be grasping at straws. But at the end of the day, he had all the rights and privileges provided to anybody going to court. I'm sure the police union gave him the best of lawyers. He had the best defense that probably he could afford. And I'm sure some MAGA people probably poured in some money behind him. And I'm sure he was able to, he put up his best defense in a jury of, I don't understand why every time a jury comes to a decision, we gotta abide by it. But when the right listens to what the jury say, all of a sudden it's the jury, it's the judge. Yeah. Them people was against him. We don't know why they did that. It shouldn't have been that serious.
Yeah, they believe, well, that's because they believe the government is against the right. I got to move it on Dencal, but they believe the government has been overran by liberals.
And they also believe that they're supposed to be the party of law and order. And anytime they see somebody get a light sentence, they say we weak on crime. But as soon as we try to hold somebody accountable, oh, you treating them bad. Oh my goodness, those Jan 6 they were in a gulag. Yeah. They were in a gulag, and it was horrible how they treat them. People in them same jails right now today and ain't getting no reprieve.
I have the hypocrisy is real in regards to what you're pointing out. I have no answer for it. In fact, I did a video talking about exactly that. Dencal, appreciate it.
All right, take care.
Thank you. And he is right, because Trump said that he had to pardon the J6 folks because the jail they were in was inhumane. It was disgusting. I think those are quotes what he said. And my video, I stated that is that when he pardoned those J6 folks, that were incarcerated in a location that was disgusting, that was quote unquote inhumane, you're leaving. There's a lot of other people in there. The jail is not vacant once you get the J6 people out. What are you going to do for all the other Americans that are sitting in an inhumane facility? Nothing. You haven't heard them say a damn thing about all of them folks. So yeah, I agree with what my last caller said. That is biased. If you're going to say that Americans are incarcerated in a facility that is inhumane, the goal should be to get all Americans out, not just the folks who protested on your behalf. Not to mention, the J6 protesters were being held in a federal facility. So that's his facility at this point. I mean, why you got Elon looking out for waste, fraud, and abuse? Why not have somebody look out for facilities that are treating people in an inhumane manner? Once you got your people out, you no longer cared about the rest that were in an inhumane facility. Here's something I will tell you. I don't know if it would go anywhere, but in my opinion, the remaining prisoners, anytime one of them puts up a lawsuit suggesting that the food, the shelter being provided, the air conditioner heating facilities are not working, whatever anytime one of them want to sue that federal prison where the J6 people, they should be able to use Trump's claim. The president said that my client is in an inhumane facility. Could you at least transfer him somewhere or do something about what we're talking about? Because he's on TV saying it's inhumane. He didn't care about it once he got his people out of it, but he did say that. Going back to the box, we're going to try Clapper for once. We'll continue on. Sean, good evening.
How's it going, Tim?
Going good.
Instagram anymore?
Huh?
You're not on Instagram anymore?
We're trying Instagram. I'm trying these other. I don't have enough cameras for both Instagram and Clapper. This is my first time trying Clapper. I just wanted to try it once to see how it worked, but we'll probably do Instagram on the next broadcast. But you've heard what we're talking about today?
A little with the last caller.
Now, Elon, I'm not going to say Trump because he hasn't quipped in on this. But Elon Musk, along with Ben Shapiro, is suggesting that Derek Chauvin, the one that has been convicted of killing George Floyd, should be pardoned. What say you?
I say anybody who thinks that is racist.
Wow. What about the notion that maybe Derek Chauvin was just, railroaded?
Nah, there's video footage of this. It's the same fucking idiots that say January 6th was just a peaceful protest. It's the most filmed thing. We got to see this guy put his boot on the guy's neck forever.
Yeah.
Bullshit. It was such a strong protest when people would stay silent for the 9-8 minutes it was.
Yeah. Yeah, it was like...
If that wasn't true, then sure, but we saw what happened. How dare you try and let go of Derek Chauvin, and then the same thing with the Jan 6 guys, the child molesters, and the people that end up shooting cops here like 3 days after they got out.
Wait. Who you're telling me some of the Jan 6 folks had abused kids?
Yeah, it's pretty documented. And instead of them going through who was actually evil and should have been brought out for just, entering the building, they just said, nah, fuck it, let everyone out. Even
I do know he did that. I do.
Histories.
Yeah, he did just say fuck it, let everybody out. So he let out chomos and everything. God.
Yeah. And so if they're going to let Derek Chauvin out, they obviously don't care about any.
I don't know. So why do you think that so many folks on the right? Oh, you said it's racist, though. You do see that. So do you see Elon Musk? Because Elon Musk is. Do you see Elon Musk as being racist?
I mean, he did grow up in apartheid.
Yeah. That don't mean it had to rub off on him, does it?
I'm pretty sure his dad said that he believes in that shit, and his brother. So, don't believe my lying ears?
Yeah. I would love to hear his father or his brother saying that. I mean, his mom has been all over TV. I mean, I haven't heard his father. Oh, yeah, his father has too, but I haven't heard his father claiming that he's favoring apartheid.
That's what I hear. So maybe I'm wrong, but I've heard several people say that, and then they bring up the little clips of it, and I just haven't seen them. But I believe it after what I hear. I mean, there was Marco Rubio saying, "Hey, we can't fire air traffic controllers because we have planes crashing," or whoever was in charge of it at the cabinet meeting.
It's interesting you would mention it's interesting you would mention the planes. Another plane went down in Pennsylvania a couple hours ago.
Oh fuck! I haven't heard that one.
Small aircraft. I think it was a little small family size one, but it did crash in Pennsylvania. I heard that when I was preparing to go on live.
I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. If this guy was a good person, he'd worry about people's safety instead of just taking the axe to everything, or chainsaw, or whatever the fuck they want to call it.
Do you believe
they don't care?
Do you see a possibility of because they've cut folks in regards to the FAA and among all these other government organizations? Do you see a possibility of all of these crashes having something to do with that?
Yes and no. There's always crashes every year, no matter what, and especially the small ones.
Yeah, true.
But with this much frequency, when we have the data to see, like, oh, they're going up by a significant amount, well, then we got to start using reality. But they don't care. MAGA gives no fucks. The same way MAGA reacts will say, oh, well, that didn't really matter. It's just a joke. They don't care.
I tell you, MAGA reacts is and he's in the comments right now saying he didn't cut any air traffic control officers. Technicians. Did he cut ATC?
He was in the cabinet meeting saying, I don't care, fire them.
Elon.
Yeah, it's been reported with that, when Rubio got into a fight with Elon, one of the discussions they were having was about air traffic controllers, and hey, we can't fire them. We have to keep the skies safe. And nope, cut the budget.
Here's what I don't understand. Now, Elon Musk, allegedly the world's wealthiest man, pays Trump, or not pays, but contributed, $300-400 million to Trump's campaign to get in there and help Trump make America great. Did he just out of the kindness of his heart, a guy just donates hundreds of millions of dollars? How does that? What is his goal in your opinion? Because it is odd to just see. Essentially, we're basically saying that Elon Musk felt so strong about America after being born in South Africa and living in Canada. He just really wanted to straighten out America so much that he donated $300-400 million of his own money and decided to get in there and work tirelessly and do that at his own expense and didn't want anything in return. Does that make even sense?
No, but also the same way, if he gets that FAA contract to rebuild the systems, he's made his money back.
So you do think the world's wealthiest man is seeking to make more money?
He's stealing contracts already. What are you talking about? Of course he is.
Well, I'm asking that because
like $10 billion the night of the election or inauguration or whatever it was. He's more than made up the money that he spent.
Yeah, I know
he's
that.
just gotten even more rich.
Yeah, the reason why
it's a pretty clear calculus. 2 + 2 = 4, Tim.
Yeah. Well, and I'm not disagreeing with you, but the reason I asked that is because I get a lot of MAGA saying that both Trump and Elon Musk have so much money, the last thing they need to do is come in and try to steal money. That's why they can be trusted, because they got tons of their own money.
Tim, I just saw something today where Trump is charging businessmen like $5 million for one-on-ones and $1 million per seat on a group settings at Mar-a-Lago. And so within only a couple of months, he's going to have enriched himself quite a bit. It doesn't matter if they have money. They're sociopaths. They want.
Why would the president? Okay, you can pay $5 million and have a one-on-one with the president of the United States?
At Mar-a-Lago, apparently. And he's been doing this. This is what kings do to keep their oligarchs going.
Yeah, I got one of my Scout Tilly in the comments and saying that's not true. I'm dying to know if that is, because that first of all should be a conflict of interest, because you're using the office to profit. Why would he want to do that? Other than
Tim,
I'm listening.
Conflict of interest really doesn't matter with what they've already shown us with Doge and how Trump wants to have the two-tier justice system on his side. That doesn't matter at all. And all these people that are trying to defend him are just Trumpsexuals.
What is a Trumpsexual?
The ones that can't stop gargling.
Oh my Lord! I'm gonna leave that alone.
But when they apologize for everything, just imagine their dick, somebody else's dick in their mouth. and it'll make sense.
I don't want to go there. I'm gonna leave it. You really believe it?
It's true.
You really believe they in the
it's true. You listen to these people that have completely changed their entire mindset just so that Trump can be right. Well, it's pretty clear.
I still do not understand if what you're saying is true, how one man can get all that power. I don't understand that.
Bribery. I mean, look at Putin. It's not that hard. You just kill a couple people.
He just seems, well, Putin is different though. Putin has unlimited power in Russia. Trump does not.
But that's what he wants. He's already said he looks up to Putin so much, and Xi Jinping for having an iron fist control over everything. He wants ultimate power. It's very clear. He already declared himself a king, Tim.
Well,
he's the only one that can.
I heard he was. Well,
the Attorney General.
You say he declared. I heard he was trolling. They said he didn't mean that.
Yeah, everything's a fucking joke, Tim. Don't be fluffing.
Yeah. I gotta go. Oh my God, I can't believe it. You got me. You too, man. Appreciate it. Thanks for coming through on this app. All right, moving on with the program. You guys are this fluffing shit, killing me. I just Googled and he is charging $5 million for one-on-one with him. I Googled it and I see reports that say it's allegedly true. I'm not able to, I see it on Wired, The Guardian. I'm giving you some of the media outlets. Yahoo Finance says want to meet with Trump. Let me read this. Yahoo Finance, Yahoo leans kind of left, but that is somewhat of it's more of a reliable news source. I get that they have a lot of left-wing shit, but they're somewhat reliable. Want to meet with Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago? That will cost you $5 million. This article is dated March 5, so a couple of days old. Donald Trump is reportedly, so that doesn't say as much, but it says Donald Trump is reportedly attending $5 million per head meetings with executives and $1 million per seat candlelight dinners at his Mar-a-Lago club in the state. It's everyone else who missed the boat, a Trump World Insider told Wired after he reported on the latest candlelight dinner, which took place on Saturday. Now, I'm not going to say if I believe this or not. I'm certainly not going to say I don't believe it, but I'm not going to say for certain I feel like it's... but I will tell you this before I go to my next caller. I've been saying since Trump got elected that there has to be a way for the average Joe like you and me to make a bit of money off of Trump or Elon, because they are drowning in cash, whether some of their investments, something, these damn Dogecoins. And I mean, there is so much money orbiting these guys that there has to be a way for an average person to make a little bit of money off of these guys, because anything they touch has certainly Trump, because, you know, Elon, Tesla is taking a dip, but you know, Elon has access to the government's coffers at this point. So if Tesla needs a contract, if Starlink needs a contract, Trump's going to likely give it to him. So investing in one of his here's the point I'm trying to make. These $5 million and $1 million meetings that are being held in private, that's probably what's being talked about. That's shit like that is probably what's being discussed. Is they're getting inside information on where they probably should invest. That's, if I had to speculate, that's probably what they're paying for. They're not paying to get some fucking good tasting food at $1 million a plate and get an autographed signature from Trump. No, they could have got that during the damn election. They're paying to get tips on where to put their money. I really believe that that's what's likely happening. Is that legal? Does it matter? See, we're talking about the Trump administration. I don't think that really matters. Isn't that a conflict of interest? Yeah, but who's going to hold them accountable? You think the Supreme Court that already ruled that it's okay to get gifts, that it's okay for money to be allowed in politics, you think they would rule against Trump? I mean, we know what happened with the fact that Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas received a whole bunch of gifts himself. They're not going to stop him. So my guess is that's what's likely happening, is they're paying tons of money to get told on how to make tons of money. That's why. That's all. They're not paying because they just love to be around Trump. Not that kind of money. Looking in the comments, Will G starts it out by saying MAGA ain't shit. He says they really thought Derek Chauvin was going to walk free after exiting another melanated man. Damn. Just like they did with Breonna Taylor shooters. Well, is there any, okay, because I know Elon and Ben Shapiro is talking about pardoning Derek Chauvin, but they don't think he's going to walk free, do they? They do know he has a Minnesota beef, and the governor of Minnesota is Tim Walz. Tampon Tim. You ain't getting out in Minnesota. Tampon Tim ain't giving no pardons out at all. So, yeah, he's not going to walk free. The mindset is we stand with Derek Chauvin. That's what Elon and Ben Shapiro are saying by bringing this up. Because there's a whole lot more people in prison that have questionable circumstances. I mean, hell, at this point, the Menendez brothers would probably make more of a legitimate release than Derek Chauvin because they've done 30, and there's solid evidence that they were being abused by their parents. And they've done 30. I really believe the Menendez brothers will be a more legitimate release than Derek Chauvin. Now, 5-10 years down the line, you want to talk about Derek Chauvin? Maybe, but he just went in there a few years ago. Even if he only went in there for manslaughter, he should be in there for at least this long. So Derek Chauvin, to me, that's very early. Going back to the box, you, sir, need more coffee. Good evening or welcome to the program, you, sir. He gets out in 2042. Be patient. If they allow him to live, didn't he get shanked up? Didn't Derek Chauvin get shanked pretty good in prison? Sir, coffee. Good evening.
Hello, Tim. How are you?
Hey, hanging around like Mike Pence on January 6th. What brings you to the program?
Well, I wanted to talk to you about the VA cuts. I know it's not about this what's happening, but I'm a veteran, and this is definitely affecting a lot of people. If that's okay with you, I can
give me what you got. Give me what you got.
Well, we are getting 500 plus.
Now you are a veteran. You are a veteran.
Yes, I'm a veteran. I'm retired. I served 3 times in Iraq, and I lost my husband in my last deployment. You might remember.
We've talked. Yeah, you were down in Texas, right?
Yes.
Yeah, we've talked. Yes.
Yes. So they're cutting 500. Dodge is cutting 500 contractors from the VA, which means doctors. It means I have friends, battle buddies that have lung cancer, that have cirrhosis of the liver. So all these doctors that we go out in the community are getting cut. So most of them this is their last month, and some of them are hanging by a thread, basically.
These are doctors, physicians that would go out in the community to veterans?
Yes. Wow. So basically, we get like a voucher, let's say, and they made an appointment for us, and we go see them. These are, people with cancer, people with leukemia, people with that have lost a leg and they need prosthetics and things like that. Those are the contracts that they're talking about.
Here's what I don't get. Now, we've seen everything from protesting that statues stay up. We've seen them rename Fort Bragg. Where are the veterans at? I mean, are they not showing up in mass to protest some of this stuff? I mean, now it's hurting them specifically, and a lot of veterans voted for Trump. Where are they at?
That's basically... They're just MAGA. Basically, I did not vote for that. I knew this was going to happen because, we had 4 years before, and look what happened. So basically, you knew I voted for Trump for the first time. The first time that he ran, I voted for him. Mm-hmm. Then I changed my mind after the 4 years and never again. So basically, we have 9.1 veterans in the whole VA system. And we have 482 people that work for the VA. We're talking about doctors. We're talking about nurses. We're talking about X-ray technicians. We have about all these people, right? Out of those 482,000 people, only 26,000 are doctors. We're talking about 350 patients per doctor. Wow. Now they're cutting out 80,000 the personnel at the VA. Well, how much is that going to make per veteran? When the PACT Act passed, we were able to get seen within 30 minutes. We were able to make appointments. We didn't have to wait 6 months to get seen. And this is where we are. And people keep saying, well, we need to cut somewhere. Well, you want to cut Elon Musk, the $4 trillion or whatever, the thing that he had for SpaceX.
Maybe,
but don't cut the veterans.
Now, I asked earlier, why are there not more veterans speaking out about what you're talking about? Now, Scott in the comments says, now there's a person in the comments named Scott. He says, I have talked to a lot of veterans and you are lying. So, because I don't, listen, I'm not accusing you of that by any means at all. But what I'm saying is, maybe that has something to do with why more veterans are not speaking up, is that they don't realize this is happening or they don't believe it.
Well, I just got a letter from actually an email from the secretary of the VA. And he is saying that they're cutting all this stuff. I have the newsletter. I get an email from the VA every month. This is happening. Why would I lie? You don't think I will be just happy that we're
they're going to believe you're lying because you just want to thwart Trump's success. I mean, you want to stop him from making America great and getting government waste, fraud, and abuse under control.
How is that making America great? Didn't he ran on taking care of veterans? How is this taking care of veterans? Yeah. How is this getting rid of so many people? Most of these people that he's getting rid of, 80,000 people, 25% are veterans.
Yeah. And I see it. And in your defense, Big Jim in the comments says, I am a vet, and she's telling the goddamn truth. So, I mean, and that's my other caller who claimed you were lying, said he spoke to veterans. But, yeah, it probably would be better off, just like yourself, to talk to actual veterans and see what they're hearing. Now, this is nationwide. This is not in some local area.
Right. It's nationwide. We're talking about 482,000 people that work for the VA, but there's 9.1 of us. How is that it's only 26,000 doctors. How is that even, I mean, make your math, it's only 350 people per doctor.
So the end result is going to be extremely long wait times.
Yes, and we're talking about people now with the burn pits. We have people with skin cancer. We have people with lung cancer. We have people with leukemia. We have people with all kinds of different diseases. And 3 years ago, when the PACT Act came into effect, it helped a lot of veterans. If it didn't affect me, you think I would say something? There's a lot of veterans that are going through this.
Here's what I don't get. And I got another comment. Here's what I don't get. And I see somebody in the comment says, as somebody who worked in the VA hospital, there is a lot of waste. I don't mean the doctors. What I don't understand is this. When you think about how many, I always bring this up, how many aircraft carriers or how many jets, there are so many areas we could have cut that are wasteful before we got down to hurting the average individual. I mean, you could get rid of a ton of equipment. There are bases that could be shut down. But to start with the average individual, the average working person, the average vet, it just seems like they started bottom up.
Exactly. And they're just making it thinner and thinner and thinner. But these, I don't understand. We have to come up with $4 trillion to help the wealthy. So why does that not make sense to the MAGA people? Yeah. Why you want to cut school lunches? Why you want to cut veteran benefits? Why you want to cut all of that stuff? Why would they don't want to cut the rich so they can pay their fair share?
And I can't speak on whether what's going on with the wealthy or not, but I can say this. It does appear as if everybody getting hurt by what he's doing is either working, middle class, or poor people. I haven't heard anything that he's talked about doing that will affect the wealthy. Not one program, one cut, anything. It is mostly working class people and poor people that are getting hit by this shit.
Exactly. So it's just I just don't understand. And this is affecting a lot of people, especially the people that have the courage to go and fight for their country. And this is where we're at right now. And they're okay with that because they think there's wasteful spending. But how could that be? We're just only being taken care of. That's all. We're talking about people that has 10% to people that had 100% permanent and total because of their disabilities. So,
What,
how would you like to lose your
any
husband?
chance that this might lead into folks not being as eager to join the military?
I'm sorry, what was that again?
Any chance that this might lead to folks not being that eager to join the military, or a reduction in recruitment?
Well, I know there is. They're trying to recruit as much as possible into the military right now. My son is serving in the Navy. I have my whole family, nieces, nephews. They're in the Marines. They're in the Navy. They're in the Air Force. So they are getting more people going in. I don't think they're just realized right now.
Yeah, they may not know. Yeah, they may not know something, because I didn't hear what you're talking about with the VA. I have heard clips of that, but the veterans need to get more vocal. I mean, the veterans show up these town hall meetings where they're starting to, some of these Republicans, from what I've heard, are starting to tell their other counterparts to stop holding town hall meetings because they're not going very well. So don't even hold the town hall meeting is what I'm hearing. But the veterans need to stand up. If anybody deserves, it's you guys.
There is a rally coming up in every capital in the nation to bring attention to this. It's coming up on February. I think it's this coming Friday. I don't even know what day I'm in. It's coming up, so we can go into the Capitol and protest. Yes, there is things like that.
You're gonna go in. You're gonna go into. I hate to sound like Colin Kaepernick. You're gonna go into the Capitol the right way, though, right?
Well, just to protest. How about that?
All right. Well, that was a peaceful. That was a love fest on January 6th.
Yeah. Well, most of those people were veterans too. That they worked for the government.
And now
they don't really care. You know what I mean? It's just it's a disgraceful thing. They're just backing up somebody that they don't care if they're gonna, the veterans are not gonna be taken care of. And it's not only that. It's kids that are gonna be missing lunches. There's kids that are actually missing things in school. Like here, they have the religion going on in school. It's indoctrination over and over and over and over.
I gotta move it on, but at the end of the day, some of this is promises made, promises kept. It ain't like he didn't tell us what he was going to do, so we put him in there.
He did say that he wasn't going to touch the veterans.
No, he's going above and beyond with some of this stuff. There is stuff that they're doing now that was never, discussed during the campaign. So it is. I mean, Elon Musk. Just Elon Musk alone is an entity that was never discussed during the campaign. If Elon Musk had it hinted to what he was going to do, Trump would not have won. If he hinted that he was going to go literally through the federal government, firing people and making light of it and holding chainsaws and bragging about Trump would have never won if folks had knew what Elon Musk was planning on doing.
Yes, and all these representatives, when they have the town halls. I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous.
You're doing good.
They no matter what is happening, even if the people that they represent, they don't care. They're gonna back up Trump no matter what. So these are people are getting elected by these people that are complaining, but they still don't care. So I don't know. I think it's gonna be like this in the next 4 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right, I got to move it on. Appreciate your service as always.
So
good to hear from you again. Thanks for coming through.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. Now, we were talking about a different topic, but that certainly will come up if the veterans are the VA is being gutted like that. That will absolutely come up because it will eventually. You're going to have more veterans bitching about that. I mean, why would you go put your life on the line for this country? People were already saying that long before Trump became president, is that our country does not properly take care of its veterans. But it sounds like if what she's saying is correct, that treatment has gotten worse. Some folks in the comments disagreed, but I appreciate her coming through. Let me go back to the box and tap the screen and get your guy on up to about 50,000. We certainly should be around 50. You guys could tap the screen. Should be around 50,000 likes by now. So the program some love, helps out the algorithm. Will G says the next thing they will want is for Ahmaud Arbery's killers to go free. I pointed out the fact that in Virginia, Governor Glenn Youngkin just pardoned a cop that was getting, I think he was going to get 3 to 5 years of a sentence for killing an African American. That happened last Friday. Obviously, Glenn Youngkin is a Republican governor. And then I pointed out that last year, because I did videos on all of these things, last year, Texas Governor Greg Abbott also pardoned a cop that had been convicted by a jury of his peers as well. That guy was not a cop. He was a veteran. In fact, he was a veteran, and the guy's life he took was a veteran. Daniel Perry, I think his name was. It was either Daniel Perry or Daniel Penny, and Greg Abbott pardoned him as well. So it does seem like the right favors. If you are a cop and you get involved in a controversial killing of an African American, it does seem like the right rushes to circle the wagons around the cop. I don't know if any of these police shootings, and there's been a lot of Molly Sayer names from Breonna Taylor to, I'm about to say Ashley Babbitt, not Ashley Babbitt, but all of these different all of these different, Sandra Bland's another one. The right tends to view something that the person was doing wrong to kind of justify the killing. I don't think I've seen many of these where the right is like, yeah, that was wrong and that person should be punished. Because to me, George Floyd is one where you probably had more people agreeing that Derek Chauvin was in the wrong than most of these other cases. And there's still a lot of people on the right that are saying that Derek Chauvin should go free. So I don't know. Looking in the comments, I saw that in the comments there. She's talking stupid. Who came to California? Who came to California's aid? It was Canada and others, not Trump. Then how is she talking stupid? You guys kind of sound like you're on the same boat with that. And you're talking about Canada coming to the aid of California during the wildfires. I've already said, and I'll take a caller next. I've already said that based on what Trump is doing, I don't think it makes any sense to keep contributing federal dollars if you live in a liberal state. I think the governor of your state should start pushing back. I mean, because that's Trump's go-to method of operation. If you're doing something he doesn't like, he's going to hold up federal funding. Now, we know he just did that with Columbia College, suggesting that they were not doing enough to stop anti-Semitism. That ain't necessarily a bad call. I can understand where he's coming from on that, because a lot of Jewish students were getting harassed and things like that. But when you, in the middle of the California wildfires, tell the governor you're not going to contribute federal funding to folks who have had their homes burned down if they don't pass a law that requires voter ID when there's no election for a couple years, that is just being a bully. Something like that, in my opinion, is where California should start saying, we're going to look into not paying into the federal system. I mean, if we have a disaster, you're going to use whatever you can to not help us out because we lean left. What's next? You know, if we allow women to choose up to a certain month, you pick that as a reason not to. I mean, you're going to make everybody in the state pay because you don't like a law in that state that has nothing to do with the disaster they're going through. I mean, to me, that one is wrong because you know a hell of a lot of Californians are MAGA. Outside of the big cities, there's a hell of a lot of MAGA in California. You're going to make them people pay because you don't like some liberal bill that they ain't got shit to do with? Some of them may have not even favored the bill or the law or whatever the case may be. So, yeah, you can't deny a state aid because you don't like some liberal policy that has nothing to do with what they're going through. He literally is going to deny aid to California if they didn't pass a law requiring voter ID in the middle of a wildfire crisis. Yeah, to me, if I'm in California, I'm like, why are we paying into the federal system if he can deny us money in our time of need based on some shit like that? Going back to the box, though, to me, that should not even be legal to do that. They want to bring up Floyd's background, talk about George Floyd, like he deserved to go. I had somebody already say that so far today. But they will never bring up Derek Chauvin's background of bad policing. That's an excellent point. Derek Chauvin had almost a couple dozen, questionable arrests and things like that. Claims of abuse. Derek Chauvin did have a record. He did have that's the problem. I've said this before that I believe that, listen, if you drive a truck, you got a CDL license, you got to have insurance. You can't take loads if you don't have insurance. The shipper's not going to put shit in your truck if he doesn't know it's going to be insured if you're involved in an accident. If you want to be a doctor, you got to have malpractice insurance. A lot of nurses, all of them. Why don't cops have to have some form of personal insurance themselves? I'm not talking about the city paying it. I'm talking about just like as a truck driver or as a doctor or something like that, as a condition of remaining in this profession, you have to maintain insurance. The reason why I'm suggesting that is because insurance companies do not like to pay claims. They don't just wait till you fuck up. They are constantly going by statistics and the level of risk. Meaning that if you got one cop that keeps getting complaints and IAB, Internal Affairs, keeps throwing them out, or they keep winning in court, that ain't gonna mean shit to the insurance company. They're gonna either start threatening not to continue insuring that person or their premiums are gonna keep going up. Because this person is clearly a risk. Eventually he's going to lose. The problem is the city will hire bad cops and they don't do that. They don't care that a cop has a whole bunch of bad complaints on them like that. Just like I said about a truck driver. If you're driving a truck and you got insurance, I don't give a shit if you just get a warning. Not even a speeding ticket, just a warning. Your insurance company know about that and they ain't gonna keep playing around with that. They don't, even if it's just, something that didn't materialize in anything. If you're getting warnings, you're starting to speed or whatever the case the warning is, not maintaining your rig, whatever they're giving you a warning for, you are a risk of some bad shit happening. It's going to lead to higher premiums and or them threatening to cut you off. If they did that to cops, where you got to have insurance as a condition of wearing a badge, it would make a big difference. And just like with truck drivers or pilots or any of these other folks that got to have insurance, you can't just leave one company, go to another, and all of the insurance companies know nothing about what you did at the first place. If you're a truck driver and you get involved in some accidents at one company and leave and go to another company, your insurance, you need to have insurance there, and they're going to know everything that went down at the first company. The police can move around and now Trump deleted the federal database that kept track of bad federal cops. So he's made it harder to do that. But yeah, if they had to have insurance as a condition of wearing a badge, just like you got to have insurance as a condition of hauling loads or performing medicine, you would help thwart some of that stuff. You got to put people in the game that have something to lose. Right now, they're making us taxpayers pay for that shit. Nobody has nothing to lose. The cop can do some bad shit and still potentially collect a pension and everything, which should be immediately ended. Immediately, that should stop. Talk about waste, fraud, and abuse. Anyway, looking in the comments, where have you been, handsome? I had family over, had a medical appointment. I was off for a few days, but I'm back now. Let me go back to the box, continuing on with the program. I don't know what I just hit there. Lewis, good evening. Welcome to the show, Lewis. Appreciate you holding there.
Hey, what's going on?
Not much at all. Hold on one second, real quick. I want to read the super chat. Real G says Trump ain't shit. Trump doesn't know what a tariff does. Doesn't know the difference between mental asylum and political asylum. Now he doesn't know the difference between transgender and transgender. It sounds like they're going after anything that has the word trans or gay in the title. Somebody said that they went after the whole information on the Enola Gay, the one that dropped the bomb on Hiroshima, because the plate had the word gay. I don't know if it's true, but it does sound like they're going after anything that says trans or gay. Now, in regards to George Floyd, Elon Musk suggesting that he should be pardoned. Lewis, what say you?
I say that is sick and crazy. Number one, we all watched that.
Yeah.
We didn't just watch that. We watched the trial too. And if you didn't watch it, you can always go and find it and watch from start to finish. So it's a done deal. And George Floyd did have 2 drugs in his system, but they were minute traces.
So not enough to have taken his life as many are suggesting?
Absolutely not. And his drug of choice was actually crack. He was a crackhead. You know what I'm saying? And that was not and that was not in his system on that day.
I'm hearing that he died of COVID and fentanyl and everything.
Yeah, well, well, you just need to look at the autopsy report, and they tell you that what the autopsy report says is the final verdict. Doesn't matter what everybody's saying.
Yeah.
Sure, the lawyers are going to throw stuff out there and see what sticks. That's kind of what Trump's doing. Trump's not going to. He can't get. Chauvin, regardless, is going to be in jail for at least 22 years. Yeah. Let's just be for real.
Yeah, that's what I said. The whole purpose of this is not to get Chauvin out. It's to say we stand with Chauvin.
Absolutely, and that's definitely the case. Let's be for real. We do know that. This is the one thing that I didn't miss. Don't get me wrong. I thought Biden was boring as hell. He was definitely probably the most boringest president, but he did a lot of work. Trump is he got us so distracted on moving our country forward. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There's no one in his administration that's there to make whatever they are in charge of better. They're all there because none of them are qualified. Number one.
I got to push back. I think one person clearly is there to make things better. That is his borders are Tom Homan. That dude is making the border more secure.
He ain't did nothing. What did he do?
Well, shit. Have you seen the reduction in crossings that have happened since the Trump administration?
Yeah, because nobody wants to come. Because nobody wants to come here. It ain't nothing he did other than nobody. Let me tell you something, Tim. If it wasn't a big ass ocean between South America and Europe,
right?
Wouldn't none of them be coming here anyway? Would you come to America the way we treat our immigrants that come here? Europeans treat their immigrants way better than we do.
I get your point, but America. Hold on. I get your point, but fact is, America has always been bad to immigrants. I mean, no matter what period in our history you go back to, we have mistreated immigrants.
No, they weren't. They weren't bad to the white Europeans that came over here.
They weren't bad. They weren't bad to the. They weren't bad to the Irish or the Italians. You for real? You don't think they did treat them like less than?
Not our government wasn't. Tim, let me tell you something. When the Italians first came here, they were all criminals. They were all really were the bad people that they sent from over in Europe, and they still turned out police force over to the Irish. They turned our nightclubs and our everything else over to the Italians. Everybody got reparations except for people of color.
Yeah, but I will say, if you want to say that it wasn't the government that treated immigrants bad, a large portion of our history, the government has treated Hispanic immigrants decent. I mean, it's the citizens that treat immigrants bad of all types. Yeah, the government has treated, there's been plenty of programs available for brown immigrants too.
Name one.
Well, the housing, for instance. Even right now, Elon Musk is canceling out a bunch of shit, EBT cards and things like that. There's been plenty of good programs that if you came here, certainly under the Biden administration, if you came here as an illegal immigrant under the Biden administration.
All bullshit propaganda. They don't give them nothing when they come over here, Tim. There are kids that come over here and the born do get all the benefits of being born on this soil. And the parents do benefit in the long run from that, because once you have a child here, yes, you can get food stamps, you can get WIC, you can get all those things. But the immigrant himself, over the age of 18, don't get shit.
I have not heard that. Even the Haitian migrants that allegedly were eating cats and dogs, when they went to that town and interviewed them and was trying to make them look awful, some of them folks did admit that, for a short time, they were getting food stamps and all. The guy was like, well, I got a job now, I don't get them anymore. But they did admit the government was helping them out.
Yeah, but that's not the Mexicans, though. Those are Haitians that they invited to come here. They invited them to come here. They didn't just come here for no distress on their own. They were invited here because that town was going under and didn't have enough workers.
But that's what I'm saying.
They invited them to come
but that's what I'm saying, that they got treated just like the Irish, the Italians, people that got someone invited here. I don't see how you're saying that everybody that came here got treated different. We treated all immigrants bad.
How many people from Ellis Island Even when you talk about Al Capone, when you talk about the Casey brothers, when you talk about all those criminals, all came through Ellis Island, and they still came to the United States.
Yeah. So
even though they know they were criminals, they still let them in here.
Well, we do treat white people better than black. I'm not going to argue with that. But I'm saying that
that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying even if they treated them equally, you've never heard of a mass deportation of people for white people. You've never heard of them talking about mass deporting Caucasian people, but all of a sudden now they're deporting. They've done it once before. You know, they did it back in the 50s, where they deported about a million.
Yeah. I think the reason why is because if you come here as a Caucasian from Europe, you only got one or two generations before nobody can really tell the difference. I mean, like if you come here from Irish, you come from Ireland with the accent.
Absolutely.
Once you have a child here and that child grows up through the American education system, that child doesn't have an Irish accent or anything. He's just a regular white person. Whereas the black and brown people, or even the Asian people, you're going to always look different. I don't care if it's 10 generations down the line, you still going to look different.
Right.
So that's the difference, is they can blend in within a generation. So, and I don't know how to get around that.
And I agree with that. And the reason why I really hung in there, you had me on hold for so long, Tim. I did want to come up right after that veteran came on, and I wanted to let her know. Number one, when veterans come on, you tell them that they need to know their rights as a veteran. We have a thing called choice now. We have a thing called where if you have to wait more than 30 days to get any appointment, your primary care physician at that clinic can send you out to any physician in the civilian community. There's no reason in the world why anybody tell me they have long waits. If they can't get you into a VA clinic or hospital within 30 days, you can go out to what they call choice, where you can go out to any civilian hospital and be treated. You just have to have a referral from your primary care VA physician.
How long does it take to get the referral?
How long it takes? See, this is the problem with most veterans. Most of us don't go in to see our doctors until we're very sick. So they don't have a relationship. I can pick up the phone tomorrow and call my doctor, and he'll refer me or see me himself within about 24 hours. But my doctor knows me. He knows me by my voice. You know what I'm saying? Wow. So that's why these people they wait till they need help instead of going. You are guaranteed 2 medical visits a year. They're required to give you 2 health checks a year.
So Trump is not gutting the VA the way she made it sound?
I think he's gutting it with a lot of administrative stuff. So not so much doctors. The doctors have always been stressed out. That's why they came up with community care, where you can go out in the community and get care. VA
well, if he's only gutting it,
you know why they have a shortage of doctors more than anything else? It's because they don't pay them shit.
Wow. But if he's gutting it only at the administrative level and not doctors, then he is cutting waste, fraud, and abuse. He's not hurting the veterans. Then would he not?
I'm not saying that it's waste, fraud, and abuse. See, my thing is, I think that they are cutting everything that they're cutting is stuff they don't think is necessary.
Well, yeah, that's certainly true.
And that's what I'm saying. That's where the problem is. Tim, anybody who's been in the military or any government employee will tell you, you have what they call an EO every year. Everybody in every government position has an evaluation every year on their performance. And when you don't meet those standards, you're terminated. They don't need what he's doing because they have a system that's already built in.
Well, I'll tell you what the difference is, though. You're talking about the evaluation they're having every year. You know, Trump, the way he feels about DEI and all this other shit, he may feel that evaluation is substandard, that they're not asking you enough questions. They're not, that they're letting people that don't deserve it, they're letting people still stay on.
Well, how many questions do you think they asked before they went in there and just cut out whole departments?
Very little. Very little.
So we can't keep making excuses for these people. We know just like that George Floyd was killed or unalived. you know that when you go into the department, it would take years for you to evaluate every person in a department before you just lay off everyone. It would take years. We're not talking weeks. We're not talking days. We're talking years. You can't give somebody 5 questions on what they did the last 5 days to justify their job. You know what I'm saying?
I was surprised.
So
it's interesting you were bringing that up because I was surprised at how many folks on the right, Trump supporters, thought that was a great idea. Well, he just wants to make sure you're at work and you're answering an email. I'm like, so if I've been working somewhere for 12, 13 years and I've been doing a good job, all it takes is for me not to answer one fucking email that has no bearing on the actual job itself. And that's enough to fire me? Like, really? Like, I don't get wrote up. I don't get nothing. I just get fired. Like, go ahead.
Tim, I'm gonna tell you something, man. I'm gonna have to give you got the best poker face on the planet. I know some of that shit they be saying to you. It's like that's your go-to move. What you just did right there, where you just drop your head and laugh because you know that shit sound ridiculous as hell.
Well, you know something. I can't
think of the guy's name that was up.
I can sometimes understand the opinions of both sides. I know how both sides think. Sometimes I don't agree with everything. I don't agree with everything that comes from the left as well. But you are right. Sometimes I do find myself after the program is over, you know, I'm shutting things down, or I may even be driving to the grocery store. I'm like, what the fuck did he just say? I mean, it just comes to my mind. Like, I cannot believe he said it. I find myself driving sometimes, debating with somebody I talked to a day or two ago.
This is the one thing that separates the left from the right is compassion. A president's number one job is to console the nation and move the nation forward. That's the number one job of the nation. And Trump does not have that in him.
I'm going to bring up
tried to console.
Yeah, but I'm going to bring up this Biden. I'm going to bring up Biden calling MAGA garbage. Do you see that as consoling or uniting the nation? Hillary Clinton said a basket of deplorables.
Yes, I understand that because I think they both were pissed off. They just pissed off. That's not the way they feel about every Republican or every person that votes for Trump. But some of them are MAGAs. I'm sorry, they just are. Unfortunately, some of us on this side are the same way. We just used a different word. I think, Tim, you just got to think about this. What did you think about what Al Green did the other day?
You know what? It ain't Al Green that upsets me. It's the rest of the Democratic Party. I made a video on this, and did you see on TikTok? This happened in New Zealand in the middle of Parliament, where this young girl gets up and does the haka.
That little dance.
Yes, it's a war crime. Yep. She disagreed with what the whites in South Africa, the whites in New Zealand
behind her.
Yeah, and they all knew the assignment. When she did the haka, that's what should have happened with Al Green. You're sitting here listening to Trump, okay?
When they were walking him out, Tim, they all should have walked out right behind him.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And that's what I'm saying. There's no unity. I mean,
MAGA would have done that.
Everybody complains about those.
MAGA would if Trump was in Al Green's place and Trump heard some bullshit and Trump got up and left, MAGA all would have left with him.
It wouldn't have to be Trump. It could be any one of them, and they all would have did it.
Yep.
You hear what I'm saying? The only person that they probably wouldn't have did it for would be Mike Johnson himself. They might not walk out for him, but they definitely walk out with any one of the mega crew. They would have got up and walked out of there. They'd have walked out of there for what's the gay guy name that finally got kicked out? They'd have walked out. They'd have stood behind him. You know, the one from New York.
So let me ask you then, are we in a position now where the liberals can expect to lose a few elections because they've lost the will of the American people?
No, I don't think that's the case. I think their behavior, they may lose their election, but it doesn't mean they're not going to replace them with another.
Who right now do you feel, is there any Democrat right now that you can think of that even holds a candle to the love and adoration that Trump has? Anybody even remotely close?
No. On the right either, that they treasure that much either.
Elon.
Who do you think gonna take the mantle when Trump leaves?
Well, if he leaves, I mean, they asked him, could J.D. Vance fill the void, and he said no. But I do think if Trump,
absolutely not.
Let me just say it like this: when you ask who could take the mantle if Trump leaves,
who's the next batter up?
Who?
It's
Elon.
What's his name? The Secretary of State right now, Mark Rubio.
Rubio
is the next.
Yeah. I'll tell you this.
But my thing is that he
ahead.
doesn't stand a chance against a Gavin Newsom or a Shapiro here in Pennsylvania. He doesn't stand a chance against those guys. He's just
disagree.
not born
I disagree. I'll tell you this. You admitted that nobody has the love and adoration of Trump. So if Rubio is the one the torch is passed down to Rubio, and you got Trump campaigning for him, Rubio will be considerably stronger than what you're talking about, because I think the MAGA's going to go to Rubio because Trump is saying it. Trump is at every rally. Yeah, I don't.
There's just too many sound bites of him talking about how much of a scumbag Trump is. There's just too many
There's sound bites of J.D. Vance saying he's very Hitler-like, and look where he's at. I mean, that ain't gonna matter.
Yeah, but my thing is, Vance is just a sacrificial lamb when it comes to that whole administration. He's playing no part whatsoever.
I gotta disagree with you. I think if J.D. Vance or Rubio, if Trump picks you and Trump gives you all of his, all of the kudos come from Trump, MAGA's going with that person. And by the way, Rubio is very well spoken and favored in a lot of the Hispanic community down in Florida. I mean,
I think he probably was the best choice that Trump made out of all of his administration. And I'm gonna tell you something. I hate listening to him, but RFK is not bad either, to be honest with you.
What?
I just hate listening to him. But actually, some of the stuff that he said when it comes to our foods and our health, I'm not so far off board with a lot of that he said.
I mean, if that's the case, then you should be. If that's the case, then you should be riding with Trump and Elon. Some of the things they say are not that bad about waste, fraud, and abuse. I mean, let me hand you a MAGA hat.
Let me tell you something.
You okay?
Let me tell you something, Tim. I think Trump is a racist, but I think Elon Musk is worse than that. I think he's an apartheid white supremacist. I think he's worse than that. Wow. I think he is all of that and worse. And not only that, everybody, I hate to jump on the conspiracy theory crap, but what makes you think that the richest man in the world can't get what he wants?
Nothing at all, because he bought his way into the number 2 spot.
He got exactly what he wanted. Elon Musk is running this country right now.
I gotta go, Louis. You depressed me.
Nobody could do about it.
You depressed me. I gotta go, but appreciate you coming through. You depressing the hell out of me.
Man. Thanks, man.
Yeah, all right. Always. Thanks for holding, by the way, Louis, as well. Buckeye 404. What's the guy that runs out on stage in Harlem? We need him with the hook. You're talking about, oh my God. You're talking about Showtime at the Apollo. The clown that runs out on Bad Singers. Is that what you're talking? Oh my God. What are you saying? One of my, I've never done this on my program because, I do appreciate the donations and things like that, but I never grift. It helps the show out. The donations do for sure, but there are shows out there where you can pay, like donate a galaxy or whatever, and it makes a guest. If a guest sucks, you can literally donate a galaxy to the host and they'll drop the guest. I've never done that. Let me know in the comments. You think I should do something like that? Where I give the viewers the ability to cancel a guest if he sucks? Let me know in the comments, because I get that certainly when I get MAGA reacts, for instance, some of my liberals don't like them, or when I get a liberal, some of my Republicans don't like them. I'm just asking. And I see in the comments, King says you're Griffin. No, I'm asking the audience. King. Gen X would never speak again. Gen X is, oh my God, be kind to Gen X, Jason. Yes, I will be the first to be canceled. I don't know, MAGA. You would have some ability to cancel too, though. you'll lose MAGA. They know they'll be booted. Yeah, and that's one of the reasons why I never done it. That's also one of the reasons why this program has never had a moderator. In all 3-4 years we've been doing this, just about every live on TikTok, the folks have what they call moderators. I don't like it because I don't want to trust anybody left or right to be unbiased. I mean, a lot of folks tell me all the time, wow, you got a hell of a lot of patience. You can listen to that or you can listen to that. And I'm not confident that somebody else might be able to do that. I don't want to have somebody that's secretly liberal blocking and banning all my MAGA viewers, or somebody that's secretly MAGA doing the same thing to liberals. That's why we have a free speech program. There is no moderator here. So you'll never hear somebody say, I like talking to the host, but his damn moderators are too strict. Or we don't have one. We've never had one. So understand, when I say you won't be blocked, banned, or censored, damn it, we mean that here. Looking at it, King Finn says, let me do it. I'm not biased. I don't agree with that, King. I don't believe that. There are so many slurs for bad truck drivers, steering wheel holders, flip-floppers, drivers, to name a few. Well, you're saying that bad truck drivers do exist, and they have a ton of slurs. Like I was mentioning, you should have to have insurance. But you're not getting caught, Will. We're talking about cops that actually continue serving on the force when there are actual reports on the line. If you're a truck driver and, like you said, steering wheel holder, flip-flopper, if you got actual warnings and paper trail behind you, the insurance company is going to fuck with you. You might be a bad truck driver that is not being caught, but if you're being caught, your insurance company is making life miserable for you. Mr. Splackville says, had an old Anglo vet Trumper voter cry on CNN today. Well, CNN is looking for those. People who are disgruntled with, a MAGA. CNN wants MAGA that are disgruntled with some of the policies of Trump. MSNBC, that's what they're looking for. They want folks that voted for Trump, that something bad is happening to them now because they did it. They want farmers this is what they want. So you're not going to see that on Fox. Fox is not going to ever show you a disgruntled Trump supporter. Or if they do, they'll cut his time short pretty good. Justin, 34, appreciate it. Friend of the program. Thank you, Justin, for your support. Appreciate that, Justin, 34. But the right does the same thing. You want blacks, for instance, that are part of the walking away from the Democratic plantation. You want black people that are against Black Lives Matter. The Candace Owens types. If you are a right-leaning black person, Fox News certainly is looking for you to give you time on air to say something. They want the Hodge twins or the, who else am I thinking about? They want that type of, Officer Tatum is another one. They want that. And I understand why. It goes with the agenda. Looking in the comments, do you think MAGA would ever stop supporting Trump if he breaks all his promises? That's a real tough question. I'm going to err on the side of probably not. My analysis is this. As long as what Trump is doing does not affect the MAGA individual, they tend to still ride with Trump. Because there's enough good there that they can overlook the bad thing that did not happen to them. Now, if his policy actually causes them to lose their farm or lose their job, that's different. But if it happens to the neighbor or something like that, listen, we all get fired. I had to go get another job when I got fired. Yeah, look, he lost a job. It happens, and that's going to be the mindset. But if it happens to them specifically, then you may see some of that. But no, I don't think he's going to lose a lot of supporters unless it actually happens to them. Looking at the comments, they don't care what he does or does not do. They love him. I will say he gets a lot of love. There's no denying that. If Trump dies, MAGA will think he will raise in 3 days. Well, I'm not going to compare Trump to Jesus, but I will say this. I don't care if Trump dies at 100 years of age. People are going to suggest that something conspiratorial happened to the man. Somebody got to him. He was poisoned. There is no way Trump is ever going to die of natural causes. No matter when he passes away, somebody's going to say somebody did something that took his life. I mean, he will forever be surrounded in conspiracies. I do believe that. Let me go back to the box. What does it says? Yeah, McDonald's and Big Mac says Kingpin. Oh my God. Going back to the box, I need to know what am I doing wrong. So I'm going to find somebody who'll tell me that. The one and only King Fed. Good evening.
Ooh, wait, boy. After hours of listening to you fluff.
Oh my God.
I've been
How am I fluffing today? What am I saying wrong?
You've been fluffing. This whole damn topic is fluffing. You know damn well, man, hell no. You talk about shit Derek Floyd, Derek Chauvin be let out. We fluffing right now. Even talking
wait a minute. He is not talking about letting Derek Chauvin out of jail. He's talking about pardoning him from the federal beef. He would not be free. I don't give a
fuck what he, man, what should he be pardoned for? For killing another black man?
Well,
what should he be pardoned for? I'm confused. Because when I looked at the video, and every time I drive over there to 38th in Chicago, over by Cup Foods, it's this plays in my head over and over and over fucking again. This white man sat on sat on George's neck. Somebody I knew, respected, and walked around in the fucking neighborhood, watched play basketball, knew his kids. He sat on this man's neck for 9 minutes and 24 seconds. What are we pardoning murder for? Or excuse me, what are we pardoning unaliving for?
I get it.
Wait, where do you
saying you actually met somebody who knew him? What did you say?
No, I knew George.
Wow.
George used to play basketball at the park around the corner. Are you forgetting? I live in Minneapolis. I shop on the south side. I go over there. I marched. I was over there.
Wow.
This is nothing new.
So then I would have to ask, are the police in that area, do they mistreat African Americans?
Hell yeah. Not to even mention the fact that Derek and George knew each other. Derek and George actually knew each other outside of that whole thing. They used to work together at a nightclub called Rick's downtown. Both of them, George was a bouncer, Derek Chauvin was the after hours bouncer. See, these are things they don't tell you. Right? They knew each other.
You're saying that Derek Chauvin, the cop, knew George Floyd, the guy he took out. Did they have beef between each other, though?
I don't know if I would call it beef. I do know for a fact that they weren't cordial. I mean, any person that you constantly fucking with them, you're not going to be cordial to that person.
Yeah. I had heard rumors of that a few years back too, that they knew each other, but
it's not a rumor. They knew each other. That's for sure. For a long time.
Yeah, I see somebody in the comments saying on YouTube, somebody saying the owner of the club said it herself that they knew each other. Wow.
Yeah. Just like the owner of Cup Foods knew damn well that $20 bill wasn't a fake. When he called the police on George. He knew what George was trying to do. All George was trying to do is break that 20.
So why would the owner of Cub Foods, the grocery store, why would they just call the police on this guy if he's doing nothing wrong?
Because they wanted to paint it out like George constantly comes in there. Did George go in there 3 or 4 times that day? Yeah, because he was trying to break a 20. Dude told him, no, I ain't got no change for no 20. Now, whether the 20 was real or not, I don't really know. It didn't look fake. It didn't, from what the police report showed, I didn't get to examine the exact bill, but it didn't look fake to me.
Speaking of that, did any counterfeit 20 ever come to light? Because that is what sparked all this.
No, there was nobody can find this magical counterfeit 20. From what I understand, the friend that was in the truck, the bigger dude that was in the truck with the glasses, is the one who took the 20. But it was his 20 in the beginning.
So how do you respond to folks? Then how do you respond to folks? Now I know you're in Minneapolis or in that area. Folks like Buckeye in the comments who say this is a nice opinion piece. In other words, yeah, you're saying all this, but at the end of the day, it's just your opinion.
Don't nobody give a fuck what he think. Do he live here?
Probably not.
Probably ain't even black.
Not like
what the fuck do he know? He don't know. You know what the fuck he talking about? That's the whole problem. Motherfuckers opening their mouth on shit they don't know nothing about. I knew that man a long time before he subsequently passed under the boot of Derek Chauvin's motherfucking under Derek Chauvin's boot. And yeah, was he perfect? No, he wasn't. He was not perfect at all. Was he a crackhead? Yeah, he was. Did he do a whole bunch of crazy shit? Crackheads do crazy shit.
Well, if you know him that well,
was to die.
No, he doesn't. No, if you know him that well, you do know he had a decent length rap sheet. I mean, and a lot of folks are suggesting that, listen, at the end of the day, maybe he didn't deserve to die this time, but he was a bad guy and karma caught up with him. So be it. That's how a lot of folks are viewing it.
What exactly from, and I'm just going to run down a couple of charges that I know for a fact he had. Okay. I know for a fact he had. For a fact, I knew he had a break-in and entering. Okay. For a fact, I knew that.
Now he did that with a gun,
we
right?
We're talking about, first of all, no, it wasn't armed robbery. First of all, let's go here. The stuff that they're talking about that's on his record is when he lived in Houston.
Okay.
That's from Houston. That's not from here.
Did he indeed go? Wait, did he indeed go into some home? I think his girlfriend's home or something, and hold her at gunpoint or something. Who was pregnant?
No, that's fake.
So that's,
sorry.
That came up. I've heard that come up from people.
That's fake. Fake news.
Wow.
That's fake. The reason he came here is because his daughter was here. He left Houston to come here. He wasn't from here. That boy used to ball down in Houston. He used to ball out in Texas. That boy wasn't from here. George didn't have shit. The only thing George had here was his daughter. He came up here for a better life. He subsequently get that better life for a little while. You fuck up on the road. We all do. But that don't mean he needed to die. That's what kills me about these motherfuckers opening their mouth about what they know. Oh, yeah, well, he died with fentanyl in the system. No, he didn't. No, he died with crack in his system. And it was such a low little bit of crack in his system from the autopsy that you probably wouldn't even notice the shit. Oh, he died from COVID. No, he didn't. Nope. Wrong again.
So how are you? Now I know you're on the ground in that area, but how is it that folks are seeing it so different than you when they are suggesting he died of COVID or fentanyl? Where is that coming from? If you're saying all that's wrong, where is that coming from?
I don't know. Maybe because I've been here for 15, 16 years. I know the person that they're talking about. And when motherfuckers open their mouth about shit they don't know about, to me, it sounds dumb.
Well, okay.
It sounds dumb for you to say it was COVID.
Now, because you're saying it sounds dumb. I mean, not only is Buckeye and some of these other folks saying, listen, it's part of police record, but I got someone that is saying he pointed a gun at a pregnant woman's stomach during a home invasion. And you're saying that's complete. I've heard that before myself. You're saying that that's completely fabricated. That never happened.
Where's the pictures?
Why would they have pictures if he broke in somebody's house?
Where's the lady who said he did it? What's her name?
That's a good. I don't know what her name is, but now you got me wondering because I've heard that myself for years that he broke in someone's home and either robbed them or did something at gunpoint. So you're saying
was that here or was that in Houston?
Was
that here or was that in Houston?
I don't know, but I don't think that's going to matter to the people.
It does matter.
How so?
None of that shit. To me, it matters because anything that he did in Houston, and just like they said before, that's your past, right? Why are we going to the past?
Well, the reason that I get your point. On the day he perished, what he had in the past, he had served his time for, should not have come up. But they're looking at him like, look, he was a scum. I don't give a damn about him losing his life because at the end of the day, he's done a whole bunch of people wrong in his past. That's what they're saying.
And you know, just like I'm finna say on these next couple words out my mouth, did Trump not fill 6 casinos? But that's in his past, though, right?
That is true.
Did Trump? What about Trump Steaks? What about Trump University?
But that's not
apartheid.
But King, that ain't a felony. You're comparing losing a state company to somebody pointing a gun at a pregnant woman.
Did he not say that Did he not say that the Central Park 5 should be hung after the
He got that wrong. Yes, he definitely got that wrong. But that's still.
So let's not go to the past.
I don't know.
Let's not do that.
I don't know if I agree with your closet. I don't know if I agree with what Trump did in the past in regards to what you're talking about as being anywhere near on the level of what George Floyd did.
Okay, cool. Let's not wait. Let's go to the much more current past. Did he not get off the bus with Billy Bush and say it was okay to grab body pussies?
He did say
that. Did he not say it was all right to do it if you're rich to let you do anything?
Yeah,
did he not say that stuff?
He did say all of that.
Did he not pay off a porn star? Did he not cheat on his wife 3 times?
He did say all of that.
With 3 different women.
All of that happened.
Oh, okay. All of that happened. Now, is that his past or is that, because,
all of that is Trump's past.
If we're gonna play moral fucking police, Let's play moral fucking police.
And I see in the comments somebody saying, "Where's the proof?" If you need proof that he banged Stormy Daniels, some of this
Fuck
stuff,
out of here, man.
To me, the Stormy Daniels thing, yeah. If you don't believe that, you just believe he just gave her $130,000 for no reason at all. Yeah, I don't know where to go with that.
Full of shit, just like he is. Exactly. You know damn well he did that shit. He know he did that shit. Come on, man. Make it make sense.
I'm trying to find, but you know something? I'm trying to find the information on George Floyd pointing a gun at a pregnant woman. There's a lot of stuff that talks about it, but I don't see any clear-cut evidence that it actually happened. I do see people all over Google. I Googled it, and people were talking about it, but I would love to see. I'm not for sure it happened. I'm not for sure it didn't happen.
You let me know when you find it. I would love to see it myself because I haven't seen it.
Yeah, I heard about it a lot.
I did see a video where some white dude had George in a chokehold for 9 minutes and 24 seconds while George cried out for his dead mama. I seen that.
I'm hearing, but so how do you respond to folks who say, look, he had his knee on his shoulder, it wasn't on his back or on his neck?
Fuck out of here. Come on, man. That's just like that bullshit MAGA Reacts came up and said, oh, yeah, he was so strong. He was so strong. No.
He said Lou Ferrigno the Hulk strong.
No, come on, man. Stop with that shit. Fuck up out of here, man. He had his knee on that brother's neck. He was crying out. He was exacerbated. Could barely breathe. He was telling you, I can't breathe. Your knee is in my neck. Yeah. That's the placement that he was in. His knee was right in his collarbone, in between his shoulder and his neck. That man could not breathe. He cried out for his mother, his dead mama. Is you serious?
Let me ask you this. Now,
how much more?
I'm assuming because you knew the guy and you obviously are in that area on the ground, you followed the case. What did the autopsy rule in regards to drugs in his system and cause of death?
As far as I know, again, I'm gonna be honest with you. There were not a lot of drugs in the system. Even though everybody wants to say, "Oh yeah, he died from fentanyl." No, he didn't. Fentanyl was not the drug that they found in the system. Cocaine and crack was, and it was still a very sparse amount, under 0.05.
Certainly not
alcohol and cocaine, not enough to kill him.
Yeah, and they certainly had a different opinion on that. But in terms of did they state why he passed away? Asphyxiation or something like that? Did they actually give
asphyxiation?
They did say it was that. Okay.
Asphyxiation, correct. That's what the doctor on the stand said. Asphyxiation.
It's kind of got me wishing I could find that because if it's one thing that is always questioned, it is what killed George Floyd because everybody gives a different reason as to what took his life. And, the defenders of Chauvin bring up COVID, fentanyl, heart attack. Ben Shapiro said excited delirium.
It's anything other than the knee in his neck.
Yeah, it's anything other than that.
Just like the pew wound in Breonna's back ain't what killed her, or the pew wound in Shonda Massey's head wasn't the thing to kill her. Anything but what you seen or heard with your own damn eyes, and it's disgusting. Because if it had been a white person, y'all would have put a black person in jail so quick, it wouldn't have been no damn trial.
Now I gotta present this to you. I saw this in the comments from Buckeye, but I also one of the viewers Buckeye was watching, but I also see it on. It's clearly saying this on CNN.com. So CNN is obviously reputable, at least in my opinion. I know my MAGA don't always like that, but it says this is dated April 9th, 2021. The title of this article says heart disease. Fentanyl contributed to George Floyd's death, but were not the main cause, medical examiner says. So they're saying he would have had fentanyl in his system and had heart disease, but they're saying it also was not the main cause, but he's saying that it contributed to it. This is coming from George Floyd heart disease. I just want to see what medical says. The medical examiner who performed his autopsy testified on Friday in the trial. So this was testified in the trial that he did have fentanyl in his system.
Okay, so what are most drugs cut with these days? Most cocaine cut with these days?
Fentanyl is in a lot of it.
Right,
yeah,
the biggest step on, right?
Yeah,
right. What is fentanyl And what do drugs like cocaine and fentanyl cause?
Heart problems.
Heart problems, right. So, all right, now what?
All right, I'll leave it at that. Appreciate it. I got to move it on. My dad perished from crack. It affected his heart, took his life. So I literally watched it happen.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Like, let's make it make sense. If it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander, dog. Hey man, I'm gonna tell you again, though, man. Mike gonna be mad at me, but you gotta stop fluffing, man. Stop the fluffing.
This is a no fluffing zone. This is a no fluffing zone.
I don't know, man. You've been fluffing all day, bro.
Oh my God. King,
peace.
Always a pleasure. All right, moving on with the program, and I see the Buckeye, you on fire. All right, player, stay white. What the fuck? All right, going back to the comments, Buck, I don't even know. How am I fluffing that jokes? What does that says? Jakes for, sometimes I got to put on the damn spectacles when you can't read all the damn time. Jake's fourth son? What do you mean? What do you mean? All right, let me go back to the box real quick in the comments. By the way, folks, I haven't been soliciting you tap the screen to get the likes up. Helps out the algorithm, brings in more MAGA. The numbers are pretty low because I haven't been asking you guys to do that. But tap the screen, a good solid minute of tapping should at least get us up there. Shit. What are the likes at? 50, FIDDY. Give me up to about 70,000. Tap the screen, show the program some love. I'll go back to the next caller. It has taken me about 5 minutes to realize you're talking about Donald Trump, or he got Donald Dump. In some way, is this about how the orange something you got there has some concept of ideas about police responsibility? I got a nasty ass at it. Well, the thing is, the whole purpose of the live stream today is basically derived from conservative podcaster Ben Shapiro.
There is one that President Trump should pardon from federal charges forthwith. It would be incredibly controversial, but I think that it's absolutely necessary. That person is Derek Chauvin. President Trump should, in fact, pardon Derek Chauvin. He should pardon him his federal charges. If we're talking about reversing the evils of the last several years in American life, obviously COVID and its handling was a massive evil. Destroyed the economy, set us on a path to fiscal insanity, destroyed children, led to massive health-related cover-ups, just horrifying all the way around. And President Trump has taken on a lot of those things.
Now, this clip is 8 minutes. I'm not going to play the whole clip. And by the way, Buck, I appreciate the money gun. And Walter, appreciate the galaxy. Shout out to you. Thank you for the support. Ben Shapiro says it is an excited delirium. I don't want to play the whole clip to find out where in there he said it, but here's the problem with excited delirium. If you have not heard what excited delirium is, so essentially you get in a hyped up state and you just freak out, I suppose, and your heart just stops. Michael Batson, one of probably the most well-known forensic pathologists in America. He had a television show on HBO. He was a contributor on Fox News for a number of years. He's had everything he's done autopsies on everybody from Kennedy to Nicole Brown Simpson. He's had access to George Floyd's body, and I have his book. I wish I had it right here with me right now. I got it upstairs. But he did in his book talk about how he worked with, or better yet, against the American Medical Association to have excited delirium removed as a cause of death. He was able to show that anytime their cause of death is diagnosed as excited delirium, it is almost always a citizen that lost his life while interacting with police. Like two dudes in a bar fight, nobody ever dies of excited delirium. Nobody in a fight on any other circumstance ever dies of excited delirium. It is almost always used in conjunction with a citizen that died while dealing with police. And he was able to show that this is essentially racist junk medical diagnosis. It's generally people of color. He was able to, over the years, and they resisted. And he started pushing back and said, well, show me somebody that's died of this that were not dealing with the police at the time of death. And he also rightfully pointed out when you're involved in a scuffle with police, they are also involved in a scuffle with you. Why are none of them dying of excited delirium? Why is it always the individual citizen that's dying of this? And as a result, yeah, they are not quick to diagnose deaths as excited delirium anymore. But he was able to show that they're using this as a racist way of essentially sweeping a death under the rug and saying there was something wrong with the person. And I mean, he talked about several cases that he has helped the families win judgments for after a loved one had died of excited delirium. He's worked also with the likes of Ben Crump and a lot of civil. I didn't know Michael Batson had so much civil rights cases in his past, but he really did a good job on pointing out excited delirium. So from now on, at least for me personally, after reading his book, anytime I hear that somebody died of excited delirium, the antennas go up. The antennas go up because there's always somebody who died while dealing with the police, and it's never the police. Looking in the comments, definitely the pinnacle of the professional, definitely the pinnacle of the profession of court. Yeah, I don't think anybody's more well known as, in terms of being a forensic pathologist or whatever than Michael Batson. Probably the most well known in the world, certainly in this country. I don't know if any of you ever I don't know if any of you ever had some food go the wrong way and can't breathe. It feels horrible. Archangel, I don't know what that's got to do with the program. Let me go back to the box, but I appreciate your input. Wow. Lou Man Chow's been holding. Good evening. Welcome to the program, Lou Man Chow. If the box brings them up, we'll get a box in a moment. Sometimes it has to be reset. The reason Ben Shapiro said this is because he is campaigning against Donald Trump. Though Byron Donalds, you really think that Ben Shapiro would campaign against Trump? And not in this, after seeing what happened to Ron DeSantis and Marco Rubio and all of them? No. Ben Shapiro campaigning against Trump, his whole persona will be destroyed campaigning against Trump. But you're saying the reason Ben Shapiro said this is because he is campaigning against Donald Trump through Donald and Ron DeSantis' wife for the governor of Florida. They're going to lose. I don't think there's any conservative at this point that could campaign against Donald Trump and win. I don't see it. They're going to lose. Maybe I'm wrong, perhaps. I don't see it. Ben disagrees with Trump all the time, says MAGA Reacts. Well, but Elon Musk is agreeing with Ben Shapiro in regards to pardoning George Floyd's killer. So I don't know. I mean, I get what you're saying in regards to Trump, but I don't see any person on the right with a right-wing audience being able to compete against President Trump and win and maintain their audience. I mean, my guess is if Ben Shapiro starts campaigning against Trump, he's probably going to lose a whole lot of his followers on his platforms. And then ultimately, whoever he picks, or if he's running against Trump himself, he's going to lose that as well. Going against Trump is, as a Republican, man, Trump is a juggernaut. I don't see anybody being able to pull that off.
Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin's conviction in the murder of George Floyd, it made headlines several years ago.
And it is making headlines once again after a comment made by Elon Musk on his social media platform X about the case. Our Eric Chauvin is here to explain it to us.
Well, Elon Musk commented on conservative podcaster Ben Shapiro's post calling for President Donald Trump to consider pardoning ex-MPD cop Derek Chauvin from federal charges. This post, well, it caught the attention of some of George Floyd's family and prosecutors. Elon Musk commented on X, something to think about, right above Ben Shapiro's post on Derek Chauvin.
There is one person that President Trump should pardon from federal charges forthwith. It would be incredibly controversial, but I think that it's absolutely necessary.
I don't get why Elon Musk would get involved in this. The head of Doge, why would Elon Musk get involved in something like this? I just don't understand that. All right, going back to the comments, I have no clue. That's not how the right works. We like independent thinkers. We don't like agreeing on everything. Really, MAGA Reacts? I would agree with you maybe a few years ago, but right now, I mean, when you see what Congress is doing with Trump, Trump has got to be approaching a record in terms of executive orders. Congress is just riding with them. I mean, a lot of these orders are being shot down as clearly unconstitutional, like birthright citizenship and stuff like that. Congress ain't saying shit. So when you say that I don't see that. Not under Trump. I don't think they're independent thinkers. I think that they're more concerned with getting primaried and losing their gigs. If you go against Trump, not only do you have Trump, the power he has from the bully pulpit, but now he got the financial backing of Elon Musk, who is clearly willing to spend whatever money needs to be spent to get that ass. Elon Musk has made it clear on many occasions, or at least a few of them that I can think of, that he'll pay the primary folks that disagree with his agenda. So now you got Trump speaking out against you and Elon Musk backing your opposer. Congress ain't gonna do shit under that circumstance because you know you're basically falling on the sword going against Trump. So I disagree with you on that independent thinking under this particular administration. They're not going to do that. It's a losing strategy to speak out against Trump right now. Republicans aren't having town halls. That's not good. I did hear that Archangel that the town halls are going so poorly with so many people, showing up and protesting that they're starting to tell each other, stop holding these damn things. Because the left are using them to mock you. The left is dying to find disgruntled MAGA. CNN, MSNBC, you name it. They are literally eager to get their hands on some disgruntled MAGA. The whole fuck around and find out mantra, but just to, find folks that can say, I voted for Trump and now I'm losing my farm, or I've lost my job, or they're taking away my health insurance. I mean, so yeah, the best way to avoid that from happening, don't hold the town halls, because CNN is going to be outside. So I do believe they are trying to ease up on those town halls because they're not being very productive for them right now. Looking in the comments, they are going to a virtual town hall. Yeah, you can delete it. You can hit an X on somebody's picture. You got 100 pictures on the screen and somebody's talking shit. You can just hit an X and make them disappear. Can't do that at a town hall when all them cameras are around. So yeah, I can see them going to virtual town halls. It gives them a lot more control over what is being said and who can be seen. And for all you know, that shit may be on a 5 or 6 second delay, so that if somebody does talk shit, you can X them out, and the actual broadcast never catches them saying it. So yeah, the town doing it on a virtual reality screen gives you a lot more control over what gets out. Real quick in the comments, I'll go back to the bots for saying they don't like. What do you say there? For saying they don't like. Oh, you talk DEI. The cabinet is full of shit. The DEI thing. Here's my take on it before I go to the next caller, because a lot of folks on the right favor Trump's and Elon's stance about getting rid of DEI and employment and all of that, because what is the biggest claim? Merit. We should not hire people based on sexual orientation, gender, or skin color. Hire people based on merit. I agree with that. But here's my problem is they don't fire a whole lot of people that they claim are DEI. And I have yet to see one person that got terminated lack merit. Like, show me somebody you fired where you can clearly show that here's the resume for this person. There's no way they should have been in this position. Not one person have I seen that's been terminated where they've shown that this person genuinely lacked merit. In fact, some of the folks that they're terminating for DEI, they're replacing them with people who have less experience than the person they fired. Like the 4-star general, the lady who was the head of the Coast Guard. I mean, they're replacing these folks with lesser experience. And I'm going to say what it is, white men. It's almost all of these DEI replacements have been by white guys. But I don't understand. If you're getting rid of folks because DEI has allowed folks that do not have merit to get the job, why not just show us the people that don't have merit? Give us some of the names. I mean, you can show us a general or a colonel or somebody who had no damn business at all being in this job. Show us some of those. None of them examples are being presented. You're just getting rid of somebody and saying it was a DEI hire. Like I mentioned, the African-American guy who was a 4-star general. That guy was in the military for 40 years. And the odd thing is, he was appointed to that position by Trump. He got his last appointment through President Trump. So in Trump's first term, he gave him a job, and then in the second term, he's talking about his DEI. The man's been in the military for 40 years. Show us how that guy should never have gotten that job, and then explain to us why you gave it to him. You're not going to get any of that. And the right is, well, DEI, no merit. He's doing a good job. I'm like, okay, I'm with the getting rid of people that don't have merit. I'm not for just getting rid of minorities and people of color and yelling out that they're DEI without showing any evidence that they were. And I haven't seen one person yet, not one person they've gotten rid of where they've shown you that this person should never have had that job. Not one. Looking at the comments, President Trump can spread the word of God even if you don't believe in him. Man, nothing wrong with him doing that. Nothing wrong with him doing that at all. Continuing on with Mr. Walter. Good evening. Welcome to the program. Now, we're talking about the right favoring the pardon of George Floyd. Mr. Walter, good evening. Are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, how are you?
I don't even know on this one here because I'm trying to figure why would they want to pardon the killer of George Floyd?
I mean, there's no logical reason. I would say, if I had to guess, that they're trying to get people in the street and they're trying to use the people that are in the street to declare martial law.
So you think you believe that Trump, they want unrest? They actually want us to be at each other's throats?
I believe Elon and the Nazi faction of his party, yes, they want that. That's their in to declare martial law. Now, I'm not saying that is 100% truth, but this is what I think. Why else would they? Give me a logical reason why they would. Look, when George Floyd was murdered on camera, 20 million people protested in the streets. 20 million Americans.
And that's just America. They were protesting all over the world for that.
Exactly. So why would they propose to pardon the man who murdered him?
Well,
give me a logical reason.
Well, the logical reason would be they don't believe that the guy who was convicted of murdering, they don't believe he murdered him. They believe George Floyd died of something else, and that's a good cop in jail that was wrongfully convicted.
He was on camera murdering him. Everybody saw it. That's why he was convicted. Everybody saw it.
That's what I thought.
And I'm talking about, look, I'm a white dude, but every white person that I knew that said, yeah, he was murdered. And I'm talking full spectrum. Okay.
Well, I sure got a hell of it's interesting you said it because I sure got a hell of them on this program tonight that disagree with that.
Yeah, because it's revisionist history. If you watched it at the time when it happened, if you don't think that was murder, then you're a psychopath. Okay. Yeah, they're trying to reframe it as a white supremacist, whatever. Look, I'm not interested in that. The man was convicted, and the reason that they're proposing that this person be overturned. By the way, it was a state conviction. There's no federal authority.
That part we get, but the thing about it is I don't think it's a matter of trying to get Derek Chauvin to walk free. I think the matter is they just want to make sure we stand with Derek Chauvin. Because, you're right. The state beef is going to keep him in prison. But getting rid of the federal beef tells the public we stand with Derek Chauvin. I think it's the message.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point. Is that they're trying to get people to protest. They're trying to get a mass protest in the street. They're trying to, put another Black Lives Matter, people fucking up businesses.
It's interesting you mentioned Black Lives Matter. Remember during the the summer of love, the protests of 2020, they actually, they were pissed off with Trump. They actually painted a street, Black Lives Matter Plaza or something like that in DC, leading right up to the White House. Did you hear about that one?
I had pictures of myself and my family with those, with that street painted. We went up there.
Well, Trump is getting rid of that.
Of course he is. Of course he is.
Yeah, he's getting rid of that. In fact, I heard that on the radio, I think Friday or something like that. Yeah, he's getting rid of that street. So Black Lives Matter Way or Plaza, whatever it's called, it is no longer going to exist. I didn't know he could do that in the actual. Well, I guess because I thought that town had had its own mayor and things like that.
Yeah, I honestly, Tim, I hadn't heard that, but and I agree. I don't know how they can do that in the district, but of course he's going to try. I don't know. I hadn't heard that, but it wouldn't surprise me at all if that's the case. I mean, look at all this shit. I mean, this guy is the most pettiest, tiniest man, thin-skinned person we've ever had as a president. I mean, it's pathetic, honestly.
Well,
it's pathetic.
But a lot of folks think he's doing a good job, man. I'm telling you.
No, they don't. Have you seen the polls?
I mean, it depends on where you're getting your polls from, though. I mean, I get your point. His numbers have been going down, but there are some folks who suggest their polls that show his numbers are stronger than they've ever been.
Yeah, among who? Among who?
Fox.
Among Republicans. But independents and non-independents, i.e. Democrat or, whatever, liberal, which, by the way, is more than, 70% of the country's voting electorate. If you count Trump people, the problem is that nobody who, could have voted showed up to vote against Trump. That's a problem. Mostly white people, but.
Yeah, I mean, well, there were a lot of people in this last past election that did not participate. There's no denying that.
Yeah, way more
let me ask you this: Norway, we don't seen almost about 7-8 weeks of Trump. If they were to hold an election today, Trump versus Kamala, do you think he would still be there? I can't hear you.
You know this. No, he would not. He would not be there.
You don't think you think Kamala Harris would win, huh?
You see what's happening in the Midwest with the ranchers and the farmers? Have you not seen what's going on?
I sure don't see them speaking up, though. I mean, we hear about farmers that are unhappy and veterans and shit like that, but where are they at in terms of protesting in mass? I see more folks show up to prevent a statue from coming down than I hear them coming out. Where are they at?
Tim, these are the people who are showing up to these town halls that they're pretending that George Soros is hiring people and whatever. These are the people who are being affected by the policies.
To me, if what you're saying is the case, liberals in those areas need to go out and rent a fucking auditorium or something like that and tell those folks, if they're not going to listen to you, we're going to listen to you. Sunday at whatever time, be here. We want to hear what the hell you have to say. Even if you don't want to vote for us, we can get your message out. If they're not going to listen to you, meet me at this auditorium. We'll listen to you. We'll take your questions. There'll be plenty of cameras and reporters here, and we'll get out what you need to have gotten out. I don't know where the Democrats at in this shit.
I 100% agree with that. However, my man Bernie has been out there. Did you see him tonight?
God damn, what is he, 80-something? Bernie Sanders?
Yeah, he's 84.
Oh my God.
Did you see he had a I don't want to say rally, but he had a town hall where they had a capacity of, I think, around 6,000. They sold that. And then they had a over capacity of another 10,000 sold out. And this is in red areas. So the message is being sold to, and it's not just Bernie. There are a lot of, honestly, even right-wing, just create.
I don't know if I forget the guy's name. I know his name is Will, and he has a TikTok channel, something about the back 40, and he's a rancher, and he's reached out, basically to ranching people in the Midwest. And he's like, look, this guy is not looking out for you. And this guy is cutting off all.
You know something in regards to whether Trump is. I think that look, I'm agreeing with you. There's a lot of things from the left they can criticize Trump on, but criticizing Trump, in my opinion, at this point, is not a winning strategy. The winning strategy is telling what you're gonna do, pointing out what he's doing wrong while offering nothing better. Just offer better shit, and the Democrats are just not doing that right now. And by the way, the word transgender, if you're talking about canceling something or banning someone on the left, don't even use that word. I don't even want, look, at the end of the day, we're talking less than 1% of the population. The American people are struggling and going through a hell of a lot of other shit. I'm not going to waste my time. Next question. Every time you hear that, do not even entertain any question regarding the transgender community. As a liberal, you can't win on that. You're going to either piss off a bunch of left that favor the transgender, or you're going to say some shit that's in favor of them and piss off the right. Just don't take questions regarding transgender community. Don't even answer those questions.
No, I agree that the Democrats failed miserably at handling the issue that, Trump had this commercial, transgender, and it blew up huge. It was a big fucking thing. And Harris didn't address it at all. That was a 100-point mistake. And the point is that the Democrats should be saying, we're working for the little people and not the fucking rich.
But the transgender are the little people. I mean, I really hate to say it like this.
Tim, look, I'm sorry to, butt in on this, but this is what I'm saying, is that if the Democrats had said, we're for their rights and we're for all people's rights who are not.
What I was about to say.
I'm saying all working people's rights.
That ain't gonna work. Hold on, that ain't gonna work. That is not gonna work. Right? The reason why I'm saying that is when it comes to the transgender message, the message is anti-trans right now. Even a bunch of Democrats and independents are anti-trans. When you say I'm for all people and equality, look, I don't even want to go down this path, but for that particular group, even if you're fighting for equality for them, it is a losing message. Most of the country do not like them. They're calling it all kinds of other bullshit, but it's hate. It is hate. But I'm simply saying that most of the country do not want them in bathrooms, do not want them in schools, do not want them discussed, don't want them on TV, do not want them on beer cans. They do not like those people. So avoid questions that are about the transgender community at all costs. Just don't even talk. You don't have to come out and say I hate them, which is what most of the people asking those questions do. But I would just avoid questions in regards to them. They're a small percentage of the population. There's a hell of a lot of other pressing issues in America. I'm not going down that road. I'm talking about things that are going to affect you. Nobody's going in the bathroom with you tonight that's wearing a dress. That's what I would say. And I would leave it alone. Yeah. I'll give you the last word.
We're in agreement, but I think you misunderstood what I was saying. I understand. Yes, if I were a Democrat, if I were the Democrat spokesperson, I would amplify the fact that this is not a real issue. I would talk to the statistics.
It ain't working though. I agree with you. It's not working though. That's not working.
On, Tim, let me just, Tim, come on. Let me just express what I'm saying. Okay.
Give it to me.
Yes, they didn't actually do that. They just talked about the rights that these people should have, which they fucking should. But I'm just saying, if they focus more on the issues that affected, 99% of working people's issues, and just said, look, we're going to take care of people who need to be protected, as we did when women, Black people who didn't have rights, you got to protect the minority against the majority rule. That's what this is all about. You have to look out for, in the Constitution, what
what is acceptable and what is not. What is actually what is legal and what is not. So if you start making up rules for 1%, less than 1% of the population, then this is not what is actually pertinent to most people. So you just shift the conversation from, we're about all people, and we're mostly about the working class people. You have to shift the conversation to that.
I like the shifting of the conversation, but people do want to hear that a biological girl don't have to worry about a boy breaking her records in school and a girl walking up, even I agree with you, it's going to likely happen to no damn body. But apparently a lot of people in this country want to hear that discussed. They tend to think that this community is going to be in every corner of America. That all of a sudden, if your daughter plays ball at school, she's going to be playing against a dude. People do believe that stuff. So I'm trying to say for the left, who do want to give the transgender equality, do it in silence. Do not talk about these people. Do not speak favorably of them. None of that. Do not be seen at drag queen shows and in pride parades. Do not look, at the end of the day, they got a choice between Democrats and Republicans. So they already know that there's more favorable treatment on the left. They're going to have to know that from that. We're not going to show up at any of your gatherings or events. Right now, the LGBTQ community in politics is toxic. Do not be around them. Do not ask questions about them. Nothing. Do not speak on their behalf. Just do it when you get in office. Like what Elon Musk did. You think Elon was going to tell people he planned on firing half the federal government? He didn't do it. He just kept his mouth shut. Trump got him in there, and now he's firing every damn body. Once the Democrats get in, they can do whatever the hell they want, which is what Trump is doing. I got to move it on.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree with anything you just said. All my point being is that in the grand scheme of things, and I don't say Democrats, but they're progressive, let's say, have always been on the side of the minorities. They have been the minority versus majority rule, right? We're talking about, women. This is what I'm saying. But I agree with you that right now the place should be get back in power and downplay what you just talked about.
Fair enough. We agree on that. Appreciate you coming through. Thank you, Mr. Waltz. All right. Your audio is going in and out for some reason, but thank you for coming through, by the way. Sometimes I'm sure we need to get on the streets now. Then I think he just wants to cause an incident to declare martial law. Pete Hegseth will follow orders. Trump's power goes up big with martial law. Now, he's saying the same thing. Thank you for that super chat there, Hubert Cummerdale. He's saying the same thing that Trump would like to see the summer of love kick off again this time when he's got basically unchecked power so that he can squash a lot of the vermin, so to speak. And he can declare martial law, which gives him a lot more authority and control over this country. He hasn't himself talked about pardoning George Floyd, so I can't say for sure, but I do question why Elon Musk and some of them would get involved in it. To me, that doesn't make sense why Elon Musk got involved in it. And because Trump did not jump on the bandwagon, I'm not going to hold Trump accountable for saying he wants to. Mr. Walter, appreciate the money gun. Thank you. I'm not going to hold Trump accountable for talking about pardoning Derek Chauvin because he didn't say it. But I do take odds at Trump claiming he hadn't heard about it. I don't believe that's true. I think anytime Trump is not ready to answer a question or doesn't want to answer a question, he said, well, I don't know nothing about it. And a lot of politicians do that. It's plausible deniability. They can't prove I know about it. So as opposed to stepping in and saying the wrong thing, just say you didn't know about it. I want to see this for the first time. This is that BLM thing I was talking about the plaza in front of the White House being removed under Trump. I'm watching this for the first time with you. I'm just curious to see what they have to say. And I'll go back to the caller after that. And I see in the comments, Maxwell Smart says, Maxwell Smart, isn't that from a TV show? Get Smart. Maxwell Smart says, Trump is setting the United States up for superpower status for years to come. How How? Wait. Let me, before I even play the clip, you're saying that Trump is setting the United States up for superpower status for years to come. How? If you're getting out of, you're basically breaking NATO up apart. You're making our NATO allies realize they got to do it on their own. In my opinion, is he's doing just the opposite. If you're focusing on America first, the reason why we are a superpower is because we've been in everybody's business, telling people what to do, what businesses they can do, exploiting their resources, preventing them from getting nuclear bombs, deciding who can go to war with who wins. I mean, we're the superpower because we're involved in every damn thing. If we become a nationalist, isolated country, you're not going to be a superpower from that standpoint. I think you got that one backwards. To me, that one doesn't sound right. That set us up to be to be a superpower. You got to do all the shit we've did. I mean, we've been involved in everybody's business. Even to the point where NATO, for the most part, they're all dependent on the U.S. for support. That's why they haven't been funding their own war budgets or defense budgets. If everybody properly defended themselves and put enough money, the United States would be weaker because all of those countries would be stronger. I mean, all of those countries militarily are dependent upon the United States. So the United States is going to get a hell of a lot more say-so at the G8, at UN meetings, at NATO meetings, because at the end of the day, if we have a disagreement and something happens, we may not be on your side. So all of a sudden, if these countries start all becoming militarily independent of the United States, I think that makes us weaker. I don't see how that makes us a superpower. That makes us weaker. France has already talked about sharing their nuclear program with some allies in the European theater. So all of a sudden, if you start having a lot more nuclear armed countries in Europe, that makes us weaker because those countries don't have to depend on the U.S. for support anymore. We already know from North Korea, nobody fucks with a country that's got a nuclear weapon. North Korea is a prime example. Nobody fucks with a country that has a nuclear weapon. If all of a sudden a bunch of these Eastern European and Western European countries pop up with nuclear weapons, they don't need to deal with the U.S. as much. So I don't see the strength in that. I think it's just the opposite. But some of you folks obviously disagree. I want to play this and see what this sounds like.
DC has yet another victim of the Republican trifecta in the House, Senate, and White House. The famed Black Lives Matter plaza, which you see there, is set to be painted over after a GOP lawmaker threatened funding cuts, according to plans announced by Mayor Muriel Bowser on Tuesday.
Republican Georgia Congressman Andrew Clyde introduced the legislation Monday. He's vowing to strip D.C. of millions in transportation funding if the mural is not renamed Liberty Plaza.
The plaza was constructed 1 block away from the White House during the racial justice protests in 2020 that followed the murder of George Floyd. Bowser said in a statement, "The mural inspired millions of people and helped our city through a very painful period. But now we can't afford to be distracted by meaningless congressional interference." The bill comes after other legislation.
Here's what I don't get. Now we've heard what he's doing. He's doing what he typically does. That is the method of operation for Trump. If you're doing something he doesn't like, he's going to take money away from you. We've heard it with Columbia University. We've heard it with California doing the wildfires. You name it. We've heard it with, he's talking about taking federal money away from Jordan and Egypt if they don't take in Palestinian refugees. That's the first thing he does is hit you in your pocketbook. In regards to doing it to American people, my response is this. At some point, the American people in these liberal areas that are doing things that are progressive or liberal or democratic that Trump doesn't like, at some point, they're going to have to step up and say, we're not contributing money to the federal coffers anymore. Because that's the only people he's denying federal funding to is a bunch of liberals. And a lot of the cities in America where most of the money come from are liberal cities. It makes no sense for you to be contributing to the federal system if you don't feel confident that during your area's time of need, the money's going to be there for you. Now, obviously, this Black Lives Matter way thing is just for semantics. This has nothing to do with a disaster. But as I mentioned earlier, the California wildfires is a perfect example where Trump was threatening not to give them money if they don't pass a bill that requires voter ID be present while voting. Now they're in the middle of a wildfire. There's no election at least until November midterms, maybe a few smaller elections, but he's literally threatening not to help out folks who've had all of their shit burned down to the ground because your governor won't pass a law that requires voter ID. That has nothing to do with what we're asking for money for. Absolutely nothing. And he was threatening to hold up money for that. So I do believe at some point you're going to start having some liberal areas complaining that we're not going to send money to the feds anymore because you're literally weaponizing FEMA and all of these other systems to get, basically right-wing policies out of us. Now, this would be just as corrupt if the left did it. The left may not admit it to you, but I certainly would be on here talking about it. Either you're there for the American people as a whole or you're not. There's a hell of a lot of MAGA in California outside of LA and outside of the major cities that lost their fucking houses and shit like that. Why would you be holding their money up because you're pissed off at a liberal governor that they may not have voted for either? I mean, everything about that is wrong. Everything about that is wrong. That should not be allowed, should not be legal to do that. But he was able to talk about it. He didn't do it. He talked about doing it, and the outcry was minimal. The outcry was minimal. Can NATO defeat Russia alone, says Maxwell Smart. I don't know. Here's the problem with NATO. Because they're so dependent on the U.S., if NATO has the ability, because we got the best shit in terms of defensive tools. America has the best shit, weapons, vehicles, all of that. If NATO is allowed to continue purchasing weapons from America, maybe America doesn't help us out at all in terms of working with us, but we sell weapons in this country. So NATO says we can handle Russia on our own. We just need to be able to buy jets from you, buy tanks from you, stuff like that. If they could buy from the United States, I think they could really give Russia a go for its money. Because like I said, there are European countries that have nuclear weapons, and that's only if it gets that far up. Conventionally, Russia has proven to be a paper tiger. The stuff we're giving to Ukraine that they've been fighting with Russia for 3 years, that ain't our best shit. And they've been able to last for 3 years. To the point where the Ukrainians have not received any additional manpower. The Russians had to have North Korean soldiers come help them out using our secondary weaponry. They're not flying F-22s and F-35s over Russia. If they had the best shit, they would probably defeat Russia. Just looking at what has happened, looking at the hundreds of thousands of soldiers that Russia has lost. If they had our best shit, without any additional manpower, no boots on the ground from anybody else, I think the Ukrainians could have probably beat Russia or at least got them to end the whole conflict. It's called it a draw, whatever the case may be. They're not using anywhere near. I mean, at the end of the day, it took Biden towards the end of his term to even allow them to use weapons that could strike deeper into Russia. We were only giving them shit to defend themselves. And they were able to do that. We weren't giving them offensive weapons where they could start hitting into Russia. We didn't give them anything like that. And they were putting up that much resistance. Imagine if we gave them the good shit. Imagine if they had access to the good shit. How much? I mean, the only reason we didn't do that is because we feared that Russia would go atomic. Because conventionally, they had a good fight on their hands. And that's, like I said, you start talking about NATO has more money than the Ukraine. So if we allowed them to purchase stuff from us, I think NATO could really put the hurt on Russia conventionally. I don't know what happens at the atomic level, but conventionally. So at the end of the day, nobody, what does it call it? Mutually assured destruction. Nobody wants to go atomic. Yeah, Russia has more nukes than all of NATO. But shit, if you drop a couple of them on Moscow, I mean, that may be the end of Putin. You don't want that. Okay, yeah, we're not going to take out all of Russia, but we might be to take out you. So no, I don't think that he would want that. So conventionally, I think it would be a hell of a fight for Russia if they had to do that. So after seeing what happened with the Ukraine, because everybody thought the Ukraine would fall way, way sooner than that. Real quick in the comments, and thank you. I'm not going to be pronounce this. Mama Gucci, thank you for your support. All right. Trump is bringing industry back to the U.S., accepting Chinese junk, weakens our economy, stronger tariffs, strengthen our dollar, become stronger. Well, I think there's some, I kind of agree and disagree with that. Now, you're saying bringing industry back to the United States as opposed to accepting Chinese junk strengthens our economy. Yeah, but the Chinese junk is a lot cheaper. I used to purchase laptops back when I got out of college back in the early 90s. A laptop costs you around $2,000. You can get them now. Think about, okay, a laptop now does not cost $2,000. I mean, when you think about how much inflation has hit since the we're talking like 25, 30 years ago. You're paying a couple grand for a laptop. You can get them now still, 30 years later almost. Anywhere between $200, $700, $800, depending on what the quality of what you want inside of it. So the price of a laptop, price of a computer has went down significantly. You get rid of what you refer to as Chinese junk, and now you're having to purchase American-made products. You're going to pay a lot for that. You're going to pay a lot for that. So the fact is, if we want to get rid of Chinese products and Chinese manufacturing and make all that stuff in America, you're going to be dealing with American labor laws and protections, unless Elon gets rid of that shit, which some might say is the goal. But if you have to pay American labor, those products are going to cost a lot more money, and the American salaries don't measure up to that. They don't. I mean, we're buying a lot of Chinese junk, as you said. A lot of our products are made in China in this country, and Americans are barely getting by. Right now, they're barely getting by. So all of a sudden, if all these products are made in America, them salaries are going to have to go up significantly. I mean, think about, you think about now, what are you buying? Your Samsung, you're buying your foreign, we used to buy Zenith, you used to buy Magnavox, RCA. Them TVs cost a lot more back in the 70s and 80s when they were made in America. A television back then, hell, I remember my dad buying a floor model Zenith for like $600 back in 1979. Think about how much that would be for inflation. Going back 40 plus years. Think about how much that would cost now. So, but it was made by Americans. Union labor, good paying union jobs. We want the American manufacturing, but we don't want to bring back union jobs. How's that going to work? So I don't know about the whole notion of bringing back manufacturing and all that in America. I mean, the Trump administration, I'm watching on television today, they've gotten rid of the bargaining power, bartering through your union. Collective bargaining is what it's called. For TSA, Transportation Safety Administration, the ones you see at the airports, they're tearing their unions apart. You already know what that generally leads to. You start getting rid of the unions, you fuck up salaries, benefits, all that's going to go down. They're doing that to the TSA. I'm sure the TSA, nobody working for the TSA thought by voting Trump in office is going to fuck with their jobs. But I'm just simply saying, they're going, you don't hear Trump bragging about bringing up salaries anywhere. So bringing back U.S. manufacturing is going to lead to a higher cost of goods and services in this country because it's made by American labor. And I haven't seen any evidence that they want to pay Americans better salaries than they're paying them now. So I don't see how that's going to work. I see the comments. Andy says that's because narcissists lack empathy. Yikes. Real quick in the comments, I'd have to see it, Maxwell. I would love the notion of bringing jobs back to America, but you ain't going to bring jobs back to America while you're fighting to keep the minimum wage. You're struggling against a $15 minimum wage and all of that shit. That ain't going to happen. That's not going to happen. Why do you think Europe is now funding Ukraine? says Maxwell Smart, because Europe doesn't want to face Russia directly. Europe, well, we were doing the same thing, though. Everybody wants to weaken Russia without having to fight Russia. I agree with you 100% there. We did it. We love the notion of watching Russia lose assets and personnel without us having to lose assets and personnel to do it. So, yeah, of course Europe is going to fund the Ukraine so that they don't have to face Russia. That makes sense. You said face Russia directly. Europe and NATO fear Russia. Europe wants the USA in negotiations for a reason. Yeah, but that's going to become less and less. I can only beg you to help me out for so long before I realize you're not going to help me out. And then I got to get up off my ass and do it myself. And then from that point on, you're going to get a lot less phone calls from me begging you for help, which means you now have a lot less leverage over me. I don't know if America would be better off if the European nations did not depend on us. I don't. Look, let me just say it this way. While we're boasting about not having to send money to the Ukraine and America shouldn't have to spend all the money in NATO and all this other shit, I'm going to ask you the simple question. How is that going to change your life? Same thing with the US aid shit, sending money to countries for condoms and all of that. Tell me when we get to the part where you can say, now that they've done that, I'm getting this much extra money. I'm paying this less in taxes. How is it actually benefiting you? Because if it's not benefiting you, not only do you not have evidence it's really being done, you also don't know who else is reaping the benefits of what they're doing. How is it benefiting you specifically? Elon Musk is saving billions of dollars, if you listen to Elon Musk. How much of it has came to you so far? How much of it has even been promised to you so far? How do you know that the money he's saving, somebody close to him is not pocketing it? So that's all I'm asking. If you're not getting it, it's not that big of a thing. It's not that big of a talking point to celebrate. You're saving our tax money, but we paid it and we're not getting any of it back. I don't see anything to celebrate by that. War doesn't benefit anyone but the government. Johnny 11, I don't know if I totally agree with that. If you gain territory, you can visit that territory. I don't know if I totally agree with that. Depends on, if, like for instance, the lifestyle we live in this country, some would argue is better than lifestyles afforded in other countries. So if America, let's say for instance, America decided to conquer Cuba, it's a good possibility that the Cubans that live there might have a better, improved life. So there are some cases where war can benefit, depending on who conquers you. Depends on who takes over, or whatever the case may be. I'll go back to the box. What does that say? Why would we have to benefit from someone fixing something else? Our future. Why? Because you don't fucking know if they did it or not. Lion Eagles. He's saying, why would we have to benefit from somebody fixing something? How do you know they really? If they fix something, quote unquote, fix something, and it doesn't change anybody's life in America, how the hell do you know they really fixed it? How do you know they're not lying about it? Elon Musk has already been caught in several lies about what they've done in terms of saving money, telling you he's saving 80 billion when it was really 8 million. They've actually had to remove shit from the website because stuff they posted was not true. So if it ain't benefiting anybody and you're not looking for it to benefit you, then I can tell you I'm doing any damn thing. You'll just swallow whatever I put in your mouth. I want, if you're saving hundreds of billions of dollars, how does that translate into benefits for the Americans that were originally paying that money? If you can't answer that, I'm not sure you're actually doing it. He might just be telling you that to help you continue favoring his side of the aisle. Ask for some proof. Ask for some evidence. This is the same argument I'm posing on the DEI shit. If you're firing people for DEI and they lack merit, show us how that person you fired lacked merit. Otherwise, you might be firing them for some other reason. This is what I keep saying about my MAGA viewers. Look, if you think Trump has the right way, I get it. You're not going to vote liberal. That makes sense. But feel free to ask for a little evidence sometime. You don't have to believe everything your side says and the left the same way, but ask for some evidence. That doesn't sit well with me. That's why Orange Stain likes the uneducated. I'm not going to get involved in that. If anyone thinks they're getting $5,000 from any administration, I got a bridge in Brooklyn for sale. I'll tell you something, though, that would really help out Trump. If they actually did give folks $5,000 each, like I keep saying, you can't go around bragging you saving billions and billions of dollars, and the average guy making $20 an hour ain't benefiting from it at all. I do giving everybody $5,000. It ain't shit in terms of the average spending for most people, but at least now we see something tangible. I'm not one to throw Elon under the bus. If he's doing great things, he's doing great things. But I am one to say I need to see evidence. I'm not just going to buy everything he's saying. The right is all over the place. You see memes on social media. It's a shame that people are more critical of Elon for saving us money than the people who are wasting it. Fine, if he can show me proof that they're wasting it. They're already celebrating what he's doing as fact. You ain't seen shit. How do you know this stuff is true? You wouldn't believe it if George Soros told you. If Bill Gates told you this shit, you wouldn't believe it. Why are you just believing it? So I do have an issue with that. And the whole notion that we got a bunch of money, that means he'll never rob us. Well, George Soros has a bunch too, don't he? So does Bill Gates. You don't trust them. So I'm not a fan of that until I see the actual evidence. Real quick before I move on, exactly savings should help with, all of that, Medicaid, all of that stuff. If you're saving all that money, people should see results of it. I haven't even heard them promise to show anybody results. So I'll leave it at that. I apologize. I will apologize on this live if y'all get it. Snowfall, all right. Big Bird says, what is your take on the GOAT, or on the government rather? What is my take on the government saying they need to redo how we calculate GDP? My take on that is the same as it would be if the left said it from the right, is that they're changing the calculations to make it fit in their favor. Simple as that. If they're going to change how we calculate the gross domestic product, chances are they're making some change. It's almost like redistricting or gerrymandering. They're changing, or the census. They're making changes to fit their agenda. I don't know where, I don't know how, but I guarantee that if they change how we calculate GDP, it's going to be favorable for their administration. And if the left did it, I would say the same damn thing. You're changing math. Is what you're doing. You're changing math in an environment where numbers matter for or against your cause. They're trying to change math. Yeah, my opinion is they're doing some shit that's biased. Let me go back to the box. The box is playing games here. Travelman, good evening. Welcome to the program, Travelman. Are you there?
How you doing, bro?
I'm doing all right. Yeah, we were talking earlier about the notion of pardoning George Floyd's killer. What say you?
I'm not discussing that.
You said I'm not even discussing it. Why do you think it's coming up, though?
It's a deflection.
From what?
From all this BS they got going on. They throw something out there and people been talking about George Floyd for 3 days. And they know damn well George Floyd has a state conviction.
Yeah,
so he ain't going.
Yeah,
so
but
it's not even worth discussing.
I get that he's not going to walk, but it does show that we stand with Derek Chauvin. Even though we can't get him out, we're going to do what we could to show that we stand by him. Why would they do that?
Because MAGA's stupid. MAGAs, they throw stuff out there, but they throw that stuff out there, man, to deflect. That's all. That all is. When did he say that? Thursday, Friday? What? People been talking about it.
Yeah.
It's taken away from the fact that they trying to get in there and access the child support payments in HHS. That they trying to get in there and access the Social Security stuff. It's taken away from all of that.
Now, I heard about the child support payments. What would be the purpose of doing that?
So it's a power thing. It's all about power, man. You know, they're using all this BS about fraud, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you have, you know, supposedly saved all this money. Okay, well, where's the fraud charges? Fraud is a crime.
Yeah.
So if you found out this fraud, then, you know, who are you charging?
And that's the point. And that's the point I keep making, is that I'm not, while not throwing the right under the bus, I don't think there's anything wrong with asking for evidence.
Throw them under the bus.
Huh?
Throw them under the bus. They deserve it.
Well, if they can show evidence that what all these great things they're doing is true, they deserve credit for it. But they're getting credit from MAGA for doing a lot of things that they've proven no evidence for at all. They're just saying we did this, we did that, and MAGA's just buying it. I'm like, look, if they've done this stuff, it's great, but I need to see evidence. If Elon says I just saved us $1 trillion, I need to see how you done that. I'm not just gonna buy that you said it and it's accurate.
Okay, so how many times out of the last 9 years have they said that they had something and they never provided it?
Oh my God.
They don't have a good track record.
No, from the election on down. Yeah, from the election on down.
Okay. They don't have a good track record. Meanwhile, they're laying people off at NOAA. So what's gonna happen when now we're moving into tornado season in the Midwest. We ain't gonna even get into the hurricane season. We're moving into the tornado season in the Midwest. Tornadoes come up fast. You don't have 2 or 3 days.
Right.
Okay? They messing around with that. So what else they doing? I called Social Security the other day. I just wanted to ask a question. It was a 2-hour wait.
Damn.
When I called about 2 weeks ago, I had like a 30-minute wait.
What about the possibility with Elon being deeply invested in AI that they're going to try to get rid of, like you get AI to answer your question?
You know what?
I mean, that's what it used to be. You call it call center.
We've been talking for a minute, and you know when we talking, I don't use a lot of profanity. You know that, and a lot of this stuff that they're saying and what they're doing is bullshit. Okay, that's all it is. You know, how you gonna cut? I think they said they wanted to do 50% of the IRS.
Wow. How you
gonna lay out 50% of the IRS?
Damn.
You know? And then think about this. Since World War I, the United States has built and established this world order with other countries.
Okay.
And we were the big dog on the block.
True.
Russia, the Soviet Union went down. That made us the bigger dog.
True.
Everybody say Japan gonna take us over. We knocked them out. They said China was gonna do something. They still down there trying to deal with their real estate. Right?
True.
In 6 weeks, this man has totally wiped out damn near 100 years of U.S. leadership on the world stage.
A lot of MAGA like it though, man. A lot of MAGA think what he's doing is making us stronger. I just had somebody in the comments say that.
Fuck MAGA. That's not making us stronger. We are weaker now than we were on 120th. Germany can make their own weapons. The French make good weapons. The Netherlands they all make weapons. They don't make them on the scale that we do, but they make them. Somebody, I think you asked earlier, could Russia, could NATO
I was just about to ask you that. Could Russia handle NATO without us? Or NATO handle Russia without us?
Hell yeah. They couldn't even handle Ukraine.
Here's my take on it. I think that NATO could certainly handle Russia if they were not being blockaded by the U.S. Like, say, for instance, we control a lot of the shit that's hovering up in space. So they may need our satellite or GPS systems or something like that. If we're not actively trying to prevent them, and under Trump, I don't know, because Trump right now is, taking away surveillance systems and everything from the Ukraine. So he's actively operating against the Ukrainian effort. So at that point, NATO would be weaker. If we just let NATO and Russia go at it, maybe they could still buy weapons from the U.S. or whatever, but the U.S. was, kind of in the background. I think they can handle it. But if you got somebody in the seat or in the White House that is actively fighting against the interests of NATO, then that's different.
NATO has satellite also. They also have intel units also. Matter of fact, Ukraine is actually getting intel from NATO, from the NATO countries right now. See, we have a vindictive person in the White House. What's going on right now, that is blood on the United States' hands, because he's a little prick and he cannot handle somebody standing up to him. So therefore, we're not going to provide any weapons to Ukraine. We're going to pull the intel, so you can't have access to that. We're going to pull the commercial companies that's providing satellite imagery to Ukraine. We're pulling all of that. We had technically blinded them, and then they not providing them with any weapons. So now, right after they did that, what have Russia been doing? They've been pounding them.
Yeah.
And then, so in a nonchalant way, the Mango Maniac says, well, Russia's bumming the hell out of them. Or Russia's doing what anybody would do in that situation. Yeah. See, we have an epidemic in this country. There's an epidemic of head up Trump's ass syndrome. And it's damaging us.
Head up Trump's ass syndrome.
You know, I mean, bro, come on.
I have,
Trump
I
don't know who Johnny 11 is, but Trump ain't trying to stop anything. Trump, you know what? We're losing the European Union. They've all said, you know what? We cannot rely on Trump or the United States. We need to start doing our own thing.
Yeah, I was just about to say that in regards to saying that they can't rely on Trump. I'm hearing some of our allies are starting to be hesitant to share intelligence that they're doing on Russia.
They're not going to share
because they think Trump would give it to them.
They were hesitant before he got in there because he's a knucklehead. But check this out, though. And then you take all this flip-flocking back and forth. See, the other countries now, they're starting to stand up. When they came out with all this stuff, you had the shock and awe, right? Now people are starting to get in their footing. Oh, well, I'm gonna put tariffs on Canada. You know what? We don't just have the Canadian politicians pissed off at the U.S. The whole damn country is pissed off at the U.S. Yeah. A country that has went to Afghanistan with us, that went to the Gulf War with us, that went to Iraq with us. When the one time Article 5 has been activated.
But let me ask you though, is there any chance at all that some of this stuff Trump is doing will actually turn out the way he's saying, where it'll make us stronger, it'll bring down prices, it'll bring jobs back, all the stuff is there any way he could fire half the government and we'll find out that they all did have wasteful positions and we didn't need them and the government continues to function? Is it possible that he could be right on any of this?
So let me ask you this. You know what? A clock is right twice a day.
Fact.
Right? Well, let me ask you this. 1980, there was 3 million government workers. The population was about 240 million. Today, there's 3 million government workers, and the population is 340 million.
Yeah.
And that's taking into account automation and everything that's been going on.
It don't look good. I get your point. It doesn't look good. The numbers wise, it don't look good.
You got you can go to, even before Trump came into office, you could go to damn near any government agency and they would tell you that they're understaffed because it's hiring freezes in place all the time. Okay. I sent a document in May. I made a change. I'm retired military. I made a change. I sent the document to DFAS. Okay, which is the military pay, the handle military pay and retired pay. And they told me, check back in 30 days, make sure we got it. I checked back in 30 days. They told me we have it. It's going back for processing. It'll be 4 to 5 months.
Shit.
And I say 4 to 5 months. She said, yes, we are extremely understaffed. That's what she said.
What? I'm gonna ask you the same question I asked. Go ahead.
Right down the road from me, they're opening up the largest VA outpatient clinic in the country. They cannot fully staff it because of the hiring freezes and the layoffs. Brand new clinic so big, look like a hospital. And they can't fully staff it. Okay? So what's going to come out of it? I mean, you somebody tell me.
That remains to be seen.
What's going to come out of it?
That remains to be seen, and that's what I'm saying. Until I see some actual benefits from some of this stuff, you know. But I'm with you. I don't see how you can get rid of so many people. I mean, I get that there's waste, fraud, and abuse, but I mean, you listen to Elon. It's almost like every employee that works for the federal government is a wasteful employee. I mean, he makes it sound like you can get rid of all of them.
Elon full of shit. You know, everybody complains about the government until they need the government. You know, Medicaid takes care of a lot more. The vast majority of people on Medicaid are kids with special needs, or seniors on Medicaid pays for the assisted living facilities in the nursing homes. That's who pay for the Medicaid for the people that qualify for it. So that we're gonna put a work requirement. It's already a work requirement. And the vast majority of people on Medicaid that can work.
Why do you think they started with the people at the bottom first?
Because that's the easiest ones to get.
Yeah.
You know, they think they're not gonna vote. It's the same thing. I don't, and I said I wasn't gonna talk about trans thing. It's the same thing. They go after the trans people because they have no representation. They have nobody fighting for them. Okay, you know, Trump. Let me tell you something about this dude, man, and then I'm gonna let you go. Okay, remember when Macron came, right? Macron came, and Trump said we're paying $350. We paid $350 billion.
And he corrected him. He corrected him.
Yeah, corrected him. Right.
Right.
But a day or two later, the British Prime Minister came, and he said we paid $350 billion. And he corrected it, right? He know it's wrong. He know he's wrong.
Yeah.
He gave me that damn joint session speech, and what did he say? $350 billion. Okay? He's still saying, when you're a pathological liar, that's what you do. And he does that in the Republican, conservative, MAGA, whatever you want to call them. They repeat the same stuff over and over and over again until people forget that, you know what, they're lying because they say it so much. Wow. And Trump is so bold, he gets on damn national TV every time he does a press conference. He's still saying it.
Yeah.
He's still saying $350 billion. He's been correct. Hell, you even got the other people in Congress saying it. Okay?
And they believe
Trump
it.
is like, he like Putin's hoe.
He's like what?
He's like Putin's hoe. You know? He's like, he put all this pressure on Ukraine. What has Russia been asked to give up?
Nothing.
He
threatened to sanction them this weekend. I mean, we already got huge sanctions on Russia already anyway. But I forget they said like 90% of their market's already been sanctioned in America. So I mean, they don't have all the McDonald's and everything. Now all that stuff has already happened. So the sanctions that Trump was talking about imposing on them are essentially empty because all that stuff's already on them.
But then he sanctioned it. Didn't he say that in the morning, and then he kind of backed off of it that afternoon?
Yep.
Okay. We have total, number one. Not total capitulation, but basically back before back in the 1930s, Neville Chamberlain, they gave the mustache man some land, and that was supposed to take care of it. And Poland was part of that. And he went back and he regrouped, and then he came back and attacked the rest of Europe. So we basically doing the same thing where we're going to give him Ukraine. He's going to regroup, and then he's going to go back after the Baltic states. Okay, this is how jacked up the country is right now. And then, so we got all that going on the international front, right?
Okay.
Then you got this clown over at the damn DOD. You got a clown over
Pete
there.
Hegseth.
Okay, Pete Hegseth, and then not only do you have one clown at the FBI, you got two clowns at the FBI. All right, and he's taking out the top management of DOJ. He's taking out the top management of the FBI. Nobody over there has we better hope something doesn't happen because all the people with the knowledge has walked out the door.
It could be interesting.
We got a maggot brain over at the HHS. I mean, what do you not? Our government is a joke right now.
I hope it doesn't turn out as bad as you make it sound. I got to move it on, Trevor, but I really hope it. I mean, I get what you're saying, though. He has literally chopped off the head of government and replaced it with his own guys. Hopefully, they're able to manage it. I mean, 4 years. Hopefully, we can hold out. But man, I mean, you paint a bleak picture, man. You paint a real bleak picture.
Just think we had a major catastrophe right now. What the hell Hegseth is going to do? He don't know. What is Cash Patel gonna do? You know what they're gonna do? They're gonna go out on Truth Social and make a post and ask for money. That's what they're gonna do because they don't know what the hell they're doing. And the second in command, right? I served on aircraft carriers. Mm-hmm. Second in command is the XO. The XO runs the ship. He knows everything about the ship. So the second in command at the FBI is always a career guy. Why? Because he runs the day-to-day operations of the FBI.
Okay.
And they say it's going to be maybe about 50 items that come at this person every day from different parts of the FBI. And Bongingo, man, he don't know nothing about the damn FBI. So how he's going to take over the day-to-day operations? And he can't go up and ask Cash Money anything because he don't know jack shit about the FBI either.
Cash Money. I got to go. Appreciate it.
All right,
All right. He didn't say Cash Patel. He said Cash Money. But then by the jingle, being the second in head of the FBI, going straight from a podcaster, Fox News personality, that is something to question. And also, this is something I bring up too when folks talk about, how left MSNBC is or CNN is, and then they watch Fox News. Fox News is really fucking biased. I mean, think about how many affiliates, contributors that have either left Fox News and went directly into the Trump administration or left the Trump administration and went directly into Fox News. It is like literally a breeding ground. I mean, I get that MSNBC leans left. I'm not going to deny that. But they don't lean as far left as Fox News leans in. Fox News is almost like an arm of the Trump administration. I mean, you got Hannity on stage at Trump rallies. So is Judge Jeanine Pirro. Jesse Waters has been on Air Force One with his kids and shit. It's insane. I'm willing to admit that MSNBC leans left. But you don't see MSNBC personalities at Obama and Biden rallies and stuff like that. I mean, it's insane at how intertwined. I mean, I can think, I've been watching Fox News for years. I can think of a ton of them. Kimberly Guilfoyle, who went from the program The Five, almost married into the Trump family, dating one of Trump's sons. I think was it Don Jr.? Almost got married to the dude. I mean, it's just back and forth. How many of them folks have either went from Fox to Trump or went from Trump to Fox? And then folks talk about how left the MSNBC is, and they don't see that. That's really, really biased. I mean, calling in directly in the morning, calling in to Fox and Friends in the morning and getting on, it's just crazy. Real quick, before I continue on, yes, you do, and they donate. I don't know what you mean by that, Darren Stiles. The AP is extremely low. Like I said, I'm willing to point out networks that may be left and may lean right, but ain't nobody leaning left as far as Fox News is pro-Trump. I won't even say Fox News is right. They're pro-Trump. They are pro-Trump. They are that intertwined with him, hanging out at Mar-a-Lago and at rallies and shit like that. I don't know anybody from MSNBC that was regularly on stage opening up for Biden or Kamala Harris or Obama like that. They are pro-Trump at Fox. I don't know any left-wing personality on any left-wing network that is a Sean Hannity. I don't know anybody on the left that is Sean Hannity on her. I mean, Sean Hannity got Trump's personal number and everything like that. Like I said, opened up. I don't know anybody on the left that's done that at any network. Same thing with Judge Jeanine Pirro. I don't know any left wingers that has have that much intertwined actions for the MAGA campaign. None of them like that. So yeah, I think that we can talk about left and right, but Fox News goes beyond just leaning right. Somebody said state-run TV. I don't want to say that, but man, you're talking fantasy, says James. I'd like to know what part am I fantasizing about. I mean, you tell me that Trump and Sean Hannity are not that close? Bill O'Reilly was a huge personality at Fox for most of its history. I mean, they had Yankees games and shit like that together, him and Trump. Even now, Bill O'Reilly's on, doing his own podcast. He still regularly goes down to Mar-a-Lago. I don't know anybody on the left that's doing that is bragging about how often they go to Biden or Kamala Harris's house and shit like that. They're hanging out at games and stuff. I don't know anybody like that. I mean, there is plenty of photos of folks on the right that are doing that stuff with Trump. I don't know. You want to say it's fantasy? You got to explain that. And so in the comments, somebody said something about blocked. We don't block here. We're open on the program. We don't block, ban, or censor. So you don't get blocked by this program. Continuing on, Andy. Good evening, Andy. Welcome to the program again. You had no substance, Marlene. Oh, talking to somebody else. Andy, good evening.
Well, hello.
Hey.
How much more of this winning can you take?
How much more of the what? Winning?
Winning can you take?
Well, because I didn't vote for Trump, he was talking about his supporters, and they are winning. He said, you vote for me, you're going to get tired of winning. They are winning a lot, Andy. They are winning.
I don't know. I just read an article where a bunch of the ones that voted for him that lost their job are now doubly mad because their family thinks they should have lost their job.
Damn. Yeah, I will agree with you that crying MAGA gets no sympathy. If you're MAGA and something happened to you because you voted for Trump, I don't care if you can't get a surgery, you lose your Medicaid, you lose your job. Yeah, there is no sympathy. I mean, there really is no reason to come forward and complain because the left is going to be so hard on you.
I ain't gonna lie. Damn right. I'm watching my whole state implode. They're gonna close 3 Social Security offices.
Why have they've been denying that though? They've been saying the whole time they're not at the Social Security.
Yeah, well, apparently they're after something because 3 of the branches are closing. I cannot see any good reason to close 3 branches, and they're rural branches too. So those people have, these are his actual hardcore voters that live in Coleman and, if you think about that name, it's synonymous with Alabama with being not a good place.
What about waste? Yeah, Coleman is supposed to be one of them sundown towns. What about waste, fraud, and abuse? That maybe those offices were not necessary or they could be done some other way?
They were on skin and bones anyway, just like the IRS. Like the IRS, when Joe Biden tried to hire 87,000 people, and these people all screamed, "Oh, they're all agents." The first 4,000 were damn telephone operators. Yeah. They've been so undermanned since the 90s that they couldn't even mount anything but audits against poor people. They didn't have the staff to go after anybody that had any real money.
And they're talking about
and they make sure they don't have that now, don't they?
No, but as one of my callers just pointed out, he suggested they're talking about getting rid of half of the IRS.
I'm glad I got my return coming back already. Better not wait till April 15th.
Man.
There might be a sign on the door that says no one's home.
So what
like,
is
I'm
it?
pretty sure Elon Musk is hollering, we need to privatize everything we can privatize. Elon can't keep his own budget. His rockets are blowing. You know how much I hate Elon. So he's got his second rocket just went bursting in air. How'd you like that?
How is
I don't
that
think that's
not?
what our forefathers
You know something? Because we know Elon Musk, those rockets. You know, there's a lot of funding from the U.S. How much of that is waste, fraud, and abuse? Every time one of those rockets go boom, are the taxpayers on the hook for any of that?
I don't know. I don't know why we're giving the richest man in the world a subsidy. Like, if anybody can afford it, why can't he? Maybe he'd be a little more careful if it was his money.
No, because he don't have to. He got the government behind him. He got us.
Yeah, well, Uncle Sugar, he wants to get rid of the Artemis program, which, by the way, moved the damn asteroid out of the way. So we're going to get rid of the Artemis program and mess with NASA, who ain't done nothing to Elon, but, you know, not give him the whole pie, and he's going to throw a fit. He is the biggest child I have ever seen.
I think when you mention NASA, I think that's probably one of the goals is NASA is just going to become, you know, Elon's going to absorb all of the work for NASA. That may go away. You're talking about privatizing things, okay? You know, SpaceX or what is this program called? Some of that shit. He'll probably, Starlink, he'll get all of NASA's work. We may see NASA go away and he can say, look, we saved a bunch of taxpayer money by privatizing the space program. And now, you know.
I just read somewhere today that something in the Teslas are giving people cancer. I mean, it is like, come on now. Elon, like everything Elon and Trump both touch just seems to just disintegrate. Like, look at the Cybertruck. If you had any sense, if you were Elon, when you rolled it out on the stage, you'd have tested it first, right?
Yeah.
Like, he threw a rock at it. It was supposed to be, you know.
Oh my God.
And the rock broke the window. So much for bulletproof. I mean, Jesus Christ.
Elon has got so much money and so much power, he can't do wrong at this point.
Yeah, but the problem is in 2008 he didn't, because SpaceX and Tesla had to be bailed out.
Yeah.
Isn't that funny?
Well, now.
And he's been living off the government dime ever since. So, Elon is the richest man in the world living off the government dime, but he don't think he's where we need to start cutting waste? Or Trump's little outings to the Super Bowl, or, you know, to the Rays.
Well, you know,
and that 350,000 you were talking about, that is what the U.S. allies total gave. Not just the U.S. The U.S. and its allies gave Zelensky that much money. Not the U.S. by itself.
Well, first of all,
allies gave
let's get clear. Let's get something clear. We didn't give the Ukrainians any cash money. That shit was in secondary weapons. The notion that people make it sound like we just had, you know, carts of cash going to Ukraine. We're giving them weapons, not money.
Cash and humanitarian aid.
Huh?
I do think we did. I do think there was a cash payment of humanitarian aid.
350 million?
No. Not even. No. Like a small amount. Not like what Trump's talking about. Like, I think we gave him like 60 million. And
what do they need cash
that
for?
was for?
Who are they spending money with? What do they need cash?
I don't know. I think it went to the UN. I don't know. I have to go look that up.
Because that's what makes no sense. They're in the middle.
But I do know there was some cash in there. I'm not going to sit here and lie, because I do know there was. I just can't tell you the exact.
I mean, because they're
give me 2 seconds. I could look it up, but I don't know.
Yeah, they're using primarily U.S. equipment, and they're in a war. I mean, like, you're not going out and buying shit, because most of the stuff you're getting is coming from us. So I'm just like, what do they need cash for?
I don't know. Like I said, I think it went to the UN. I'd have to look it up. Give me 1 sec.
All right, we'll get for a moment. Use better words. I didn't know you were trying to ask me to. Okay, you guys are responding to each other. We paid their government offices and their payroll. So, okay, they need to eat. I get what you're saying. You're saying that we gave them cash so that they could feed themselves. I mean, because they're not buying fancy houses when the whole place is getting blown to bits. But you're right. If they're going to be in the military, people who are in the military do need. You need to motivate them to fight. I mean, if people are going, because that's what they were saying about the Russian soldiers.
Actually, you're right. It's not cash.
Yeah.
It's training and things like that. It wasn't all weapons, though. I knew that.
Okay.
But it was like training and aid in medical supplies, and that's what it was.
Because it would make no sense to send them.
Aid.
It make no sense to send a country Like that would be like sending a bunch of cash to Gaza. That doesn't. They need assistance.
Can farm.
Huh?
I hope everybody can farm because they send us all kind of vegetables, like
the Ukraine.
Yeah, onions and beets and carrots and like y'all better learn to farm because that is the breadbasket of the world too.
Yeah, I know that. I know their wheat market is big. Well,
and with no with no people to help the farmers get their crops in, and all these loans not going to get paid to the farmers. You know, their grants because the government decided to end those contracts. They're not going to be able to pay their bills, and the bank's going to foreclose. And then what are we going to eat? Dirt?
Let me ask you this, because this is one you hear from the right all the time. Gerald Jimerson on YouTube says, bullshit, his wife is in Paris on a shopping spree. I've heard that they buy Bugattis. This is the one where the money comes in. Have you heard any of this stuff?
No, and if they were, they'd be shamed because all these other countries in Europe are giving them money and literally willing to do what the thing we wouldn't do was put boots on the ground.
Yeah.
And I mean, it definitely shows how much Donald Trump, like I read this today. Did you know that Elon, his company asked him not to ask or hire security clearance because of his involvement with certain hugs? And there's certain projects he can't be in the room for the payload, for the manifest for the payload because he doesn't have the clearance because the company won't allow him because of his contact with foreign leaders.
No, I've never heard that.
Go look that up. That's an interesting read because that just shows that even Elon's own company doesn't trust him. How the hell can we trust him?
I'm surprised Elon would even have a company that doesn't give him, that would even push back on him in any way, shape, or form. He looks like, to me, this is my own analysis, maybe I'm wrong, but to me, he looks like the worst guy to ever work for. He literally is reveling in firing people and actually enjoying it. He did the same thing to the people at Twitter as well. He just is like the worst employer you could ever have.
You are right, because he's got people living up at the Capitol. Like he wanted him to live in that building in San Francisco. How unethical is that?
Yeah, I don't hear anybody
Not to
bragging
mention, why are we paying for the? Oh, and they wanted a $25,000 washer and dryer hookup up there because it smells so bad from where their clothes are. Oh yeah, they're like squatting it up. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I haven't heard any.
This is not how the United States runs.
Well, it is now. It is now.
I don't know. I am noticing that the Republicans are not liking their reception at home. Like Trump can say they're crisis actors all he wants to, but Republicans are getting a nasty visit from home. And in some of these states, it's not Democrats. It's Republicans.
It ain't enough of them.
And so they got to deal with that. There's more people. There were a protest outside UAB Hospital yesterday, about 300 people protesting about cancer research being canceled there. And what do they got against?
And they
what
were
are they
MAGA?
against solving cancer?
Some of them
were, yeah.
Right.
Alabama 65% voted for him.
Yeah.
You got to figure at least. Yeah, they're out there protesting for their jobs. It was very interesting to watch.
Is anything being said in that state to soothe some of the upset Trump supporters? Maybe promises something in the future?
No, Tommy Tuberville won't even come home right now. Yeah, I wouldn't come here either. He can forget about being governor, by the way. I'm pretty sure that the love for him, they're going to be feeling it this coming election.
What is Trump's opinion on him, though?
Trump loves Tommy. Remember, he called him on J6.
That means a
and
lot.
Tommy was at the football game with him.
I don't know then if
he
Trump,
took Tommy and Kate Britt.
If you're a Republican and Trump likes you, that means a lot. I don't know, Andy. I think
Alabama's building $1 billion prison, but it ain't helping all these people that ain't got a job. And since Trump made being homeless, he gave the states the idea that homelessness is bad. Alabama already signed on to make that shit illegal, so it won't be long.
We'll see. I got to move it on, Andy, but this is the world we live in.
It was good talking to you. Oh, I did want to tell you, the transgenic mice, what do they got to get solving cancer? Because that was for cancer research too. That, UAB Hospital. I just want to know, what do they got against helping people with cancer?
Anything that has the word gay or trans in it is targeted. Anything.
Well, I I don't know how else you describe mice that we put human genes into to research the outcome of diseases that we don't want to, like, that's.
They didn't see trans. They didn't see transgenic. They thought it meant transgender. So you trying to change the sex of mice.
And I love the fact your audience thinks I'm unhinged. Just shows they're uneducated. See you, Tim.
Good talk. Appreciate it. All right, moving on. Thank you, Andy. Always a pleasure talking to Andy there. I'll go ahead and move the program on if I can figure out what I'm doing here. I don't know what I just did there. I hear you people talking about this administration, but what are your solutions besides writing checks? Well, Jero, and that's a valid question, by the way. It depends on the problem in regards to what are the solutions besides writing checks. Like, for instance, for Zelensky, I think folks are going, well, we're not writing checks for Zelensky either. We're giving him weapons, but you guys are converting it into money. I do believe America would be better off with a weaker Russia. I know MAGA has a different opinion of that, but most of the free world believes that Russia will not stop at the Ukraine and will keep going. So if you can weaken Russia, that makes the Eastern European theater, Western European as well, more safe, and thereby makes things better for America as well. So whereas the Trump administration is going to do just the opposite of that. So that's one thing I would certainly agree with from the left side of the left wing aspect and the right. I'm absolutely not a fan of firing every damn body. Now, what Trump is doing via Elon in terms of cutting government waste, fraud, and abuse may turn out to be awesome. May turn out to be what America needs, and cut taxpayer funding and waste it all. I get it all. But right now, I haven't seen any evidence that stuff is happening. So I'm not just going to jump on a bandwagon and start celebrating everything. Every time Elon says, well, we saved 50 million over here, or here's another 10 billion we saved, the right is celebrating, posting that shit all over the social media pages. How do you know it's true? So I'm not going to say it's false because it might be true. But I'm not going to say it's true because it might be false. It ain't like Elon hasn't been caught saying some shit that has turned out not to be true. So until I see it, I'm going to leave it at that. But in regards to saying what do the Democrats have to offer, to me, firing everybody is not a good. I don't like that. Trump's job numbers are going to be negative if he keeps doing that shit. Ukraine needs to reimburse us for the money spent. They didn't spend any money. We gave orders to American factories to build weapons and build that equipment, which led to Americans getting jobs and employment. And then the shit went over to them. We didn't just send the Ukrainians big crates of cash like people tend to think. It just didn't go down like that. And the Ukrainians are still in a desperate situation. And we're going to just step over the rubble and say, well, you need to pay us now. Like I said, my issue is this. I don't like the fact that we're literally starting at the bottom to cut waste, fraud, and abuse. I haven't heard where Trump has done anything that's hurt the wealthy. It's all poor people and working class people. As one of my viewers rightfully pointed out, they're the easiest to get. They're the easiest people to get. And everybody is just regular working class people and entitlements for poor people. I really would have been more favorable if they had started out with equipment, so to speak. We don't need 2,000 nukes, which require a lot of expensive maintenance and personnel. We'll drive it down to 1,500. How much money could you save there? We don't need 12 aircraft carriers. Maybe we need 10. No other nation has more than 2. I think China has 2. Russia has 1. We don't need 12. We're gonna cut it down to 10. You know how much money you could save doing that? So you're not firing people. You're not putting people in the poorhouse. You're not taking away people's health care and shit like that. I'm fine with waste, fraud, and abuse, but why not start at the top as opposed to the bottom, where you really are putting real world people out of work and shit like that? I don't know. That's what I would have offered. I would have started at the top, not at the bottom. So I do appreciate you folks tuning in. My TikTok went down for some reason, so I'll go ahead and catch you guys tomorrow. If you enjoy this type of dialogue from all sides of the aisle, follow the program, subscribe if you will. We're here Monday through Friday. We don't block, ban, or censor. Give your boy a subscription. Catch you later.